Take me away from home. Show me all the places I've never known. And we'll chase the night, erase all of these broken dreams and flight. And we'll Up here, we're free, bound only by frozen memories. Lost in time, racing all these broken dreams tonight. And we'll find
just like a magnet. It's just
when I'm burning like fire and you walk all the sides. I'm drawn in desire and you have to think twice. It's hard to keep smiling when I try to set things straight. You don't even listen. I'm just getting late, like you're on a mission. Drawn in desire and you have to think twice. You make me weak. You're the one I see, and I hate that I love you. I hate that I love you. If I could, and I would, count your heart, count your heart. And I'm in casting. It's hard to keep smiling when you're closing every door. I'm trying to open. I tell you love you more, and you say it's broken. You make me weak. You're the one I seek, and I hate that I love you. I hate that I love you. If I could, and I would, carve out your heart, carve out your heart. It's hard to keep smiling when you're closing every door, trying to open.
And welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to day 2 of the International Wildcard Qualifiers. My name is Max Rogi for Foglia. Joining me on the desk today is Jake Spawn Tiberi. And Spawn, we had an absolute action-packed day yesterday. Were there any highlights that stood out to you?
Yeah, there really was. I guess the CIS region's Elvis Knox was kind of the biggest highlight. That brand support from Lacrit was absolutely popping off and, you know, going mental. I also liked Tussle's Lee Sin. And we were discussing it before, you know, seeing a little bit of variation in this jungle champion pool, getting a little bit of SOFM going on there with the Tiamat rush, really styling on people there in the jungle. So, you know, there were a couple of players that stood out. Looking forward to seeing if they can continue to do that in day 2.
That's exactly right. There's some great points there, and I'm really excited. And we won't have to wait too long because they're the first 2 teams that are coming up. So we're going to get to see like a kind of battle of these new supports versus these new junglers. Hopefully that these guys have done some research and don't get too caught off guard by these kind of off-meta picks.
Yeah, well, even the Chief said they weren't really caught off guard by the brand. I mean, he's been spamming it in solo queue. It was banned out all final. They just thought the Karma would be a good answer. Turns out, you know, that when you lose an early game skirmish, it's not going to be the case. But the siege potential that came out of that support pick, I don't think anyone was really expecting. Because, you know, if you clear out that minion wave, brand going to be able to chunk you out underneath turret. It's really hard to live through all of that burst damage. So really hats off to Lacrit. I mean, hats off in general to the whole of the Elvis Knox team because, you know, Kira was getting solo kills. So they have to be, you know, especially now that INTZ dropped a game, they have to really be accelerating into one of the favorite positions along with Dark Passage, who of course also looked pretty fantastic.
Look, that's exactly right, and I'd love to see the damage statistics after that game to see just how much damage the brand outputted. But I like that you said these guys accelerating because the confidence coming off Kira in that interview basically saying if we get the brand, we win the game. And if that stays true to them, then they've got a good run ahead of them.
Yeah, they certainly do. And, you know, he wasn't really expecting to pick it up in the game. You could tell from the interview that he expects it to be a standard ban now, especially that they've shown it once at the wildcard qualifier. I think that you can let it through. I mean, playing to sideways, especially if you have 2 immobile people like, you know, Brand and a Jin down in a bottom lane, it's going to hurt eventually. But, you know, the Chiefs weren't good enough to capitalize on it. So, you know, credit to the CIS to be able to do that. So, really do think that Kira, you know, he was pretty humble. He said, as long as we get the champions, we play against the champions. We're not really playing against regions. And if the fight didn't go their way, it would have been more of a 50-50 game. I think it's pretty realistic, and I think they have the right attitude going into this.
No, that's exactly right. And speaking of day one, we're going to recap the results here and just kind of get you guys over what happened. The first game, it was INTZ taking out Callous Latin Gamers quite handily, if I don't say so myself. And then Albus Nox Luna, rather, taking it to the Chiefs. We're just talking about how well that brand support did. Then Dark Passage coming in, another easy win over KMV. Lion Gaming, a very big upset against INTZ. No one was really expecting that. The Rampage was tussle on the Lee Sin, led his team to victory against the Sajon Jokers.
Yeah, and let's talk about Lion for a second, because I got tweeted at me, and I'm going to throw the dude under the bus because it's not my stat, but I think it was about 1,000 days since, you know, a Latin American team had beaten a Brazilian team. So the Brazilians, as you can understand, reasonably upset about that loss. But really, when you have Saya popping off in that mid lane, I mean, he was going absolutely bonkers on the Echo. It was great to watch, and they ran the hype into that game. I mean, we were talking about it, but they just went all out aggression in their build. Death caps were being picked up left, right, and center. You know, they really were taking it to INTZ, and they were reeling and weren't able to get a foothold back into that game. So I do think that they caught them off guard a little bit after game number one against another Latin American team. I mean, INTZ would have been very confident going into that game, but at the end of the day, this is a wildcard qualifier for Worlds. You can't take anyone lightly, and if you do, there's a good chance you're going to miss playoffs.
Look, showing up on day one is absolutely huge, and I hope they can continue that resounding presence, because I feel like if they're going to be playing standard against these teams that excel at it, it might just end up costing them. So I'm glad they played to their strengths. They used that kind of niche Echo pick to really scale their team composition ahead and just team fight their way to victory.
Yeah, and the Echo really was the linchpin for it, because it provided great mid-game wave clear, which a lot of people underestimate. I mean, he's able to clear out the backline minion waves, and he had so much burst damage. I mean, we saw a couple of solo kills in the mid lane out of the Echo as well. I mean, the Proto Belt is just such a cool build on all these melee assassins, so glad it came out.
Yeah, and we're going to have a quick check at the standings to see where everyone ended up after day number one. As you can see, INTZ, they played 2 games, 1 victory, 1 loss. Then Albus, Nox, Luna, Dark Passage, Lion, and Rampage all rounding out the middle of the standings on 1 win apiece. Unfortunately, KMV went down 0-2, followed by Sajon Jokers and Chiefs also losing 1 game apiece.
Yeah, and as I said, like, really, that top 4 is, you know, maybe Lion surprising there and jumping in, but reasonably close to what we expected coming into this. I mean, I think it's fair to say that Rampage and the Chiefs were kind of the 2 dark horses. No one really knows what's going to come out of the LJL region or Oceania for that case. But the team that exceeded all expectations is Leon. I mean, you really do have to take your hat off to them. I'm hoping that it wasn't just, you know, a supernova, that one bright flash before a star dies, but really looking forward to seeing them get back onto Summoner's Rift.
No, definitely. If they can keep up that level of play, there's really no reason they shouldn't be able to essentially take that momentum and run with it.
Yeah, exactly right. And, you know, they beat an old rival, and I think that the other big news story is, can INTZ bounce back? We keep going back to it. Every single wildcard we've covered, Rogi, as a team, the Brazilian lineup hasn't done well at all, really. I mean, they won IWCT last year, but that, of course, wasn't covered in English. But apart from that, you know, really have fallen down, and that's when INTZ has been in these tournaments. So there are big expectations. This team needs to step up there on home soil. It would be absolutely disastrous if they didn't make the finals in, I guess, Brazil itself. So really looking forward to seeing if they can get it back together. You know, game 1, it was sloppy, but Yang pulled them through.
Yeah.
Game 2 was not able to do so. So they really do need to get, you know, Tokas, Macau, Revolta especially firing again and making sure they're on comfort picks.
Well, I'm sure as upset as the fans are, it would play even hardest on the players themselves, because they're there representing their region. This stuff means nothing more to them. So to play poorly, especially on day 1, it's really going to leave a sour taste in the mouth.
Yeah, it certainly does. You know, it's kind of chicken and the egg, because you come off stage, you feel kind of bad, then, you know, you talk to each other and you're like, nah, it's all right, we'll pull through, and then you start flicking through the social media account and you're getting some stuff flung at you. So it's going to be interesting to see whether, you know, they do bounce back, because, you know, they are a resilient team. They're a nice bunch of guys. You know, they always get together. So looking forward to seeing it.
Look, but enough about them. We got Rampage taking on Albus, Luna, Nox coming up today. And we were talking about early on just the 2 things that really stood out to us today. It was the brand and the Lee Sin. So having these guys going up against each other in the first game is going to be absolutely insanity.
Yeah, it is, because they both play really fast-paced League of Legends. So, you know, Albus, Nox, Luna, they need to continue to play that fast-paced League of Legends, continue to take these team fights very early in the game. They play very good early game compositions. I think that the Lee Sin is something that they'll take a look at, because, you know, high-pressure jungle, in those situations, you don't really want to let it get through. So Rampage have an opportunity here to really build on what they started yesterday.
Yeah, and look, before we get too in-depth in the first game, we're going to have a look at every game that's going to be coming up in day number 2. We got Rampage taking on Albus Nox Luna, as we mentioned, then Chiefs will be taking it to the Rift against Callous Latin Gamers. Both of those teams desperate to pick up a win here. But Dark Passage and Lion, we're going to see if Lion aren't just that supernova and can really take it to the Turkish powerhouse, and INTZ taking on Rampage for the fourth game. Then rounding out the afternoon, it will be Sajon Jokers taking on Chiefs.
Yeah, and you know, when you have a look down this, you have a look at INTZ, they really need to pick up that win over Rampage. Rampage need to get it rolling against two of the favorites today.
Yeah.
But really, eyes in the middle of the pack there. I mean, unless you're an Oceanic supporter, really is going to be about Dark Passage versus Leon, because we had no idea what to expect out of these two teams. Dark Passage playing with 2 subs. Leon, of course, you just had no idea. So it's going to be really interesting to see who comes out ahead in that. And if you are an Oceanic fan, 2 must-win games for the Chiefs. I mean, if they don't win these 2 games, I'm not going to say they should just pack it up already, but, you know, that really dents your chance of making a playoff run.
Yeah, well, Lion, Chaos Latin Gamers didn't look too strong in the games that we saw, but then again, the Chiefs kind of looking out of form as well. And I think it must be difficult for these teams who are so dominant within their own region, coming to these events and essentially facing teams that they've never faced such a caliber in their own region. How do you think this plays on mentality?
Yeah, but they should be used to it. I mean, both these teams have returned to IWCs like for the 4th time.
That's true.
Actually, KLG for the 3rd time. So Isurus came last time. But I think that they're used to that now. I think that they kind of lost in different ways. KLG actually started their games relatively well. I mean, they went with INTZ for a very long time for game 1 yesterday, kind of blew open at about the 30, 35-minute mark. Chiefs just lost the game in 4 minutes. I mean, you take a fight in the jungle and it's a 1-for-4, you're not going to win the rest of the game. There was just too many snowballs. So I think that, you know, both are coming in with completely different set of problems. I don't know which one's easier to overcome, but it's going to be interesting to see whether they can get it back together.
Look, and I guess that's what happens when you take a fight against the brand at early level. The damage that he can output is just insane. But Rampage versus Albus Luna Nox is going to be such a powerhouse game. These guys both coming off a win, and Albus Nox Luna, like you said, it was quite a convincing win. They won early on in the game and were able to kind of snowball it. But on the other side of the table, you got Rampage. These guys had an absolute slugfest with Sajon Jokers. I think they were dead even for about half an hour throughout that game before anyone really started to get ahead.
Yeah, and the scary thing for, I guess, Saigon after that game was that the Japanese team played their game.
Yeah.
I mean, they just ran at them over and over again. They were willing to get down and dirty. They were really willing to team fight them head to head. And that's normally where the Southeast Asian teams excel. I mean, if you do that, we saw what happened to the Chiefs last year in the final. You lose games. However, it meant that the LJL team actually picked up the win. So hats off to Rampage. They really took it to them at the own game. I thought that their composition was really well balanced between, you know, some early game power and then a lot of late game damage out of the Talia, out of the Ashe. So I think that this team could be, I guess, one of the dark horses that pushes through.
Look, what stands out as clear to me is that Rampage came into that game against Sajon Jokers with a plan, because when Raz and I were researching this team, it seemed they were very passive. They were reactive to kind of the point where it ended up hurting them. They would only wait for a play, then capitalize on that one. But it was a whole different story when it came to the Sajon Jokers game. They were matching aggression constantly, and I guess when you're picking up that Lee Sin, there's no real other way to play it.
Yeah, exactly right. And they really had to be fast and furious. Of course, it is Paz in the top lane, Tussle in the jungle, Roki, Maron, as well as Dara down in the support position. I thought that Dara's Alistair was also really good. So many multiple man pulverizers sitting in that in those team fights. So I think that, you know, that is a pick that you can play around Alistair now. There are certainly counter picks there. You know, a lot of Braum is being seen, a lot of Trundle is being seen, even something like the Tahm Kench. However, in team fights, he still provides so much utility in CC. Dara really did show that off.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of good Alistairs and some that kind of hit and miss. But what really stands out to me as well with talking about picks is Talia. It's kind of been a bad day for Talia yesterday as one of the kind of these top mid-lane shove champions. Every time we've seen her play a very high priority and pick a ban phase, it doesn't really work out for them.
Yeah, I mean, Rogi made it work. I think Talia is... So the thing about it is you really have to get to the 15-minute mark, and then she can start making side lane plays incredibly well. She's a Twisted Fate that does scale quite well, but has some catch potential late game. And you need to be able to hit multiple skill shots. So I think that, you know, we didn't see the best Talia performances, but, you know, day one of a LAN, people are coming in with jitters, things like that. I think it will really start to ramp up. As I said, with no Aurelion Sol on this patch, I think that, you know, Talia, as well as people like Lissandra, are going to be the highest priority in the pick ban phase. Vladimir, of course, is still very good. The surprise for me was that we're seeing so much Malzahar. I actually thought Malzahar had fallen a little bit out of the meta, but teams are still willing to pick it up, and a couple of teams have made it work. So that was what was really interesting in the mid lane to me. Not the Talia, but the Mals.
Yeah, it's always interesting to see what teams value here, but of course, Rampage, like you said, Paz in the top, Tussle in the jungle, Roki in that mid lane, plan that Talia, Marin and Dara rounding out the support, and these guys have had a great game yesterday, especially Paz on that Echo, and we've been finding that a lot of teams don't really know how to deal with Echo. They're either going for the Maokai. I think we even saw a Kennen to deal with, and it just fell flat on its face.
Yeah, the Kennen was really interesting. I like Kennen at the moment. Really good team fighter. It has some utility with the Proto Belt, but you're right, didn't really work out. So we'll see how it continues to go. I think the Kennen has really smooth itemization. I mean, you can go Dash Cannon into something like a Zhonya's, or if you're against AP, you can pick up the Abyssal Scepter. But it really is about making the mid-game team fights work, and sometimes you just aren't able to get it done. Gets outscaled quite heavily. I mean, Echo, Gangplank, Maokai, all these picks just perform so much better in the late game. So we'll see whether that is something that they go back to, or whether they're willing to change it up.
Look, of course, then you've got on the other side of the table, it's Albus Luna Nox. That confused me a little bit, but you got Smurf in the top, PvP Cedros in the jungle, Kira in that mid lane, Miracle and Liquor, the brand god, re-rounding out that bot lane. What struck me as interesting with this team is they straight up first pick Jhin.
Yeah, that was weird. I mean, a lot of utility in the AD carry position. I like Jhin as a pick. I think that it's incredibly good. But the low mobility bottom lane a little bit more important than, I guess, just the Jhin pick by itself. So
sure.
I really do think that, once again, that is a punishable bottom lane, but Miracle and Liquid, if they play that well, I mean, you can't really punish people if they're better than you. So I think that that's what came out in game number 1. So yeah, really interested. I like their draft. As I said yesterday, I thought that on paper they had really clear win conditions and they played towards them. I thought that there was an answer in the side lane pressure that the Chiefs had, but they just didn't ever get to that point of the game. And, once again, just Wildcard so much is about picking what you're strong at and then playing towards those strengths, and really do think that ANX did that yesterday.
That's exactly right. Their confidence was absolutely beaming the entire game long, and like you said, they first picked the Jhin, they picked the brand, they're playing what they're comfortable with, they're playing what they know how to play, but I wonder if they're going to allow Rampage to do the same. Do you think the Lee Sin, even though it was quite impactful, is worth banning away?
Yeah, I don't know whether you ban it. I think that you take a look at it, definitely, because there is some early pressure there.
Sure.
But Gragas skirmishes Lee Sin quite okay at the start of the game. Really is when Lee Sin gets rolling, with the Warrior Enchant, with something like that Tiamat. So we'll see whether it does get taken away from him. I think that they will be wary of the early pressure more than the Lee Sin.
Do you think it would be worth picking up again as well, now that teams have kind of seen what and how they utilize it?
I think that if they can play Lee Sin like that, they were getting multiple man kicks. I think it's definitely worthwhile to pick up if you are Rampage.
Well, I guess we're going to find out as we do jump into the champ select for game number 1 of day number 2 of the International Wildcard Qualifiers. Rampage taking on Albus Nox Luna. Straight away, we see the Gangplank ban, Bard ban, Brand ban, no surprises there. Of course, on the other side, it will be the Sivir and the Rex. I'm just waiting on the third and final.
Yeah, of course, Bard being banned away shows a lot of respect to Lecrit. So we'll see whether that is justified. Yesterday showed that it was, and looks like the last ban is going to come through. And he's going to be Nah.
Yeah, not surprised to see the Nah here, when allowed through that ban phase, can completely just take over a game. There is literally no one, I think, that can stand toe-to-toe. Maybe Echo, but in the end, it just doesn't really work out for them. But Rampage hovering that first pick Jhin, maybe want to take it away, and they do, locking in the Jhin immediately. So taking a page out of Albus' book there.
Yeah, that's a really acute pick away. I mean, we keep talking about how potent Jhin is at the moment. Has good siege potential, if not turret-taking potential. So see whether they're able to make that work. Has left open a plethora of mid-lane champions, however, Talia being amongst them. Kira already played Vladimir yesterday as well. I don't think he's going to be too worried about Vladimir. I mean, historically, he has been able to play things like Anivia into it. Talia does fine as well. So like the pick ban phase, if that is what they're going for. 2 big global ultimates already.
Well, that's the thing. We saw Shen banned quite a few times throughout yesterday's games, and he's going to actually fall through the cracks here. But that's what happens when you're forced to waste 2 bans on the support. The top laner kind of gets his cream of the crop here, and it is going to be Shentalia locked in for Albus.
Yeah, it certainly is. As I said, those two globals, being able to play towards side lane, being able to play towards bottom in particular, especially now that they have seen the Jhin. This is a very similar plan to what the Chiefs wanted to execute on against Albus, Nox, Luna. So really interested to see whether, ANX can actually execute on what is a much more difficult game plan.
Well, that's a great point because it's kind of playing into the strategy that they already know how to play. So surely they will.
He's a little bit better early game, but Lee Sin at least has some CC in his kit with that big kick. I do think that, we already saw that they're, with Tussle's willing to get ahead early and then ride that momentum, and no one's really better than getting ahead than Nidalee. She just farms so incredibly quickly, and we already saw, even though KMV lost that game yesterday against INTZ, there was a lot of early game pressure that was put down onto Tockers. So I think that if they can replicate something like that here, Rampage, especially against the Talia, and maybe stop that shove, it's going to be a good news story.
We'll have to see whether they can deal with it and punish it early, or maybe Tussle's just going to go off like the last game he played, because that was an absolute beauty to watch. So really looking forward. His skill shots were on point, so not much different chucking a spear than chucking a Lee Sin kick. So we'll have to see if he can be just as on point. But the Kench as well, so they're going to have that little bit of safety for the Jhin. They know he's a mobile champion, so being able to pick him up, take him where they want. But see if Albus answer here. They're hovering over that Taric and the Ashe. Should be locking that one away, and they are. Yeah,
that's a really potent combo right now. Taric Ashe, a lot of CC coming out of the bottom lane. The ability to dive turrets now is definitely on the table. I mean, Lacrit, if he can play it well, can stop majority of the initial damage of a dive. They have Kira there to be able to cut off the retreat with the Talia. All of a sudden, it looks like they have a really good pick, a really good team fight coming together for ANX. And, we'll see whether Rampage is able to answer in any way. Maokai's already been played against, and once it didn't look too successful.
Yeah, I don't know about this Maokai. It seems to just be kind of the band-aid fix to these good top laners that we're seeing, like the Echo, like the Shen, and people, instead of thinking, okay, I got to beat out this guy, I'm just going to go with the Maokai, I'm going to throw down my W on the carry, chuck down my ult, and it's all going to be all right. But Gangplank was banned away, so they don't really have that global pressure to match the Shen, so I guess if they can kind of stop him teleporting, maybe that's
or
enough.
follow. I mean, he does a really good job when he can follow teleport to Maokai. Of course, it takes a little bit longer to get through now. However, he also farms relatively well against the Shen. Shen is so good at punishing auto attackers because there's just windows where you can't trade with him. I think that Maokai is still one of the best solo tanks in the game. You can see that they're running a pretty tankless lineup, unless you count the Kench, really, who's going to be responsible for running away with the Jhin at certain points in the game. So, wow, the Graves coming out of PvP Chaos. If anyone ever watched the last IWC, this guy, big fan of that champion. We'll see whether he can make it work this time around.
Look, that's exactly right. When Graves is in the hand of PvP Sedros, it's a whole nother game. You think you know what an aggressive Graves looks like, but you haven't seen anything yet. So very excited to see him pick that one up. And of course, Rampage also getting himself that mid lane Malzahar. So you said it was an interesting pick and kind of curious, but it looks like it is a recurring trend here.
Yeah, it certainly is. I mean, I do like the Mel still. He has such an efficient item build, and the ability to lock down one person also guarantees third item QSS out of the AD carry, which puts them behind in item power. So there are a lot of good things there, especially because they went the Kench before they picked up Malzahar, and that was seen kind of as a stock standard, I guess, counter to it. So will be interesting. But, it's funny that these are the two players to watch from the Brazilian end, because we said the exact same thing. I mean, Tussle, jungle, whether he can get ahead on the Nidalee going to be interesting. And now Lacrit playing a very different kind of support here in the Taric over the Brand. See whether he can make it work.
Look, and that's just the kind of the star quality of Lacrit. If you can play both the hyper-aggressive Brand and kind of the super safe Taric, then that just covers all bases for your team. So it's really good to see him have that versatile champion list. But of course, like you said, on the other side, Tussle went off on Lee Sin. Let's see if he can do it again on Nidalee.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see if they can. Of course, there's the hashtags on your screen, guys. Use Go ANF, Go Rampage to see what's going to go down there. But, big game for the Japanese lineup. We keep saying this, but every now and again, a team breaks through, and Japan's been doing it lately, and wonder whether they're going to take that next step, become one of the elite IWC teams.
Look, there's not a lot of teams that could say they can take a win off this ALX squad, so it's going to be very impressive if Rampage can do. They took a big win yesterday off Sajon Jokers. Everyone thought that was kind of going to be a whitewash here, but Rampage, the dark horse of the competition. Last time it was hard random, this now ALX squad, so they know what this position is to be like with everyone doubting you. So let's see if Rampage can kind of pull some more upsets here.
Yeah, I'm interested to see whether Rampage can get it done. Albus, Luna, Nox, you know, they're a very classy lineup. They're very good domestically. They had a hard-fought finals, but, you know, looking to see if they can come back into some form in the IWC. As you can see, players getting ready to get onto Summoner's Rift. This is one of those games that, you know, could go either way, but you feel that early snowball is the easiest way to for Rampage to run over the top of this one, especially when you're playing things like the Nidalee, like the Maokai. That should be pretty much a free top lane gank there if they ever want to get in. Two non-auto attack users should be able to punish a Shen quite hard early.
Well, that's a great point to mention, because with all that damage reduction that Shen has, it all just comes from denying enemies the ability to auto-attack. So Maokai and Nidalee, they don't really care about that. And another easy lane, once that Malzahar hits level 6, that's just the free spear onto that. The execute should surely follow. So it's really going to be, like you said, if Tussle can kind of snowball this early game and Albus can't deal with it.
Yeah, Talia's like much harder to gank just because she's never in the damn lane.
True.
I mean, all she does is really throw out a threaded volley, get down the pebbles, and, you know, run away, kind of surf through the river for a little bit and look for some openings. And Kira's a very good mid laner for wave manipulation. It's one of the things that he does the best. I mean, I used to love watching Kira versus Seros from Detonation. Focus Me back then, as we do have a little bit of a pause, because they're both very good at not getting ganked in that mid lane.
Look, that's exactly right. And when you have that type of lane manipulation that comes from being an Anivia one trick back in the day, surely that techniques do translate to a little bit of Talia, because that's one of the reasons that makes her so strong, is it's you just push the lane, go into Fog of War, and then they have to respect the ultimate.
Yeah, exactly right. Or, you know, you can hold the lane as well, and you can look for a lot of pick potential out of, you know, that seismic shove. So I do think that Talia's kit a lot more versatile than people really think. You know, great wave clear, great anti-siege, but also a heck of a lot of pick potential and good team fights. So, you know, we'll see whether Kira is able to make it work. He's one of the best in the business at these IWCs. And, you know, really showed that yesterday against who is a good player in Swiffer, but, you know, couple of solo kills made him look not so.
Alrighty, guys, we're getting into game number 1 of day number 2. We got Rampage taking on Albus, Luna, Nox. This is going to be an absolute bloodbath. If these guys had any indication of how they played yesterday going up against each other, it should be all-out aggression. But on this side of Rampage, they've got the Nidalee, so they really need to make that happen. But, of course, they're going up against Graves, the king of aggression. And you mentioned...
Whoa, not anymore, he's not. I mean, that's a lot of damage. He's also just gone Strength of the Ages. Normally we see Graves, at least internationally, go a little bit more Thunderlords-esque. See whether you can get some early pressure down. I mean, SOFM's very famous for what is, I think, a 3680 room page. He just runs at people and shoots them. However, you know, couple of grasps as well on supports, as well as... you know, top laners. So we'll see how this one works out.
They're forced to recall after that one. That should give Tussle a good chance to maybe get some wards in to just kind of spot out the early path. But looks like it will be standard starts for everyone. But said just maybe a little bit late, may get there just in time. But
yeah, he'll be fine. Yeah, he's not going to be behind. So, you know, cops a spear early. Not really all that much doing. We'll see whether he's able to keep up in speed. Looks like he's not starting on a red buff. Against Nidalee, it's normally wise to start on a big camp, but looks like he's starting on the Krugs. See whether Tussle can punish that with some tempo advantage.
Both of the bot lanes going to be taking their respective jungle camps, so getting a nice early 2 quite early on.
Ken should do that quicker. I mean, he just swallows and spits it at the other one, you know, able to get a lot of damage down. You can see they are heading into the lane a little bit ahead of pace. And you can see Sejos there on your screen. He's going to farm completely safe. Now Kira cheekily wants to pick up the third as well. It looks like, just dances around a little bit, but does grab the CS advantage in the quicker level 2.
Yeah, look at that. Just completely pushes out of the lane, immediately goes over, takes some of the jungle camps there. So already showing the cheeky Talia tech here. 13 CS to 4 already. Of course, a couple of them are jungle minions, so padding his stats just a little bit here.
Yeah, but only 2 jungle minions. I mean, he's nearly on perfect CS. He's only missed 1, whereas Roki's missed a couple in the mid lane. So getting quite heavily punished for this Malzahar pick. You do normally start W on Malzahar, as it looks like we're going to have an invade over onto the blue out of Dara.
Licorice making his way back just to show presence of mind there to ensure that the Kench can't get in completely uncontested here. So he is going to back off after dropping a ward, but Sejos, he doesn't mind. He's just going to do his blue buff knowing that everyone is in vision.
ANX kind of eyes light up. They're like, is it going to happen again? Do we get another free 4-minute fight against the team? In the end, it is going to be Rampage backing away. I respect that decision. They have a good scaling comp. Just let yourself get there. Don't fight too early. And it looks like Sergio is going to be able to pick that up, but you can see already Tussle heading towards the top side of the map, has complete awareness of where the Graves is, and they're going to think Tussle's on the bottom side. You have to think So this might open up a little bit of a gank towards the Shen.
We'll have to see. Shen's well over that halfway mark, so both of the junglers just doing their scuttle crab. But Tussle, he's going for maybe the long ploy here, going all the way around the back. But Stejos, he's running the marathon up to the top lane.
Yeah, he certainly is. He's going to stop at Raptors, however. So actually, he's not. That's
not.
really interesting. He's
Predicting
going
the counter gank,
straight
maybe?
toward. No, he's going towards top, Raptors. So that's good.
Okay.
Kind of knows that Dara's on that side of the map. However, Paz and Smurf, they're having a little bit of a brawl here. Nidalee going to come in.
Yeah, we're going to have to see what happens here. If the spear can land, going to be applying that red buff, but Paz is quite low. The flash comes out early from Smurf. Is going to sidestep the spear. Might be in trouble, though, but they have no vision on Stejos, so forced to respect the fog of war.
Yeah, they certainly are. However, still great early awareness to be able to go into that top lane, get the gank down. We already mentioned it, that this is going to be one of those lanes that is at least early able to be punished. So good job from Tussle. We already said we respect his Lee Sin. Now showing that he can get it done on the Nidalee as well, even though he missed that spear.
So just looking for a little bit of maybe an invade here. Going to decide against it in the end. Down in the bot, of course, Merritt and Dara. Finding it a little bit difficult to find anything here, but of course Jin and Tom just want to scale up. Even CS as well, so great stuff out of both these bot laners.
Yeah, it certainly is. You can see Kira keeping his circles nice and close together as well. This is really nice Taliyah play, making sure that he can shove at will, bouncing the waves to appropriate spots, but also making sure that if a gank comes in, he still has room to get down maximum damage. So you can see much more practiced on this Taliyah. Interesting that he went with the heal instead of the ghost. Really makes me think that he is worried about the Nevergrass coming out of the Malzahar. And you can see that tempo advantage has been gained for Tussle. He's about 5 creeps up, 2 camps in the lead over Stejos there.
Keep in mind, Smurf didn't have to waste his teleport to get back to lane, but did use that flash early on, so not going to have that summoner spell available. That could mean that Tussle, now he's gone back and bought himself the challenging smite here, could maybe go for a return gank back in the top.
Yeah, you would expect it to go back up there, especially given, you know, as you said, very successful early pathing. He's also pushing one more time. Something that, you know, Shens don't like to do. It's kind of curious that Smurf got himself in that situation because it's actually quite hard. And you can see that he actually just has to back one more time. He actually hasn't backed yet, so he's going to back and probably teleport in. But that's, yeah, you just don't want to be that shoved up in the lane. Did Kira spot him then?
No, I think he's just putting a pink ward down to prevent exactly what just happened. But Tussle, one step ahead of the game right now, is going to be able to sneak in completely unawares. Might actually just leap over in here, but they actually find each other. Both swap spots, trade places here.
And it means Tussle's actually going to pick up that pink ward straight away. So that's really nice awareness out of the Rampage jungler. Honestly, Rampage are doing very nicely in this early game. They fell behind in the mid lane, but that's been recouped by Roki. And now all of a sudden, this top lane has got a significant advantage because Smurf didn't want to teleport back. As a Shen, you generally get the liberty of an early teleport because you have the ultimate to go other places.
Curious decision-making out of this ANX squad, but once again, the jungler is going to be meeting up.
But Stejos isn't level 6. He's only level 5. Needs to make sure he respects that. Does pick up a cheeky steal, but it's going to run away. And now, all of a sudden, Tussle has the location of the CIS jungler.
Let's see if Kira, making his way down, is level 7, so has the Weaver's Wall available. Going to get spotted out, so no one is in the bot lane for Rampage right now, so just using his presence to incite fear into the enemy at this stage.
I think it was a little bit more that they want to control the bottom lane river, and you can see Lucrit pops in. He gets a deep ward as well. So it's more right now about controlling exactly where Rampage's bottom lane can be, making sure that they do have the heads up to be able to make those aggressive plays. In saying that, they gave up a lot of control on the top side of the map, and it looks like Tussle wants to punish that by going for a little bit of an invade here, but doesn't have the timing right, does have to back away.
Yeah, so just not level 6 yet either, but still, he knows he can't fight that one, especially when Talia is the first on scene. Mal's just getting some pink wards down. Gonna just leave that ward to time out, instead of wasting his time taking it.
Yeah, it certainly looks to be the case. You can see that they've pinged it out, however. So, once again, tempo advantage right now is in Rampage jungler's hands, but he hasn't really found a window to make it work. Stejos at the end of the day, still going to be a Grave, still going to be a great team fighter as the game progresses. So, Tussle really does need to start getting active, you feel. Want to see what build he goes for, if it's going to be something like the Rylai's Crystal Scepter, or whether he goes towards a more old school build of something like the Rower.
Good ward placements by Lucrit, spotting that one out and avoiding the pink ward as well. So Good stuff coming in here. We saw Roki did get his early blue. Blue
Yes.
only just spawning for the side of Albus, though.
Yeah, you can see that Paz is actually making this top lane Maokai work. After one successful gank, he's up about 2 creep waves. Really has been trying to bully out the Shen, and because he's continually pushed in and he hasn't been able to pick up that Barmy Cinder, means that he's not able to answer the shove and really teleport anywhere else, even if he would like to.
You mentioned a great job of Kira. Just every time he's off the map, this bot lane has to respect that. And it's causing them to lose CS here. And every time they push up, they're still under threat of Liquid, just walking out with the Dazzle and stunning them up. They do have the Kench, who is able to get Marin to safety should it occur. But that still, they don't want to even risk the trade, essentially.
Yeah, exactly right. You know, we're having a look at Kira CS. He's still extending that lead now. Marin did the right thing. He let the lane reverse into him. He was actually doing quite well in CS. Ashe is quite an obnoxious laner. You can see Marin's doing a good job of, you know, just keeping him at bay.
That's exactly right. Liquid just going to be healing up any of the damage that Miracle does take. So pretty stagnant lane in the bot lane, but that works out well for Rampage because Marin, he's going to have just that raw damage. And if the ulti ever
play
comes
onto
down from
Kira.
Miracle, Kira, he might be in trouble. There's a flash. Ultimate not going to get it off in time. Chooses the malefic visions of the ulti. Maybe mistake. He does end up getting the Nether Grasp in time, but that's going to be Smurf ulting down to try and save him. Tussle, he can't seem to find the execute. The stun comes in. The taunt, rather. Tussle gets
Roki got
backwards, but it's not going to matter as Roki, with the malefic vision, takes out first blood.
Yeah, really nicely done out of Rampage. We said they needed to make it work. They go for a lane gank. Now all of a sudden, big pressure in the bottom lane. Licrit's in trouble.
Yeah, the teleport is coming down from Paz. It is going to cause them to back on out. Stayhost, he might be in trouble. There comes a curtain call, looking for someone. Can't find the first one, but Tussle does get a kill on Smurf. Trades it in the end. Dara, he's looking for Paz to get on in the mouth. Not going to happen. Comes out. Can he get the slowdown? Is going to get stunned in the process, but what a bloodbath already.
Yeah, and they go for the turret dive, even though they don't have the Shen ultimate. I do think that it is a massive mistake. In the end, it's going to be a good trade for the jungler of Rampage. You can see top lane up 20 CS, doesn't really mind that the Shen has a kill, and now the Nidalee is accelerated with that assist, with a kill, and we'll see whether Tussle can continue his dominance of this tournament.
Look, great stuff. Heads up play from Rampage, utilizing that ultimate on the mouse to take out Kira, and it was looking bad when he wasn't able to hit it, but here we see the fight between Tussle and Smurf.
Yeah, Smurf just caught napping there, and, you know, gets challenging Smite, gets leapt on, and does end up falling down to what looks to be... He just flashed on top of him.
Yeah.
That was strange from Smurf.
Looks like he just thought he was done, tried to go for the trade, but in the end, they go 1 for 1 here, so the trade does come in. Rookie.
I don't know if he dies there if he doesn't go for that trade. So, you know, interesting decision-making. Now he does have the Barmy Cinder, so we'll see whether he can push out. Paz is going straight towards a Spirit Visage, so, you know, a little bit more defensive feel there, but can still wave clear out with the cooldown reduction.
Yeah, has the double Dorians as well, so a little bit of ability power allowing him to clear out that backline of minions with a Q and an E, so going to be able to kind of contend the pushing power that Smurf with the Barmy Cinder does do, but Stayhost hasn't really found a position in the map just yet. Tried to go for that bot lane play, but like you said, without Shen being available to either teleport or ulti in, it's just going to be a straight 3v3 once Paz gets down there.
Yeah, and that's what happened, really. So Paz, and he was a much bigger turning point than what Stejos was, so interesting decision-making there. And they're looking to keep tracks on the Nidalee with some good deep wards still. Credit to Stejos, he's still trying to control the river. He's picked up a lot of scuttle crabs and really is doing a good job in that regard. Now mirroring what could be a gank.
And keep in mind that Roki is not level 6, but he does have the ultimate available to him, so should they go for the gank again, we'll be able to lock down Kira once more. But you got to commend the Alba squad. They've done a great job of keeping that ward just out of pink range vision over to the right side of mid lane. So
now Weaver's wall being pinged out, all of a sudden, you know, disappearing into Fog of War. They had 4 members down there, but they don't decide to pull the trigger because, once again, Rampage respected and Tussle goes for the cross-map play.
Stayhost back in the mid is going to get spotted out by that ward, so the junglers once again meeting pass here, but both looking for the gank on the mid lane, or rather, but Kira in a world of hurt. 4 men in the mid lane can't find a way out of that one. The spear cleans him up.
Yeah, really nice play there. I mean, they get the ultimate in from the Tahm Kench. Stayhost now needs to be careful. Does pick up his red, however, because of an early smite from Tussle. However, now probably needs to retreat, as you can't really fight the Nidalee.
Looks like Rampage going to be making their way back down to the bot lane here. Tower took a big chunk of damage. Remember, the first turret bounty hasn't been taken by either squad just yet. So, of course, Albus, if they see a big presence in the mid, they're going to want to make it Rampage punished elsewhere on the map, but unable to get that first turret just yet.
Yeah, so we'll see whether they're able to get it done.
Dara getting stunned up here. Good trade, but remember, it is the Kench, so going to have that innate healing should he not use the Grey Health. But
Another turret dive coming in. I mean, this time they do have the Shen ultimate. However, still need to be careful as Nidalee's heading down, as is Taliyah. Everyone actually party in the bottom lane, it looks like.
Paz's TP is almost off cooldown, so if Rampage can kind of stall this a little bit longer, might be a good fight for them.
Yeah, it certainly could be. You know, they've also got Tussle running across. It looks like they just will wall them off from the turret and pick up that first structure bonus, so it gets them back to equal. But, I mean, when you pick up 650 free gold pretty much for a turret that was guaranteed to go down, and you're still only equal, it's not a great thing, Rogi.
Oh, Dragon has been started by this Albus squad. They do have the positional advantage here. Kenshi's he's quite low mana as well on to Marin. Going to be using that ulti straight away. Miracle hits him with the enchanted crystal arrow, so interrupts the channel on that one. There is Roki. He's going to get taken extremely low. Avoids the stun. Somehow teleport making his way in from Paz. There is the ultimate from Lecrit. It hits 3 members. They're completely invulnerable right now. Now Paz in a world of hurt, forced to flash over the wall. It's a straight 5v5 for this Dragon. He's still alive, but it's looking bad for Rampage.
Yeah, it certainly wasn't looking great for Rampage, but it wasn't looking all that good for ANX either.
No.
I mean, they're the ones ultimately that backed away because the Joy lane hadn't even joined. I mean, Marin's just sitting bottom farming stuff. So, you know, good heads-up play out of Paz to get in there nice and early. It means that they don't have the teleport advantage anymore, and Smurf's going to be able to TP down one more time. However, big CS lead still in the top lane, big CS lead still in jungle, even everywhere else. You still have to like what Rampage are bringing to Summoner's Rift right now.
Look, that's exactly right. And we know when these guys are playing on even, they are able to eke out leads where they can find them, because speaking of even, is quite even. Only a couple hundred gold separates these two teams at 15 minutes in the game. 3 kills to 1, of course, favoring Rampage, but ANX, they were able to get themselves that first turret bounty. So a lot of gold in their favor. Neither team able to pick up that Dragon as we saw the fight prior.
They've actually put the Shen into the bottom lane. I don't like this play at all because all of a sudden Lecrit's face checking and Tahm Kench can ulti in.
Oh no, Lecrit, he might be in trouble. Is able to get the razzle onto Tussle, but now he's completely split up for the rest of the team. He's quite fast on that Taric. Does have the level 2 boots as well as the tenacity, so he's going to just straight gloriously walk his way out of there.
Yeah, so he's able to get out, but now the question is, can they defend the turret? You can see that Graves is in the top lane. Smurf is going to continue to push bottom with the Sunfire Cape now completed, is a lot quicker, and it looks like they will finally just back away. Little thing, Miracle going for the good build. So if you go BF Sword into the Hurricane, you're able to pick up IE instead of having to go something like the Essence Reaver. I just think it does more mid-game damage. Really don't like Essence Reaver as an item all that much anymore. Really has kind of fallen out of favor.
Yeah, people just valuing the kill potential rather than that constant mana sustain here. And you can see why with recent results, people picking up that IE second just seem to deal out so much damage when those crits come on through. But
also means if there's a pure tank, someone like a Maokai, you can get that third item Last Whisper in there. You're not forced into a third item IE. You can also get some lifesteal, or, you know, maybe even look towards a QSS if you feel it is necessary. Of course, there's not all that much CC this game, but in certain games there are. So just gives you that flexibility in the build that the Essence Reaver first really didn't used to give you.
Looks like we're backing not to standard lanes, but standard in terms of lane opponents, but on opposite sides of the map here. Lecrit and Miracle up in that top. They were able to avoid a very big attempt on their lives here. Here comes the ultimate. Tussle making his way in, but there's Taric ult to answer. They are going to be invulnerable here, but Marin not going to find anything off that one. So trying to look for a catch with the curtain call, but the Taric ult negates it.
Yeah, it does negate it. But, you know, that's still a trade of an ulti. And, you know, Kira now looking top lane. I really like the way Marin and Dara has played this lane because, you know, we already said when you got double immobile against someone like a Taliyah, you do have to be careful. And you can see that they've really respected the pick. They've given up about a 16 CS advantage. But when they can, they are playing aggressive at the same time.
Oh, Marin just going to get straight stunned now. Dara hitting by the ulti. Hafka flash in. A nice double taunt coming in for Smurf. This is huge. Smurf picks up that one. He is Tussle now, but Stayhost making his way up. Now there's the wall just to make sure that Dara has no way of escaping. That's 5 members strong for Albus in the top lane.
And just as I say they're playing carefully, all of a sudden Marin, for no particular reason, runs back through the lane. He should have gone over the wall, Rogi. There was nothing he could do there. Means they will grab another structure in their advantage, as well as about an 1,000 gold lead, as it looks to be traded on the bottom side of the map from Paz, but he didn't have teleport. He couldn't follow.
That's exactly right. They are going to pick up the Rift Herald as well, and they try to answer with some damage in the mid lane, but Kira gets back there first, and that's just the wave control that Talia offers. There's really no way they can push her out here.
Yeah, exactly right. So in the end, it is going to be about 1,000 gold as all the dust settles. Kira will rotate. He'll pick up what looks to be the bottom wave. Actually, he's just going to leave it. Rift Herald for Mountain Drake, that's a pretty okay trade, especially given that Shen's not really going to be bullying the Maokai anytime soon. So Rampage at least have some answer, but a couple of needless kills really in the top lane.
Hawkshot just comes through to confirm their suspicions that Rampage are taking away that Mountain Drake. But now, once again, Rampage, they were looking quite strong, but they have fallen behind a little bit. It's very reminiscent of their series against the Sajon Jokers, where they would find these small advantages, but like you said, play a little bit careless with their lead, and it ends up costing them, because one team that you cannot play careless against is Albus Nox Luna.
Yeah, it certainly is, and you can see that all of a sudden in the mid lane, Kira's gone back. He's grabbed himself what is a complete Morellonomicon. He already had that QSS.
Yeah, up in this top. They're really trying to force this tower down. It is quite low, as we can see the health. Less than a quarter at the moment, but Kira...
One more time, it just opens up the roam. So Kira's going to be able to look to get up there. Wall surfing as a whole is just so much quicker than walking. So, you know, he's going to be able to make that work regardless.
That's the thing, right? You don't even need the ultimate to roam. If you're next to a wall, you get that massive increase on movement speed here, Tussle. Just going to be doing the Crab Baron spawning in about 10 seconds. We've seen it be a major point of contention for these wildcard teams all yesterday. And maybe not straight away, but they do normally use it as one of those strategies here.
Yeah, they certainly do, and you can see that top lane, they're still looking to force, although now maybe Stayhouse looking to get in and really impact Roki. Although Roki's going for him.
There's the Ghost. Does get his passive proc. Stayhouse going to be forced to quick draw himself to safety. Tussle not going to be able to land the spear, but Roki's been doing a great job of using this passive to keep himself safe. There's a curtain call up into the top.
Teleport going as well.
Liquid going to be slowed up, but he's not the target that they want to be hitting. Here comes Paz. The ultimate from Liquid immediately does not prevent the CC, but that also means that Shen can get the full channel of the shield. And here comes Kira in the fight. This is looking terrible for Rampage. They're being absolutely destroyed. Forced to flash over the wall. There's the Enchanted Crystal Arrow, followed by the Dazzle. Paz falls, Dara falls, and Albus get a massive lead.
Yeah, and Lecrit and Kira one more time. Lecrit with that nice ultimate, I mean, guarantees the Shen delivery system. Then Kira splits up the team fight, gets the perfect seismic shove. And, you know, Rampage, they looked good early game, but now it looks like Albus Nox Luna really starting to take over in this mid game.
Yeah, look at that. They're grouping up as 4 in the top lane. Seiho's in the mid, just going to be pushing that one up. And is anyone from Rampage going to be able to answer this one, trying to get some damage down? Not going to happen. The Voidling's the only one who are trying to defend this tower at the time. It is going to fall. So another structure down in favor of Albus.
Yeah, exactly right. All of a sudden, it's a 3,000 gold lead. So they're starting to build. A lot of that is the structures, but it looks like Rampage, as soon as they go to siege, just get caught out. You can see big gold advantages in the AD carry position specifically. It's about 1,500 gold just between the AD carries. Honestly, the gold lead is just the AD carry support combo right now. So we take another look at this. You know, Tahm Kench messed up his ultimate a little bit. The crit, he tanked 2 of the shots and dodged out of the spear, then got a really nice ultimate here just as Paz is going in. That probably should have been the call to disengage. Instead, they cut off 3 members. Roki can't do anything in this fight. I mean, Tussle's busy jumping the wall, and Paz does ultimately fall down from a great arrow.
It's constantly Rampage are the ones kind of pushing the fights into a Taric ulti time and time again. Liquid, he just pops that, and that should just kind of, to me, be cue to say, all right, that's Taric ulti down. We can just back on off, go for the fight again. But they always seem to overcommit. Shen comes in, they can't damage the shield, so Licrit's got basically double his normal health pool.
Yeah, exactly right. Well, I mean, it's kind of infinite for a little bit because it just doesn't go anywhere. But you can see that one more time, they're shoving this top wave into Miracle or Lecrit. They're pretty much just getting CS delivered to them at this stage. Really is an interesting position that Rampage are in because they want to be proactive, but there's just nowhere on the map to do it. Maybe they look for some global plays with the Tahm Kench themselves and, you know, try and gank out a Shen or something that's pushing in. But realistically, right now, they're just losing out big on farm and big on turret objectives.
Yeah, really impressed by this Albus Nox Luna squad as they seem to have covered all bases with their composition here. Every time that Rampage try to make a play, there's so many things that just go wrong time and time again. But Looking across at some of the builds here, you can see the Nidalee picked up the early Frostborn Gauntlet here.
Yeah.
Trying to use that one. There's the Weaver's Wall down in the mid. Couldn't actually catch off Roki. He was forced to ghost to safety, though.
Yeah, and, now they can start pushing in one more time. You can see Tahm Kench is going to ult to try and save this turret. Brings Meron with him.
Spear's not going to land.
No spears landing, really. And that's what this combo is all about. I mean, getting yourself that big poke damage out of Meron, out of Tussle, and then being able to siege out these turrets. But it's just not working because none of the pokes landing beforehand.
Yeah, they can't seem to find anything. And that's how they should be initiating these fights, because it seems when the curtain call comes down, it's only really being used for the slow effect. The damage is abysmal when the targets are on full health.
And, at the start of the game, that's actually one of the better ways to use curtain call, in my opinion, to just get the slowdown, be able to chase them down, get the guaranteed fight.
Sure.
Especially when you have someone like a Nidalee. I mean, she's going to have so much follow-up damage if the target is slowed. But Tussle just hasn't been able to get in there before the Taric ultimate comes down, so it's not really working out in his favor. Now, PvP Stayhouse is going to find him.
Tussle might be in trouble, is able to pounce over the wall to safety, heal himself back on up. 35 seconds to this next dragon, and it hasn't really been a point of contention for these teams, especially with the Cloud Drake being the next one up. Rampage kind of just taking it as a reactive play, a second thought, once Albus were able to get that Rift Herald in the top.
Yeah, but it looks like they do want to fight for this one. I mean, they've already rotated Paz into the top lane. He has teleport available, so it looks like, they're going to be bringing people towards it. Not an optimal back timing out of Tussle. Generally, you want it back when your support is in base. You saw before that, realistically, he was going for a Gromp steal when that was happening. So, 2 seconds, he's not going to be on the map. Although now Kira may be in trouble.
Can't seem to find a tag on the curtain call. Does get that one, but Roki's already decided against it. Goes back in, actually might be able to find their kill here. The snare not going to land, and it seems that the smoke screen's enough to deter him from going full aggression.
But Roki actually didn't go aggressive there. That was incredibly strange. I mean, looked like a huge miscommunication as Miracle dodges out on another arrow. Tussle, these need to start... Spear. These need to start hitting, my friend. Although Kira now with ultimate back available in base, I don't even know if they have time to do this dragon. See whether they're able to get it done.
I think they do here. They're going to try and burst it down immediately. Paz has already made his way down to that mid lane. Smurf has the ultimate available. They do get the dragon, but at what cost? The fight is going to start. There's the ulti onto Sejos, but the ultimate from Liquid is already down in the back pass. He's found Miracle. He's looking for this one. Tussle, he's in the fight onto the Graves, but gets bursted out immediately. Dara forced to use the Devour. Now Liquid doing what he can to keep himself alive. Not going to happen.
Here comes
now
Weaver's
Smurf,
wall.
He's in trouble. He's getting hurt, but Paz and Dara completely split off.
Meron.
A beautiful flash taunt from Smurf completely changes the tide of the battle. A double kill for Stayhouse.
Yeah, great flash taunt there out of Smurf. Stayhouse, the big beneficiary of that. You can see the team fighting prowess coming out already, but a good Weaver's Wall out of Kira. We said, he's going to be late, but can they really afford to start off that dragon? They trade pretty evenly, but the priority onto Lecrit. I mean, I understand that you want to take him out. He's a pretty good player, but time and time again, it was just Tussle trying to assassinate him. It wasn't really working for the team.
Yeah, Paz, he was doing all that he could in that backline on the tanky Maokai, but when the Weaver's War came in and split that fight, picture perfect for Albus, considering that they were the first to lose a member.
Yeah, and now I'm just confused because even though Miracle went with the Hurricane first, he still went with the Essence Reaver, so that's all right, but looks like he's going towards QSS as well as Last Whisper. That's why you generally would go IE, just because, Essence Reaver, you don't really want to have those things. But let's take another look at the fight. I mean, good initial ulti onto Stayhouse, but he's so tanky at this stage of the game. Paz, really 4 members on him, but Tussle just going aggressive there. I don't know whether it was worth it because, whilst Lecrit falls down, Tussle lost half of his health. And then 3 members caught on this side of the wall. Meron had both summoners available and didn't choose to flash over the Weaver's Wall. That's a huge mistake from the AD carry. So really, micro mistakes everywhere for Rampage in that team fight. I think Tussle's target prioritization was pretty poor. And then Meron just face tanking a Shen was an interesting decision. I think I'm going to call it and leave it at that.
And somehow Lecrit just being able to corral 3 members around him for the time being.
Well, that's what I said. They have this strange obsession with him because, you can run past a Taric. He's not all that disruptive at this stage of the game. I mean, he has a stun, but once that was out, you can just ignore the guy. instead. Focused him through the ulti and then into the end.
Oh, Curtain Call has been used this time onto Stehos. He is going to be able to quick draw himself to safety. The spear is doing less and less damage as more magic resistance comes through. And looking at that build, he's got himself the Phantom Dancer as well as a Hex Drinker here. So he's feeling good just about his survivability right now.
Yeah, he certainly is. I mean, he's that kind of bruiser build. He's going to go towards Black Cleaver as well. You can see that Tussel's still making the Nidalee work. I mean, he's still incredibly active around the map, one of the highest levels. Is farming up nice and good. But at the end of the day, as you said, not a heavy AP build. Once again, more of a bruise in Italy. Isn't really working out for them. Looks like they're now going to put some priority on the Baron.
See the pings going down. Remember that Albus, they are ahead about 4,000 gold at this stage. Rampage really struggling to get down some of these structures. So a lot of the gold is still static on the map that Rampage can pick up, but they have to respect the Baron threat.
Yeah, trust me, they're ahead. They're not that ahead, Rogi. So we'll see whether they do actually respect that. Stehos, quick draws out of the way. Maybe mid lane turret finally going to go down, but a good Weaver's Wall cuts them off.
Been using them to a very good effect. You can see constantly either it's to secure towers or defend own or split the fights. Kira seems to have mastered that ability and all its versatile uses.
Yeah, 100%. You know, he's sitting on the QSS, but apart from that, pretty even in the item build, honestly. Has really been the utility so far out of the Talia that's made it work. Roki is starting to come into his own, however. You know, he will be the burning face soon, and as soon as he gets that, goes towards something like a Void Staff, going to be pumping out a lot of damage in these team fights. So the scaling potential is definitely still there out of the Rampage lineup. They just need to stop making these little mistakes during the fights.
Well, that's the thing, right? They have the damage and the utility, but it's the target selection that seems to be the prominent issue for these guys, is they can't get that onto the right targets. And now with 2 QSS built for both the carriers, Kira and a Miracle, it's going to be even more difficult.
Yeah, it certainly is. But, you know, at the end of the day, we keep talking about this. Hex Drinkers had to be picked up by Stehos, as well as 2 QSSs just to deal with Roki, because otherwise he's going to one-shot someone. So all of a sudden, that gold lead that you do have, sure, it's useful, don't get me wrong, but the damage that's coming out of both teams is reasonably similar. They just need to go towards quicker Void Staffs, I feel. You know, I don't really like the fact that there's an Iceborne Gauntlet running around on an Italy. Really would have preferred, you know, a little bit of penetration coming out on something like an Abyssal Scepter. But, you know, you can see that there's one idea coming out of Tussle that's, I'm going to leap on your face, I'm going to be able to do lots of damage. And these guys will actually not kill each other. I actually think that, you know, they will live forever.
Just the concentrating, the magic sap, healing Paz, the just damage negation that Shen can do. He's starting to...
Yeah, he's
there's one clear victor this far. I doubt they're going to kill each other, but you can tell that Paz has to respect that. And with all this magic resistance that has been built, it kind of opens up Marin to be the true carry of this Rampage squad.
Well, that's the idea, right? Is now Paz getting caught off.
We can hear the Weaver's Wall coming down. Not going to find Marin. Does get stunned up as well as Dara. Luckily gets picked up immediately. The ulti going to come down, only stunning the
Kira in trouble.
The curtain call. Kira might be in trouble. His team just going to body block any of that potential incoming damage. And once again, Rampage can't seem to find their way into the fight. Roki frontlining here. Goes for the ulti down onto Lacrit. Immediately gets taken away. Good ulti from Lacrit. Going to be immortalizing 3 members of the team, but now they're in full retreat. Here comes Tussle. He is quite tanky. Paz, they've gone in once again on the crit, just flashing on top of this Tarek. They need to kill him. They finally do.
Miracle's caught up.
Still going. Miracle, he might be in trouble. Forced to sidestep back into the team. Where is the snare? Fancy Feet avoids that one, and the Kira zoning potential of those threaded volleys and the pebbles allow them to get to safety for now.
So in the end, they once again really overcommit onto the support, and the crit is just so damn tanky that no one else falls. And they might even be able to defend the turret. Looks like they're going to give it a crack. No, in the end, backing it away. So 2 turrets will fall down. Rampage back within a couple of thousand gold. Finally, the first really good fight coming out of this lineup.
Yeah, Rampage just forced that one time and time again. You think, all right, they've wasted their cooldowns, they've wasted the summoners, they're not going to keep going. Then all of a sudden, there comes Roki just flashing for the Malefic Visions on the Tarek to keep the fight going on. And I guess you got to give props to Kira. He did use some great zoning threaded volleys there to keep the entire enemy team slowed from really catching up there.
Yeah, he certainly did. In the end, however, that is going to be the Burning Face picked up there, of course, Leandri's Torment for the Malzahar. And I think that, you know, as far as damage output goes, Roku going to now skyrocket. So looking forward to seeing if Roki can really get around the rest of Summoner's Rift. Also means that Baron potentially on the cards because he does it so damn quickly now.
Look, those damage over time effects the Rylai's Crystal Scepter combined with the Malefic Visions and the Burning Face is just going to be so much for these guys to deal with. Tussle is able to take out that ward quick, smart here. But once again, Smurf just threatening this bot lane.
Yeah, it certainly is. So let's take another look at this. So in the end, Weaver's Wall gets interrupted. Merrin comes in, but is eaten up by Dara and actually taken bodily to safety this time. And, you know, right here, it looked like Kira was in trouble, but the whole team came back and body blocked, although Smurf now caught.
Yeah, forced a
We've
flash
seen
over the
this
wall.
once before. I think it was from the Chiefs, and it resulted in a Baron picked up.
Curtain call being used. No Baron pings just yet. Doesn't seem like they're in position. Paz doing a great job of locking him up, but he's so damn tanky. There's the Deadly Flourish, gets the snare, and Merrin trying to make his way on in. Already used the Ghost Blade for the movement speed. He is going to get the shutdown gold, though. Great stuff from Rampage.
Yeah, it certainly is, and you said it back best. You know, the fact that he had to go towards magic resistance means that this flat penetration build coming out of the Jhin is going to be able to chunk him out. Now Miracle steps on a trap, so his location is definitely known.
Not going to find the snare with the Deadly Flourish, though. Now it's a 4 versus 5. Shen does have the ultimate and teleport available, so it's just basically his death timer before he is really useful in this fight.
Yeah, it certainly is. You can see that Baron looks to be the priority at the moment. Kira still just surfing around.
And they really want to make sure that they deny all vision from either squad here. Just having to use those far side orbs, it's not optimal because it's really easy to deny the vision, but no one really wants to face check, especially when there's nothing. And it looks like the Baron has been started from Alba's teleport coming in from
That is
Smurf.
a brave call. All of a sudden, it's being responded to, and you do not want to group up against what is a Malzahar composition. It has been walled off.
Merrin completely out of the fight, can't find his way over the wall, and that's going to be the Baron to Albus, but can they make their way out? Looks like they want to fight. The taunt not going to land onto Tussle. He's quite a fast Nidalee. He's going to be able to get himself to safety.
Still not
Should
so
he
sure
choose,
about this
but
one.
Liquid using the ulti, only hitting Kira with it now. Paz trying to find the backline. Kira does have the flash available, should be able to get over the pit. Tussle, though, caught out, gets taken down immediately. Now it's Rampage who are on the back foot and have to run. The Rylai's Crystal Scepter doing work. The flash stun onto Roki. Dara able to devour him to safety. Stayhos, he's in the front line. Taunt comes on in on through onto Dara, but Paz keeps him safe for now. Oh no, Merrin gets bonked back into the fight. Now Paz in the firing lines. This is a huge victory for Albus.
Yeah, it certainly is. In the end, it is a 3 for 1, as well as a Baron being picked up. Spells going everywhere after the effect. However, in saying that, that was a really brave call. Great Weaver's Wall out of Kira one more time to deny any form of retaliation. Now they're going to look to push into the base.
Roki, he's got a lot of damage, but if he can get it down, that is the question. You can see the Shen is so tanky. They are able to get those initial shots in. There should be a free inhibitor with those Baron-empowered minions. No contest.
Yeah, it certainly looks to be the case. You know, Roki, he was trying to clear out waves as best as he could, was actually trying to continue the fight. But when your front line just falls that quickly, once again, got to question what Tussle was doing up there on the left-hand side of the screen. It was a very interesting call out of Rampage. You could see they wanted to fight, but they just couldn't execute.
That's the thing. They couldn't get anyone into position. And once again, you've got to give props to Kira's Weaver's Wall. They have been on point. But as the dust settles, 10 kills to 7. But the gold lead now, not that far ahead as what we're used to seeing. It's always been about 4,000, so about 5.5 at the moment.
But the important thing is that the base has been broken.
That's
so,
it.
you know, even though it is only a small lead, let's take another look at this. So Tussle, he runs up to the top, and they kind of disengage off him here. You know, they're turning around, but he sticks around, and he's still trying to continue the fight. But it's a 1v3. I mean, he's completely caught off from the rest of his team. There's a ward in that brush, arrows in the face, flashes in a straight line. Never flash in a straight line, guys.
No, it's just immediately taunted up afterwards now. Albus are going to start laying the siege down to this mid lane tower while Smurf has free reign of the bot. Stand United available once again. The wall comes down to kind of prevent the defense of this tower. Ultimate comes through to kind of block off the curtain call. Not going to happen though. Good damage down onto Miracle, but does have a sustained support to keep him topped up, and that just gives Smurf more than enough time to amass a massive legion of minions down on the bot.
Yeah, it certainly is. So he's going to be able to push that one through. Looks like they're still wanting to fight in this mid lane.
They need to do something because they have no answer for Smurf right now.
Yeah, exactly right. But mid lane, it's so low already, it's probably going to fall down. It looks like they're going to answer Smurf. Just leaves this turret to be absolutely destroyed. So, you know, bad decisions everywhere right now for the Rampage lineup.
Taunt comes through in onto Paz. Look at the damage that Stayhos himself is able to put out. A few auto attacks from Miracle in here. Kira, level 18 now.
That is such a big creep wave. 3 cannon creeps right now in the bottom lane. The push started at the tier 2 on the opposite side of the map, and it's falling.
No, it goes down with very handily, if I don't say so myself. Those cannon minions just doing work, and there's no way that they can deal with it. Good damage onto Smurf. Tussle looking to go in there, straight into the entire team. Forced to use the Zonias. There's a Taric ulti now. It's time for Albus to return the favor. Damage in onto Paz, but he's low on mana, so
Kira
can't really do too much.
silenced.
Kira, he's quite low. There's Paz in on the fight, denying all auto attacks though. Kira gets the kill. Stay host. He's in on it. Kira does go down, but Tussle soon to fall. Smurf doing a great job of frontlining for this team. Roki doing what he can to try and pick anyone up, but as much as a Malefic Visions burn, Taric can heal it all back up.
Yeah, he certainly can. Now Roki's in trouble. He still hasn't got his Void Staff, and you can see that they're just chasing him down. Great stun there. Smurf's going to pick it up. And in the end, this looks like it's going to be Albus Nox Luna's game.
Look, great stuff from Albus Nox Luna. You've got to give props to Rampage. They did a great job of keeping up throughout the entire game and often getting themselves ahead here and there. But in the end, it's Albus Luna Nox taking a very commanding victory after securing that Baron, securing the next few fights. Great stuff out of them.
Yeah, so Albus Nox, as you can see on your screen, a little bit more, questionable about that one. Never looked like it was really in doubt, but, you've got to give credit to Rampage because they certainly had an impressive early game one more time. And you can see Lecrit on your screen there, Kira, as well as Smurf. That gives them some things to think about because, once again, they got a very good draft. I think that the biggest thing for me was Stayhorse is still a good Graves player. His late game damage was really there. And the decision-making from Rampage was good, but the micro play, time and time again, they were just getting outperformed slightly in these little mini skirmishes and big team fights. And that's just about, not being able to perform the same level as what the CIS team can.
Look, and they looked very strong throughout the entire game, but like you said, it was these small mistakes that eventually the snowball rolled and turned into an avalanche, and by the end, there was really nothing they could do about it.
Yeah, exactly right. They had opportunities. The Dragon fight where, the 80 carry, Marin, didn't flash the wall. Both summoner spells available and he dies. But in saying that, they were able to pick up the first blood kill here. Roki doing a very good job of chasing Kira down.
Hits that silence at maximum range here, and you can see they were able to find slight opportunities here, but
this is the fight I'm talking about. So all of a sudden they go aggressive. So Paz on the back line, really chunking out Miracle. Tussle, Stayhos, like they've just got such split targeting. Everyone else is on Lecrit trying to kill him, and then a great Weaver's Wall comes through from Kira. In a second, right there, and Maron double summoner spell. You got to be able to flash that wall, mate. But instead, Smurf gets a great taunt flash, burns down 2 members, and from there, just means that they can't get any advantages. That should be a winning team fight. That should be rotation into the mid lane turret. Instead, not going to be the case. And then this is, of course, the big Baron fight where Tussle, kind of on his own, just gets destroyed.
It seems that he just wanted to keep the fight going, but in the end, they just had enough to burst him down without any way of rebuttal. Sayos flashes in, does get the stun, and you got to really commend the Taric pick here. It worked wonders for them throughout many stages of this game.
Lecrit's just such a good player, right?
Yeah.
So, really do have to compliment his champion pool. I think the Chiefs were right that you just can't ban this guy out. His Bard's definitely his best. Dealing with the Brand versus dealing with the Taric, both of them looked equally frustrating if we're going to be brutally honest. So, I think that this is something that, you take a look at and you think, maybe we have to hit someone else's champion pool because Lecrit's just pretty damn good.
Look, keep an eye on this guy because I want to see what else he can bring to the table throughout the tournament because hopefully someone's got an answer for this guy or else there's really no way that CIS are going to find any trouble.
No, I completely agree. He just pulls them out of the metaphorical, every now and again. And you can see Roki, he was trying to get it done, but he just didn't have a Void Staff, and everyone had stacked such heavy magic resistance because, Marin was never a real damage threat. But it just meant that, ANX in the end could just run over the top of them.
Well, that's the thing, right? Whenever the fight started, it was Rampage trying to look for a pick here, but you can't be a damage threat when you're doing no damage, and that's exactly what Lecrit was enabling them to have as a utility spell with the Taric.
Yeah, and, he had really good timing on the Taric ultis. Every now and again, you see a Taric and you're like, this looks horrible. It's just not working out at all. The ultimate just isn't coming through on time. But Lecrit, every single time, was able to absorb the majority of the upfront damage that was coming out of the team. Get the Shen in there time and time again. That was really crucial early game. I think that the CIS, they take great confidence out of this because Rampage looked good, but they just look better at every turn.
Look, and once again, the CIS, they come out extremely strong, but we're going to go to a short break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. podcast. I feel bad for you because you missed out on an absolutely epic game where Rampage, despite all odds, they showed up and they showed up strong.
Yeah, they certainly did. I mean, Rampage had a really good game there. However, in saying that, Elvis Nox Luna just looks way too good at the moment. So I think, credit to the Rampage lineup. They went with a very early game-centric jungler one more time. They kind of made it work. They got first blood still on the mid lane. That's what we said they needed to do. But really smart itemization, stacking the magic resist, making sure that it was on Merrin, who was on, the 4-shot AD carry to carry. Couldn't get it done. Shen was such a good pick because it meant they didn't have to really worry about those shots. So... overall, I just think that Albus and Oxluna, they're playing on another level right now. I mean, the Taric pick, awesome. I don't think I've ever seen... There you go. He's the MVP.
Yeah,
I don't think I've ever seen a Taric, played in a wildcard region to such a good effect right now as what Lecrit was able to pull out. So very impressed by the support in 2 games for the CIS squad.
Well, that's the thing. It looked like Rampage. They were asking a lot of questions, but every single time, Albus Luna Nox had every single answer, and you've got to give credit to Lecrit. His Taric pick was so influential throughout every pace of that game. It didn't matter when they tried to make a play. The ultimate would seem to seamlessly always be on cooldown and ready for them.
Yeah, exactly right. And, the ability to get Shen into the backline time and time again, either through the Graves or through the Taric, was incredibly important. They were making sure that he was on the 2 carries, disrupting as much as possible. He was eating a lot of those Jhin bullets. I go back to all the time. If you're a Jhin, you have the 4 shots before the reload. You don't want to waste any of them really on the Shen, just because he can turn on W at any point and really wreck the rest of your day. So I think that, if you're going to give a shout out to anyone else, it's probably going to be Smurf. He started off a couple of those fights incredibly well. Kira's walls were really on point. I mean, he just showed that Anivia, it's pretty much Tilly is pretty much a big Anivia. So,
it's a big Anivia. I love it.
Was able to get it done. It's on his R instead of his W, but it's the exact same theory. Split up the team fight, make sure that you're corralling them into corners and really saving those structures or pushing them off and getting good things done.
Look, that's a great point because he definitely has the mind for that type of thing, and you could see time and time again just completely disrupting the fights. And it was a little bit disappointing to see Merrin with 2 summoner spells up in a fight that could have gone either way, just not respecting the taunt flash from Smurf and finding himself dead there. But like you said, he was the only real one who could get through that magic resistance-heavy squad. The only target in his way was Shen.
Yeah, exactly right. And, it is always disappointing, but I think you have to give credit to the fact that ANX are just always, jabbing, putting this pressure on you. They're defending turrets on like 200 health.
Yeah.
That normally other teams would just give up and, make a cross-map play, but they were continually pushing Rampage. And when you have to play a game at that higher level over and over again, if you're not used to it, small cracks appear. So all of a sudden, maybe you get caught with your flash up one time. Top lane, maybe you take a fight that you shouldn't necessarily have. And, you think it's going to cost you 1 kill, but ultimately it cost you 3 because of the chase potential that was coming out of the lineup. I really think that Albus Nox Luna, they're forcing these mistakes out of the team. Teams aren't making mistakes just because they want to make mistakes. I mean, Rampage looked like they had the game in control, but, when you just continually get shoved, ANX were able to come up the better players.
It's definitely going to be interesting to see how teams come up with a strategy to deal with this Albus Nox Luna squad, because right now it just seems to have an answer to everything. No chinks in the armor. You mentioned as the game progresses, teams tend to make mistakes here, but I'd be hard-pressed to find them really doing anything wrong that game.
I think you don't target Lecrit. I think that if anyone has a strategy, it's going to be let his champion pull through. See if you can just pick a neutralizing bottom lane and target someone else. I mean, try and upset Smurf, get him off one of his comfortable champions. Maybe throw 3 bans at Kira and try and dominate the mid lane, or take it back to the unorthodox junglers. Because I think that making him play meta supports isn't really a tactic. I mean, getting rid of Bard Brand, whilst okay, is I just don't think it's going to work.
Look, and you got to give props to the winners. Of course, we do have Hingers standing by with the winners of that game. We're going to send it live to Brazil with Hingers.
Thanks, guys. I'm now joined by Kira, mid laner for Albus Nox, and congratulations on the win. 2 from 2, you got to be feeling pretty good now.
Yeah, it's a nice feeling. After this game, it's pretty nice feeling.
Yeah. But that game, obviously, the start of it didn't go entirely to plan for you guys. What happened? What went wrong?
It was hard, our jungler said that neither outperforming him in jungle, but I think we didn't realize our setup. We needed to use ult of Talia, ult of Shen to bot lane, but we didn't, and why did we pick this if we didn't use it?
Yeah. But you guys, at what point did you feel like you took control and could kind of go on to win the game?
We thought like if we take a Baron, it would be easy game. We took the Baron and it was not so hard. Yeah.
And finally, your next game is against Dark Passage. They're obviously a kind of a heavy-hitting favorite like you guys in this tournament. How do you feel going into that game?
Okay, because of they have two substitute, they are not so strong like they were. Like Caps did really great moves, plays. He won his team a lot of games, but now it's just a good game that can win us, and we can win them 50-50.
All right, cool. Well, thank you so much for your time, and it's back to you guys in the studio.
Thank you so much, Hingers. Great stuff as usual. And I love that. If we get the Baron, it's easy. And we got the Baron, and it was easy.
Yeah, and I think that this goes back to what the Chiefs said as well. Like, we picked the Maokai Talia, and they were like, we picked the Shen Talia. And the idea behind that comp is they've got Jin, they've got Tahm Kench, they're both immobile. Let's make a play bottom. And then they never do it. It's like, why the heck are we picking these champions if we aren't executing to our game plan? So I really like that Kira was able to identify that. I like that he identified that, the Nidalee is what really shut down their early game. As I said, I've actually spent a fair amount of time with Kira at IWCA. I think he's a really nice guy. Really switched on about League of Legends. So he's incredibly smart, incredibly potent. I'm looking to see, how far this ANX team can go because, as I said, after INTZ kind of collapsing, if they can beat Dark Passage, they just shoot to everyone's favorite right now. I mean, I don't know if there's anyone that can go with this team.
Oh, that's a great point. And Kira obviously showing a very deep understanding of the game. But we are going to move our way on to game number 2. It is going to be Chiefs versus Chaos Latin Gamers here. And both these teams hungry to pick up a win. Of course, Chaos, they had the unfortunate day 1 results, 2 losses to their name. Chiefs also unfortunate 1 loss to them. But so going up against each other, like we said, they're both hungry for a win. They're both going to be playing their best here.
Yeah, and KMV, they got INTZ first game, and then all of a sudden they have to play Dark Passage. That's a really rough day number 1. But then INTZ drop a game against Lion, so all of a sudden maybe they're a little bit more questioning about their performance. The Chiefs got smashed. I think that's the easiest way to say it. They're on your lineup right there. They look intimidating, but they shouldn't because they got absolutely demolished yesterday. So really interested to see if the boys from Osh can bounce back.
Well, of course, you got Swiper, Spook, Swiffer, Raze, and Ejim in that roster here. And like you said, I think the game started, went to get a coffee, took me about 4 minutes, came back, and it was down 4-1. I'm thinking, wait, what happened, guys? Can someone fill me up to speed? What happened
pretty
here?
much. I wish I had been going to get a coffee at that stage as well, Rogue. I tell you that. But, just one bad decision can cost you a game of League of Legends. And speaking to them, they know that. They know that that's not really how they want to play League of Legends, so I'm expecting a much better performance this time around.
And the Chiefs, we know what they're capable of, so we have a quick video segment for you guys to watch at home for the Chiefs.
We go overseas and people always underestimate us. But this time, we're here to win.
Unfortunately, guys, there are a little bit of technical difficulties there. We'll try and iron them out
I was about
smoothly.
to say, Ejim doesn't normally sound like that. He sounded a little bit robotic, but, hopefully we'll get that video up for you guys soon.
Look, it's just the jet lag, right?
Yeah, it's the jet lag. No, I don't think so. I don't think they actually have any. They've been there for a while. But as we keep going back to the Chiefs as an overall lineup, they expected better of themselves ultimately. But, now going up against KMV, Chaos Latin Gamers, a team that, they have experience against. They have played these guys before. They have beaten these guys before. You would think that this should be a whole different game for them. They should have reset overnight. So hoping that, Spook, Swiffer, their captain, shot caller, respectively, should be able to, get them back on the right page. And saying that, KMV, they're looking at this and they're like, we can win this game. I mean, they looked god-awful against Albus Nox. So if we're able to get a good early game together, like the CIS region was, there's no reason we can't pick one up.
Well, that's the thing. It's hard to look at the game from the Chiefs and think, what went wrong. It's very easy to see what went wrong. It just all fell apart at the start of the game. So obviously they had these strategies that they didn't get to implement throughout any stage because they were just too far behind. So surely they're going into this game thinking, all right, we can't let that happen again. They were forced onto the Maokai as well. It didn't really suit them.
But in saying that, they're actually happy with the call. They're unhappy with the execution.
Okay,
So they were like, that was a good fight to take. We had 3 people there when it was versus 2. Then we had 4 when it was versus 4. We picked up first blood off the back end of it. Our shot calling was, there's going to be an interview going up. Ejim's like, I'm calling Vladimir. All of a sudden, someone else is calling Brand. Like, we're just not listening to each other.
Sure.
So they're pretty annoyed about the execution, honestly, but, you know, overall happy with what fight they took because Spooks did have priority in the jungle. So I think that is a big thing to point out. There was an execution failure. They were happy to play that aggressively. So I'm actually the opposite. I want them to stay aggressive.
Okay.
I actually think that if they play a long game, that's where teams like Latin America are going to be able to beat you, KLG. If you get it to a late game team fight execution, you know, they have some pretty good players, you know, looking at Julio Stito, looking at their AD carry, the Fox. You can't allow this guy, you know, to get into the late game stage, especially on one of his Veins or Callista picks or something like that, and really take over, get those resets and, you know, run over the fight.
Well, the thing that stands out to me about this Callous Latin Gamers squad is they first pick the Nidalee, so straight up they want to say, we're invading, we're going aggressive. Then they get that Vladimir, and Plugo was constantly just flash ulting people at 70% health while sitting on a Kindle gem. So either he thinks Vlad's way more strong than he should be, or he's got a little bit of overconfidence issues here.
Yeah, Plugo looked out of sorts.
Yeah.
I definitely agree with that. I mean, Plugo, Element, they're probably the two members that you would think of shaky on the lineup right now. I think Julio Stito still had a good early game. I think the Fox is a very good AD carry player.
Yep.
Bear, of course, has been around for a while. So, if they're going to win these games, Plugo does need to step up. I agree with that. I think that a little bit of miscommunication on the Vladimir, you know, it does give extra damage, wanted to get in there and really mix it up for his team, but wasn't able to get it going. But in saying that, you know, Swiffer got soloed twice by Vladimir, so obviously he does do a fair amount of damage. He was playing the Talia, of course, in that matchup, so interested to see how KLG do in this, what their draft looks like. You know, you already mentioned the fact that Nidalee came out. As I said, the Fox has got a unique AD carry pool at the moment, so yeah, we'll see which direction they take this one.
Well, they also failed to ban the Nara away in the INTZ game, and that really ended up costing them. And we know that Swiper on this Nara has the potential to go off and solo carry an entire game. So if Callous Latin Gamers kind of want to rectify the mistakes they made in day number one, they're going to have to seriously evaluate priority on banning away or taking away this Gnar.
Yeah, Gnar's actually incredibly strong at the moment. I think that Yang showed that. Yang's a very good top laner, but Swiper also plays it relatively effectively for those that were familiar with the OPL finals matches there. So I think that, you know, definitely going to be a priority pick. It beats out a lot of the meta champions at the moment. You have to pretty much pick Echo into it, unless you're a great Yasuo player. So, you know, I think that there are ways that, you know, Chiefs can get a foothold into this game, but once again, a lot of it's going to come down to the pick ban because I don't think either of these teams is going to come in incredibly confident right now.
Well, that's the thing. It's very hard to, especially for Chaos after going 0-2 in the first day. That's not how you want it to start at all. But of course, we are going to have a quick look at the Chiefs roster here. Unfortunately, at the top there, 0 wins, 1 loss. It does hurt as a Chiefs fan myself. We got Swiper in the top, Spooks in the jungle, Swiffer in that mid lane, Raze and Aegium. Raze a new addition here, first time on the global stage. So hopefully the nerves aren't kicking in too much for him there.
No, well, he wasn't nervous at all. In fact, Aegium said it was a little bit of his nerves because he took off through the brush and then Raze got cut off, which is why he was very late to the last, to the first team fight, sorry. Raze still played pretty well on that Caitlyn. They had a shoving lane that wasn't a shoving lane all of a sudden, so they lost a lot of priority there. But, you know, we're having a look at the KLG lineup here. We'll see whether they're able to get another good pick ban phase.
Of course, you got Element in the top lane, Julio Stito in the jungle, Plugo rounding out that mid lane, and the Fox and Bear down in the bot. Of course, these guys unfortunately had two of the more difficult opponents in day number one, so it's understandable to feel kind of down and out after that. But like you said, they're going to be going into this game thinking we should win this, right?
Yeah, exactly right. So this is one of the games that I keep saying it, but for both teams, if you want to make a shot at the playoffs, you really have to win this game right now. I mean, they're pretty much sitters at this point. You saw the more unique draft there, the Kalista bottom lane, you know, the fact that they were running Kennen as well as Malzahar, that is so much AoE threat in an overall comp. And all it takes if you get a comp like that is one mistake from the enemy team and you get a very early ace into Baron because of the secure available both out of Malzahar as well as the Kalista. So I think that they had a good idea with their composition, very snowbally comp running game 2, much better than game 1 comp. I actually believe. But, you know, Karay from Dark Passage was able to get it done. You know, Raz was hooting and hollering somewhere in the background. But I think that they did a really good job of shutting down exactly what that comp needed to do. So we'll see whether this is something that they go back to one more time. Because I think the idea from KMV was definitely there.
No, I like that you mentioned that they had great ideas in what they wanted to achieve and how to achieve it. And they know the champions that they can get there with. It's kind of the same issue with the Chiefs, whereas poor execution, the right calls made, but failing to act on them efficiently.
Yeah, it really was, especially the Kennen engages. Like Kennen never really had a good team fight.
Yeah.
And that's pretty much why you pick the champion. He's kind of Rumble in that sense, right? But Rumble has at least lane priority at the moment because he pushes incredibly well. So I think that, they'll go back to that. They'll have a look at it. I think that, giving away Nara a couple of times is not a great idea. So we'll see whether they're able to get that one off the board and really get priority in the draft. Get some pushing lanes. Let Julio Cito have, once again, an aggressive jungler. Find Spooks, try and kill him. Because we know that Spooks really, even though he looked to fight in game 1, he's more of a tracking jungler, to be honest. He's not really that much of a fighting jungler, so we'll see whether that is something they look to take advantage of.
Look, and that's exactly right. So hopefully we can see them play something like maybe like the Gragas, maybe like the Rek'Sai, and really amplify those traits that he excels at.
Yeah, exactly right. We'll see. Pressure is on actually Swiffer on the Chiefs lineup. I really want to see whether he has elevated his gameplay overnight because the Talia looked pretty abysmal.
Yeah.
So, he is the big international player for the team. They always say it. He was a person that was rocking Twisted Fate last year, trying to carry them through to that world stage. So, Talia is historically one of his good champions. He's also got a very good Lissandra. He's got a good Vladimir. So, he plays all the meta stuff right now. He's pretty annoyed that Aurelion Sol is disabled because he was also practicing that one, of course. But interested to see whether, the captain of the Chiefs really does bounce back in this game because, Ejim, Swiffer, they need to go massive if, Spook, Swiper, and Raze, their role players, are going to do good things.
Well, that's the thing. We've seen what a good Talia can achieve with the likes of Kira. So, Swiffer, he's got high hopes to live up to now, especially because he's quite good at the champion. We've seen it time and time again, him being able to take over a game.
He picked it up before anyone really else had. I mean, he picked it up before the seismic shove changes. He was playing it, when threaded volley wasn't even the max first, when he was a max first. So, he actually does have really good experience on the champion. I agree. It was one of his most played, actually, during the regular split. He also plays Malzahar and Vlad as well, though. So, he doesn't have a narrow champion pool in that sense. But, the performance yesterday definitely was not indicative of what he is used to doing.
And it's strange you said Lissandra as well, one of his top champions. We haven't seen Lissandra at all throughout yesterday or today.
That's my biggest surprise of this tournament, as Swiper needs to wake up. I mean, that's not good. Big yawn on the camera. But yeah, that's my biggest surprise. I think that a lot of these games come down to pretty messy team fights, and Lissandra is a really good team fighter at the moment. A great mid-range mage that has repetitive CC and repetitive damage. So I think that, potentially is going to come out. Also a great teleport user. We haven't really seen... We've seen a couple of, all in on the bottom lanes, just 5 men, get everyone in there, especially out of INTZ. But, I expect that at some point it will start coming out.
Alrighty, guys, here we are jumping into the pick and ban phase for Chiefs, taking on KMV. Remember, both these guys hungry to pick up their first win of the International Wildcard Qualifiers here. Straight away, off the bat, we see the Gangplank being banned away, followed by that Tahm Kench.
Yeah, so Tahm Kench being taken away from Ejim, he would be having a chuckle because word on the street is, leading up to the OPL final, he thought he was crap on the character, so he put a heck of a lot of work in solo queue to make it work. He actually said it in one of the interviews after the day. Doesn't like playing disengaged supports, but gets one banned away from him.
Yeah, and wisely enough, they ban away that Nara. And of course, Chiefs getting away with the Vladimir. Swiffer maybe still has a little bit of memories of...
Yeah, having some flashbacks, PTSD, just get it off the board. Means that they're probably going to look to priority pick Talia again.
Sure. Actually banning it away themselves.
Wow, that's interesting.
Yeah. Wonder what the idea is behind that, but let's see what they can do with it. And KMV final ban, just waiting on that one to pop on through. Will be the Cassiopeia, so very mid lane focused, 2 top laners and a support here.
That's actually what we're used to seeing out of the Chiefs, and you can see a very
I think that's
big
what he wanted
grin.
to play.
Yeah, it was. So they definitely were looking at that. You can see Spooks is quite stumped as well. And Swiper's just staring at his mid laner.
Well, it's time for Lissandra. She's available, and
I don't know if it's first pickable, though.
Oh, definitely not first pickable, but what are they going to go with here? We've seen the Jhin be first picked a few times here, but they are going to go with the Tracker Rek'Sai for Spooks here. Let's see how KMV answer. We've seen Kalista in one of the games. It's not too crash hot, but... didn't really get a chance to shine.
All right, that's actually hilarious. Kalista, yeah, I agree. You're not great at the moment. There's a couple of different builds you can go. You can still rush Hurricane. You can go for something like a Yomu's Ghostblade. I don't like when you go Borg first, although we also still see that. So we'll see what the Fox wants to go with if he does pick up the Kalista. Late game, still incredibly potent, I think is the biggest thing. Highly mobile champion, able to bound around these team fights, get the Ren sets going, and really stack up a lot of damage. And great objective secure. So do like Callista still, but you're right, doesn't have that potent early game that we were used to seeing in the past.
It just seems like the champions with skill shots and the ability to harass without relying on their auto attacks are the ones shining through here, and there's no one who kind of does that better than Lucian. They've had to tone him back a few times just to deal with that, so they are going to be locking the Lucian away as well as the Braum, so with that double tap passive as well as the concussive blows, very potent bot lane here.
That is a potent bot lane, but that is also really brave because the Chiefs play double range support all the time.
Yeah.
So, you know, something like a Caitlyn and Karma is very high potential of coming out of the Chiefs bottom lane. I don't know whether you run Lucian into these lanes all that much because he does get punished.
We'll have to see what they go with here. We know that the Foxy has an interesting champion pool, to say the least here, so maybe likes to play against the grain, try to make his own things happen here, and see if Chiefs pick up that Jhin. Very popular AD carry throughout the tournament so far, and they do get the Shen as well. We saw what wonders a good Shen play can make in game number 1.
Yeah, certainly did, and the 2 big counter picks really off the table, so probably expecting a Maokai to come out of Elements, to be honest. Kennen, I guess, can have an okay time, but...
Echo's still open as well. But
yeah. Echo pushes Shen out,
yeah.
But doesn't really have the kill threat that you look for, and also Shen just stands up in the split push incredibly well as he gets 2 or 3 items. So, you know, you do have to get him there. You're correct. Echo has a better early game for sure.
But like you mentioned, just being able to prevent some of that oncoming damage, especially to execute on the passive with that W, is just such a valuable resource to have.
It's also, you deny the 3rd hit, right? So
yeah,
he throws out his Q, W comes up, you know, can't get anything out, can't get the speed boost, kind of caught in. So Trundle, that'll be interesting.
So they just want to go with the classic here, but another very auto-attack reliant character is that Trundle, but they will be able to negate kind of that tanky stats that Shen brings to the table with the Subjugate as well as the Gragas in the jungle, so kind of the 2 top-tier junglers shining through here, and that's what happens when it's very mid-lane focused bans.
Yeah, exactly right. And all of a sudden, you know, mid-lane going to be counter-picked here for the KMV lineup, unless, you know, they've got a sick Gragas mid-lane prepared. But that's interesting, because normally you run Trundle top against only solo tanks at the moment, because he doesn't really have, you know, the smoothest item build paths anymore.
Sure.
In saying that, I'm sure Element has been very practiced in a lane matchup. In the 1v1, should do completely fine. Swiffer historically was a huge Corki player. We've seen a little bit of Corki over in the LPL, where he goes Gunblade. It's fantastic. I like it a lot. As you can see, Coach Jish on the left of your screen. Wow, that would be interesting if he just goes back to Victor.
Look, it seems to be the safe pick here, and it looked like, judging by the reactions, that the Cassiopeia ban caught them off guard, maybe just a touch, but so going at the very safe pick, it is going to be the Victor, kind of slots into any composition, lane control, damage, you name it, he's got it, but also the Bard pick up for the support, so you mentioned they love to run that double range into stuff like the Braum.
Yeah, and you know, plays anything with the Chroma, does Mr. Ejim, you know, red pants running around Summoner's Rift on the Bard, so we'll see whether he's able to get it going. It is an okay lane so far because, you know, Jhin Bard, whilst they put out damage, their day can be ruined by that Unbreakable. It stops the Bard Q coming through and also nullifies Meep Slap, quite available. I know you're a big Bard player.
I do love my Bard.
It's not one of my favorite lanes actually to play into as Bard against the
No, it straight up
Braum.
sucks.
Yeah, so we'll see how it goes down. Still should have some range harass there, still not much kill pressure. And it's a Vel'Koz!
Oh, I don't know what to say to that one. I was just expecting something standard, but they're going to go with the Vel'Koz here, so both these champions all about that evolution.
All right, so
oh my lord.
Vel'Koz is really interesting. Kobe somewhere, right? Kobe is celebrating because he was expecting this a lot at MSI.
Okay.
And it never came out, you know. Long range, fantastic burst damage, also huge ultimate. Like, cannot, I guess, stress how much damage that ultimate really does do. But positioning, incredibly important. You know, going to have to make sure that he's got terrain between himself and the Shen as he runs at him. As we actually have a look at the 2-star players, we think it's going to be Raze heading up against Plugo.
So Raze, his second debut on the world stage here, and already going to be having the focus on him this game. He is going to be on that Jhin, so one of the premier AD carries at the moment. Of course, Plugo, how can you not put this guy here when he's playing that Vel'Koz? And Vel'Koz did see a few quality of life changes with that mid-season mage update. Does have, if he can discover, I think it's called, the enemy champion, the ultimate just does straight true damage.
Yeah. So it's an interesting change. His ultimate does a lot of damage, as I said. But in saying that, once again, he's going to have to, avoid Ejim because he's going to be quite in the same way that Jhin does it. As soon as he goes into ultimate, Ejim's just going to hurl a Bard ulti at him. So there are ways to definitely nullify that pick. But I like the confidence.
Look, we're jumping into game number 2 of day number 2 of the International Wildcard Qualifiers, and we have a Vel'Koz picked for Plugo on KMV. Interesting, exciting, and potentially awesome.
Yeah, I really am looking forward to this because, as I said, this is now a must-win game for KMV. They got 2 of the harder opponents. So, if you assume that first is CIS right now, second is Dark Passage, third is INTZ, there's no reason that they can't jump into that 4th place spot if they start beating teams like Rampage, like the Chiefs. So really keen to see them get it ramped up here because I want to see the LAS region starting to regain some of that pride.
Good denial of vision early on by the Chiefs, but again, the Vel'Koz, it's got to be taking them by the surprise here. I wonder how many times Swiffer has played the Victor into Vel'Koz match. And Vel'Koz, he used to have the indicator on the range of his Q. Doesn't have that anymore. So it's essentially your judgment of the range of that ability. And if you haven't played against it, it could potentially just completely catch you off guard.
Yeah, it certainly can. It's also definitely not Vel'Koz running around in the mid lane, as we actually get the Keystone Masteries this time. Thunderlord's coming out of Bard, so potential huge meep slaps. As well as Deathfire Touch. We saw a little bit of Thunderlord's Jhin running around. Deathfire Touch seems to have regained for the late game potency.
And so we'll be seeing standard starts here as well. Thunderlord's being taken on Plugo, so he wants to get the maximum amount of damage possible from that Vel'Koz burst potential. Looks like the bot lane, though, of KMV not going to be starting one of their camps here, just maybe going for a little bit of early damage in the bush, but not going to happen as...
They actually pulled the lane, so unless a couple of creeps die, they're in a little bit of trouble here. All in level 1, not going to be successful. And now they're just down in experience in a pretty big way.
No, Race just straight knew that was coming. Sidesteps it without even a second's notice. Should be hitting that level 2 quite soon.
They actually gave it over to Ejim. So Ejim hit the level 2.
Well, he does get the XP bonus from picking up the meep, so naturally he does hit level 2 quite early. So may just be that, coupled with the experience.
Also, if they think they're going to get early harass, he can actually just take the healing shrines and start stacking them up behind and get a good early push going on. Jin's push at level 2 doesn't honestly get all that much better, so it makes sense if you want to stay healthy. You see, once again, the population difference between Oceania and the rest of the regions. Although this time, I think that, people should rally behind KMV because if they are going to pick up the win, as we said, it is going to be this one.
Look, and they're already down 2-0, so you've got to be feeling bad for them. But look at Ejim going for the very aggressive meep slap. He does get the Thunderlord's Ignite as well. One more Q Ignite might do it, but he may have bitten off more than he can chew. Spook's already on his way to save him. Bear just going to get the stun down, but here comes the Fox over the wall. The Ignite
Another
comes
early
down.
fight.
He might be in trouble. Has to flash. Swift has made his way over as well. Fox, own level 2 Spooks with the red, is able to keep them at bay. But that's a flash down for Ejim, Ignite down for Bear.
Yeah, it certainly is. And once again, another early fight out of the Chiefs. And it doesn't 100% go their way, but they keep Bear level 1. Fox maybe looking to dash in there. You could see that he kind of wanted it. And a huge creep wave building here for the Chiefs. They had the right idea one more time, but once again, just pretty bad execution, to be honest.
Unfortunately, doesn't cost them too much, but this might as Ejim goes over the wall, but here comes Raze. He's met with the force of 1,000 bards. Bear, he can get the stun off. Not going to happen, though, Ejim.
Julio Cito and Bear lived on nothing. Oof. And all of a sudden, they need to be so careful because a dive can come out here from the Chiefs. Teleports are available. Spooks has been spotted, but he has also cut the wave. Doesn't look like they want it.
A very aggressive magical journey coming out from this Chiefs roster here. Spooks is able to tunnel himself to safety, but great stuff from both these lineups already. Of course, KMV avoiding total disaster and Chiefs being very proactive already.
Yeah, especially in that bottom lane. And we said, they have to be proactive. They need to really look to punish early because that's when they play their best League of Legends. You don't change your style when you go international. if anything, you should, really double down on it and embrace it. Swiffer has done a great job of shoving Plugo out of mid lane. 29 to 14 CS, but the same can be said about top lane as Element's doing a great job of keeping Swiper down.
It's going to be difficult for Plugo to kind of get in on here. Doesn't really have the same wave clear potential that Swiffer has until he's got a few points in that W. Then he can start taking them out. But a lot of the early damage from Vel'Koz does come from that 3 proc passive. So unless he's able to get that, the trades are going to be very one-sided.
Yeah, certainly are. And you can see that it's about 14 CSs. He'll be able to pick up this wave at least, shove it in nice and hard. And it is going to be straight. Actually, no, it's not an upgrade. It's ring. That's 1,000 gold. It's been changed. I hate Victor changes. So it's 1250 now.
Yeah.
So, of course, not going to be able to pick that one up. Julio Cito doing a good job of continuing to farm up. Looking
Wolf
at
Spirit.
the blue buff.
Does spot him out. Spooks was quite low, so can't contest that one, but not going to get anything.
Ray's in
going to get
trouble.
stunned up here. He might have to burn that heal. Forced to use it very, very low. Ejim trying to body block here, but this KMV bot lane, they can turn it on and they go full aggression.
Yeah, they certainly do. And now they want to stick around in the bottom lane, but I don't know if that's a good call because we've already seen the aggression that can come out of the Braum Lucian. Looks like that's what's going to happen.
Does have a few of the healing shrines here for Raze to pick up, but with no heal and the Fox still sitting on double Summoner's Bear, he's got that Ignite back up. The kill pressure is there, but they are just going to back off out of this one. They don't have vision
so
on
Swiper
Spooks.
hit level 6 as well. That's the big thing. So even if they can pillar him out of the ult, the shield would probably be enough to save him at this stage. So I actually like the call out of KMV, punish them on the CS, although it's actually started to reverse quite heavily the other way. And, try and stay aggressive.
Really got to respect that stand, United, especially this early on in the game. And as you mentioned, probably be beneficial for Swiper to get cancelled out of that one because he doesn't end up missing the CS and Raze survives.
Yeah, exactly right. So we'll see whether this bottom lane continues to go now in the Chiefs' favour, although Raze still doesn't have summoner spells, or whether, Julio Cito can make a visit down there.
Junglers just going to spot each other out.
Like ships in the night, run into each other.
Takes away the Scuttle Crab for Julio, though, so he's going to be feeling good about that one. And Chiefs are off to an early lead in terms of gold. A great stun. Can they follow it up with some damage? No, someone spelled burnt for the Fox, though, so should have just been able to walk his way out of that one. I'm sure the Braum shield was enough to keep Chiefs at bay.
Yeah, just a little bit of a stand behind Braum. Cheekily coming in there. Plugo is level 6, so Swiffer now has to really respect the burst damage that can come out. And as you said, that wave clear starting to ramp up. Love me some Vel'Koz as well.
Stun comes through, hits the wall. There's the snare from Deadly Flourish. Bear doesn't even have to use the shield here, but takes a lot of damage for his troubles. Raze back up to full health, but as you mentioned, no summoner spells available. Is going to channel the recall now. Going in for a little steal, not going to find it.
Actually really cheeky there from Plugo. That's a great move moving over. If the W had have had slightly more range, would have actually been able to pick that one up. But was not to be. As you can see, wave clear now for days coming out of Vel'Koz. So he's catching back up in the CS. And that's a bad news story if there ever was one for the Chiefs. Because as I said, if he gets a full combo down across the team, they're just going to pop.
Yeah, they really have to save the Tempered Fate for any time that Plugo throws down that Disintegration Ray. But even still, by then, it's already dished out a couple hundred damage, and that could be the difference between life or death. Ejim using a Chime to hit that level 6, going in and going to try and return the favor on that attempted blue steal here.
Yeah, it certainly is. They're actually going to pull this one out. We'll see if Ejim sticks around and gets some damage down on it. They do like to invade together, the Chiefs Esports Club. You can see they're actually probably going to be able to pick this one up, although Julio Cito running over is going to be a little bit too late.
The Wolf Spirit,
gives it over to the Bard as well.
Very cool stuff, and he's playing Rek'Sai. Doesn't really need that. The cooldown reduction not too important, so now Ejim, he's going to be able to get a complete farm of healing shrines up and throw out Qs whenever he sees fit. Element take an unfortunate trade, but there is never an unfortunate trade when you have Subjugate up on Trundle.
Yeah, exactly right. He's just going to continue to use it. Oh, Big engage.
This is looking bad. Agent forced to flash. A great ultimate. Hits 2 members. That's going to mean the ulti channels from Swiper, but they burst him straight through. Now Raze might be in trouble. A great explosive cast back into the fight. Here comes Spooks. Gets a double knock-up. It might not be enough as Julio Cinto picks up that one. Now
Spooks in trouble.
He's been stunned up. He's walking on the slow. Is able to get to safety with the flash, but a disaster in the bot lane.
Yeah, it's a disaster everywhere, in fact, because all of a sudden Swiffer had to burn Ghost, and Swiper is without flash because he got all in as soon as he's ultied. So really great play out of the KMV lineup, taking it now to the Chiefs.
Look, great initiative here. Julio, he was able to just waltz on down through the river, and just like that, there's the culling straight onto Ejim, and no amount of blue buffs, even an on-point Tempered Fate can save you at that stage.
Yeah, exactly right. They just didn't have the summoner spells to escape, and one more time, the Fox hasn't even used his. Kill goes over to the Braum. Kill goes also over to Julio Cito. So really nicely played there out of KMV. And one more time, you just have to question, like, what's the Chiefs' early game currently looking like? Because right now, it doesn't look like they have many answers.
Yeah, they're really just trying to keep this CS advantage in on the mid lane, but Plugo, he's having no trouble. He fell behind, but he's staying consistent now. He's not getting further behind. He's gone for the little bit of that magic resistance, so no real kill threat out of Swiffer just yet. So Chiefs...
Teleport going into the top lane, actually. So Element not wanting to match the teleport advantage. In fact, looks like he might want to kill Swiper.
He's going to back off out of that one. Looks like we just see a little bit of jungle shenanigans here out of Spooks and Julio. Dragon is only an Ocean Drake, so not one of the combat-focused ones, so won't be too intensive here. Snare comes through on Bear, but it is just going to be Agent Wayland down on him. Magical Journey gets him to safety. He's on top of a ward, though.
One more time, Element's just really dueling with Swiper up here in the top lane. You can see that it's even in CS, but that summoner spell advantage is going to be there. Swift has finally picked up his first augmentation, but we've already said, you know, this mid lane not getting any easier for him. Plugo just staying very relevant in the CS.
Element does have the Tiamat now, so should have no trouble matching the Barmy Cinder wave clear that Swiper has. Spooks hasn't really made an attempt to go for any ganks yet. Tried to save his bot lane, ended up having to burn a flash of his own, but like you said, he's a tracker, and right now, keeping eye on Stulio. Is it enough? Plugo just backs on out of that one.
Yeah, Julio doesn't actually have his smite, so wants to walk it into the brush. Nicely done there. Huge double stun.
Do you see that Bear with the freeze frame? Looking excellent here, but Raze, can he get it? Ejim actually picks up that one. Now Fox, he might be in trouble. One more attack should do the burn. Coming from the Deathfire's touch, Raze with no flash available. Ooh, forces a flash out of the Fox.
Really nicely done out of the Chiefs bottom lane. Unfortunately, it is going to be Ejim picking it up. Now Julio Cito, he's found on a ward.
Oh, great body slam to get himself to safety. Swiffer doesn't have the Chaos Storm available, so it was going to be just a little bit of harass here. But finally, Chiefs on the board. Gold lead in their favor.
Yeah, it certainly is. And it looks like they want to turn towards a Dragon, although I think that is a pretty risky call right now. Julio Cito is still in the area, as well as Braum collapsing. They might be able to pick it up, but it's about how much priority they lose on mid lane as well as AD carry now.
But that's just one of the benefits of having Bard. He has abilities that no one else in the game can match. Magical Journey gets them all to safety. I was questioning whether it would be off cooldown, as he did use it to get out of that bot lane, but Ejim knows that champion
look at this,
very,
mid lane
very well.
shove coming in really hard. Bottom lane shove coming in hard. So you pick up a Dragon, but what do you lose in response? Looks like the response is at least going to be there for mid lane, but a huge creep wave bottom lane crashing in. And in fact, they're going for a red buff invade, blue buff invade.
Yeah, they really want to take this away from Swiffer. He's already low on mana, but look who's there. It's Ejim fighting for the blue buff. Might try to steal that one away. Gets the stun onto Julio.
Might just kill him.
It. Yeah, he's doing a lot of damage. Has the ignite. Tempered Fate not available just yet. Force the explosive cast, though.
Really surprised that a Shen ulti and a Magical Journey wasn't taken there, because that was definitely a kill available for Ejim. But in the end, just going to run back into his forest. You see Julio Cito giving his head a little bit of a scratch. I do that every now and again when I'm playing Bard. How did he do that much damage?
That's it, right? Looks like Spooks is going to get spotted out by the pink. Not going to check the brush, though. Just going to be taking away the Grump. Looks like he may have found it now. Julio back up in the top. But blue buff still map to map coming through. They do know it's being taken, but no one going to be reacting to that one. They want to get down and defend this tower. It's down below half health now. Raze with that fourth shot now doing extra damage to the towers. Starting to chunk it.
Yeah, so doing a better job here are the Chiefs. Spooks is still on the bottom side of the map, and they are going to force them off.
Tempered Fate comes on in through the submarine, comes on. Bear gets stunned up. They might got their attention sent onto the Fox. He's got no escape from this one. There's a curtain call onto Bear. A few more attacks should do it. Raze, he's found his mark, but his name is Julio. The shot comes through, gets blocked out by the Fat Man. So Bear gets to live another day, but this is a huge push.
They're going to keep going. He misses the taunt. That's sloppy from Sliper, so Julio Cito will live.
Ooh. Is going to get himself to safety for now, but look at the pressure that the Chiefs are exerting right now. 2 turrets for the price of 1. Can they get it, though? They might have to get themselves out of here.
Dead.
And, the snipe from the tower picks up that one. Julio gets the kill. They lose the top tower in trade. So unfortunately, not being able to get out that second turret.
So twice in as many minutes, the Chiefs with sloppy play. Not going to be able to punish. Plugo in the mid lane in a little bit of trouble. Doesn't have his flash available, and Swiffer has his full combo. However, you know, they should have had a tier 2 there.
Yeah.
That should have been a 2-for-1 trade. Ejim should not have died. They've accelerated the Gragas one more time, and they can't afford to keep making these mistakes.
Well, they get themselves a first tower gold in that bot lane, so they are ahead by a few hundred here and there. They do have that dragon as well.
As well as a huge CS lead in the mid lane. I mean, that's where the majority of it is sitting right now. It is matched in top lane, but you have to say, well, that's cheeky out of Bear. That's a tilt-off. You have to say that that's being matched quite nicely by Element in the top lane with this Trundle, who now, with a couple of items, is really going to start getting rolling.
Looks like we will be seeing the duo down up in the mid lane now. Julio making his way through, finds out a ward in a very peculiar spot, but it was a good ward from Chiefs while it lasted. Ejim does spot out that pink ward, but doesn't want to stick around to take it out.
I also think that this is a really risky rotation out of the Chiefs. I mean, they've kept their Joy Lane bot.
Okay.
Which, you know, without a turret behind a Jhin really is hard to stay in. I think they should send Shen towards that side of the map. Dragon was taken, of course. Swap them top lane, see if you can punish what is an armorless Element for now.
That's a great point.
However, looks like they're pretty persistent in sticking this one out.
Swiper's finished his Sunfire Cape now, so we'll have a lot more control of the wave should he choose to. But of course, Element, it's a lot of armor he can sap should he need to. Spooks, he's going to find Julio, does get the double knock up onto Bear. Bear trying to block a lot of that damage. Gravity Field goes down, cuts off the rest of the team. Tempered Fate, not finding anyone, but there's a disintegration rate. A great stun from Ejim, disrupts all the damage. Spooks gets the kill onto Bear. A very aggressive magical journey. Second guessing it is even Ejim.
I don't even know if it was a stun. I think that Swiffer's ultimate still cancels channels.
No, it was a Bard stun.
Was it Bard stun?
Yeah. If we see a replay, you might be right, but I'm pretty sure I saw the lingering...
Oh, no, he definitely got stunned, but I think the initial cancel came out because of the Swiffer ultimate. And, you know, it used to be a silence, and a lot of the silences in the game used to have now been just changed to stop channels. Castle and Q, for example. But looks like they're sticking around again for another turret. Don't want to overstay one more time.
Unfortunately, missed out on a potential kill there with the curtain call, but Ejim, his Qs have been on point, constantly getting those stuns up against the wall, and now Chiefs in the driver's seat for now. They've got themselves about 1,000 and some gold lead here, trying to get this tower, but the defense coming out of KMV is there, but that leaves Swiper a little bit of alone time with this tower. Tower's still relatively high health and Element. Has level 2 boots, so he shouldn't be too slow at getting around the map.
But the bottom lane turret fell down. So the big news story here is that's where that gold lead came from, was the fact that, you know, even though the Chiefs weren't able to get the mid lane turret, did miss out on a kill as well. Bottom lane turret did fall. So let's have another look at it. Huge amount of burst damage coming out. And ult comes out. It was a stun. So stun straight away.
And then the Chaos Storm
came on top. So you were right. Good spot there. I saw that he got stunned.
A lot of Bard.
Yeah.
Play a lot of Bard.
Bard's great.
But no, and Swiffer, he had that perfectly placed gravity field that meant that no one could help out Bear. He was just in a really bad position with no way of getting himself out of it.
And they started that fight, KMV. I mean, they were fighting over vision. So in the end, that is going to come back and bite them quite hard. I get my morning coffee delivery from Mr. Sifa, so I'm happy.
And the real MVP here. Looks like Dragon spawning in about 10 seconds, though. So it's the Chiefs now with a little bit of confidence and a little bit of an advantage can choose to fight over this one and take some more. Will be the Infernal Drake as well, so high priority from both teams.
Yeah, actually huge priority for the Chiefs in particular. The reason I say that is that a lot of what Lucian builds is flat penetration now into some attack speed and then some armor pen. You know, same thing going to be coming out for Plugo, I assume. Whereas the Chiefs have two huge AP and AD dealers, although mid lane turret now under fire.
Oh, so is the rest of the Chiefs. Spooks, look at the damage. Forced to flash, even though the magical journey was there. But Swiper, he's over the wall. Bear is able to jump to a friendly Swiper. Swiffer gets the damage out. One more proc, not going to matter. The heal comes through now. Element in the front line. Does still have the subjugate available. The snare comes through. There's the taunt. There's the curtain call looking for the damage. Element, he might have enough to keep himself safe. But Bear now in the front line. Huge damage. Can he burn the Deathfire's touch? Not going to matter as Swiffer picks it up with the Death Ray.
Yeah, so Swiffer able to dive in and grab that kill. I'm just going to stop talking about Dragons because action everywhere right now. Looks like they might look to rotate into it. The initial point was Jin and Victor, more AD AP than what Lucian Velkoz's going to have. But let's just forget about it. Let's keep going with this one. KMV still staying aggressive in this mid lane. Want to force him off the Dragon.
Yeah, Swiffer does have a blue buff now, picking that one up, so he's got a lot of mana to help control this wave. Raze popping the Ghost Blade, just trying to get the raw damage on his W to maybe pick someone up. Not going to find it.
Yeah, I was looking for Julio Cito there, actually. Did not find him at all. So that's the jungler sent back. Chiefs going to reset. I like the call because ultimately right now they should be stronger. Their mid lane is a monster, Rogi. That means that they can just farm out the side waves and look to fight over the Dragon. Take another one of those winning team fights. They can match. They actually have teleport advantage over Element, in fact. So one more time, Swiper just needs to be able to repel this Trundle, who is getting massive at the same time. That is definitely KMV's win condition right now. Continue to ride Element, who is a very big boy at the moment.
Well, Plugo finally finishes his first item. It is going to be the Morella Nomicon here, so it does have a little bit more damage than the last times we've seen him, and the damage he was outputting was insane, but Chiefs, they have a very good strategy when it comes to taking the Dragon all in at the magical journey to safety, even under a ward. So they've got themselves the Ocean, they've got themselves the Infernal, and they've got themselves a great position on the map right now.
Yeah, water, fire, unfortunately, they do mix together in this game. It's confusing. Just trust us on that. So a lot of health regen, a lot of raw damage going to be added to the Jhin. And you can see Raze in a pretty good position at this stage of the game. Even though we had a rough early game, I mean, credit to the Fox and Bear.
Yeah.
They turned it on in what is a difficult lane to pull off. I mean, we see it like, and this is a compliment if there ever is one, we see it a lot when Mata Uzi play things like Lucian Braum, that if you don't get your all-ins right, you actually get shoved out of lane quite hard, but they generally do. And the Fox and Bear really did get their all-ins right at the start of the game. I mean, they were able to pick up that huge double kill in the bottom lane. And you feel that if one of those had gone over to the Fox, it would have been even better for them.
Magical journey them to safety now as Bear once again frontlining. He's kind of been caught on the wrong side of the fights, but there's no other place for Braum to be at that stage. It's just he's just not tanky enough, and Plugo didn't have the damage to back it up, putting up the wall to try and help defend his minions so the tower can go down, but great death ray coming out of Swiffer keeps him safe for now.
It's not even that, it's just where he places a gravity field. So all of a sudden you can't stand there and block the minions. You have to get away because a couple of times Bear's actually been stunned up. And the last thing you want is to be stunned there. All of a sudden they one-shot the minion waves around you, you're taking aggro. So Bear doing the right thing, but Swiffer just winning out the mind game at the moment. As we said, he's our big international player from Oceania. And you can see that putting on what is pretty much a 50 CS hole at the moment. Looks like he's returning a little bit to form.
Tempered Fate not going to land. The stun does though onto the minion, followed up with the Deadly Flourish. There's the subjugate onto Ejim. Here comes a curtain call. He gets himself to safety, but Bear, actually the bearer of bad news, takes the stun, but now Ejim might be in trouble. He can't go back through a magical journey. It's a one-way trip, mate. Can't get the channel off in time for Swiper to get in. Spooks is there, but Bear gets the safety and Element.
Oh, no, the snipe.
The Prey Seeker seeks his prey. But after that Element, he gets out alive.
Yeah, he certainly does. And all of a sudden in the mid lane, they're diving Swiffer.
Oh, he's doing a great job of holding it off. Looks like they just want the tower more than anything. But there's the explosive cast. Back in the fight. Disintegration Ray turns him to dust.
Yeah, and Julio Cito just lived. So all over the map, the Chiefs are just getting pipped at the post. Because Swiper, too late on the ultimate. Ejim gets blown up. 2 members live. Swiffer stays around. Julio Cito picks him up. All of a sudden, he only lives on a slither of health. They get the turret at the same time. Top lane turret repelled. Back within 1,000 gold right now for KMV. Although Julio Cito is in a little bit of trouble.
Look, he's low. Forces the flash, but guess who's going to meet him there? It's either Spooks or it's either Swiper. He's donezo.
Yeah, that's why I don't think you flash Julio Cito. But
you just die.
You know, you just die there. He actually, like, once again, a 1-for-1 trade, but they got the turret. That's still a net bonus. Yeah. If you keep the summoner spell, you're relatively happy with that. Now all of a sudden they have mid lane priority, try and knock this one down. But still got to really take your hat off to KMV because twice now against good teams, you know, INTZ as well as the Chiefs, having a very good early stage of the game.
And it all comes down to just Plugo. He's falling further and further behind, but he's on a champion that just has so much raw damage.
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
He's kind of feigning his way through this. He's like, yeah, I've got one item, but I'm still outputting damage. I'm still strong, guys. You got to respect me. And he's doing a great job of it recently as well.
Yeah, well, you saw it. I mean, he pretty much 100-0 Swiffer.
Yeah.
Like, with the help of Gragas, it did not matter the fact that he didn't have items. So, definitely as the game progresses and magic resistance is picked up by other members. I mean, if Raze goes towards a Hex Drinker now, if ultimately something like an Abyssal Scepter comes out of Swiffer, and of course, you're going to have all that magic resistance everywhere else on the Chiefs map, it'll start to matter more. But for right now, the fact that he's a little bit behind, the base damage, he's like Brand in this regard. Like, the base damage in his kit is ludicrous.
Oh, Spooks might be in trouble. Julio just body slamming him back into it. Gets him to the other side, though. There's a Tempered Fate. Not going to land on anyone, but now Chiefs are answering. Look at the damage coming down. Swiffer forced to respect that one. Spooks as well. Gets tagged by the Bromku. Here comes the Shen ultimate just in time. Bear gets the taunt. He's going to go down eventually. Spooks picks that one up, and Chiefs answer, but it's only the support again.
Yeah, but see where they go from here, because all of a sudden it is going to be the Trundle pushing in on that bottom lane turret.
Yeah.
So they're going to be able to pick up an objective. It is only a 1-0 with a turret potentially going in favor of KMV. So one more time, even though they lose out on the trade, they pick up the overall gold advantage, and Element is still getting massive.
Yeah, Chiefs, they really need to get this tower, and they need to get it fast, but Julio and Fox are going to try and defend it. That's a big minion wave, though. Do Chiefs want to commit to this one? Spooks is there. Ray's trying to look for the snare. Not going to find it. It's enough, these two members, to hold off the Horde.
Yeah, creep wave was massive, but still good enough wave clear. And you can see there's not really much Swiper can do anymore against Element. That's trading without Subjugate on, so Element's got a whole lot more of where that comes from.
Look, I see them hitting each other, Spawn, but health bars aren't moving.
Yeah,
Finally,
and all of a sudden, Swiffer has headed down, so Element does the right thing, backs away there. That's a good heads-up call.
He has to respect that now that Swiffer has that Rylai's. The constant slow coming in might be enough for Swiper to just lock him down with the taunt after that. And
and you can see Swiffer's kind of had enough of the games. He's just going towards Death Cap as his third item. Nothing too fancy coming out here. I disagree with the item in the most passionate way. Should be probably going towards a Void Staff or an Abyssal, just because there is some magic resistance coming up, and we've already seen how much damage he takes. But in saying that, if he gets to a 4-item spike on this rate, he's going to be pumping it out.
Well, I feel like that's one of the advantages that Plugo has. You mentioned eventually as the game scales, they're going to have to buy magic resistance, but if he can get the passive proc before the ulti, that's just straight true damage. He doesn't even have to worry about it.
Yeah, 100% agree with that one. Is certainly a very strong ultimate. Jhin in the top lane still, so it's going to be KMV starting up this dragon. Chiefs look like they want to trade a turret for it, although they're still respecting because Element and Plugo haven't headed there just yet.
Swiper's split from the team, but does have the ultimate and teleport available. Looks like they just want to, like you said, trade for this one. It is only the Cloud Drake, so not the highest on the priority list when it comes to Dragon. They will rather the gold for it. Raze picks it up quite easy and starts to push on to the next one.
And you can see that Raze is just going to continue to shove incredibly hard. Inside track obtained for the Chiefs. If they want to go here, KMV, they're going to have to rotate through the jungle, and that is so dangerous against a Bard Rek'Sai. Raze still putting in massive work into this turret. There's no response really in sight.
Oh, great stun coming out of Egypt. Spooks forced to tunnel his way to safety. Bear just frontlining. Ray should get this tower for free, and he does. A lot of help from that fourth passive proc as well as the red buff, and Julio scratching his head after that one, thinking, where did it all go wrong?
Yeah, exactly right. So really good priority play out of the Chiefs. They grabbed themselves a 3,000 gold lead off the back end of it. Once again, there's still no response to this Trundle, who's just getting bigger and bigger as the game goes on. But at the end of the day, if the Chiefs can just dance around the map, not really ever fight 5v5, use Swiffer's wave clear as well as some really heads-up priority in the side lanes, they should just be able to continue to push in advantages.
Swiffer's got himself the Guardian Angel now, so he's going to be even more of a nuisance to deal with, especially when coming in from the side of the fight. Plugo has picked up that Hourglass, as well as still sitting on a little bit of a magic resistance, so not turning that into an Abyssal Scepter anytime soon. I
really hope that Element's going for a GA and not going for a Dead Man's Plate. The only reason I say that is you really need late game Aranduin's Omen against Raze, because it just nullifies a lot of the damage that he brings to the table. It's going to be much more efficient against Jhin than what a Dead Man's Plate is going to be. I understand the theory of being able to run him down at top speed, but ultimately it just doesn't work that way. He runs quicker than you still.
Look, Spooks and Egypt doing a great job saying attached at the hips here, defending all of their vision around this Baron. Good scan coming out, and once again, the range of barges proving to be such a valuable asset when de-warding.
Yeah, 100%. And look, they're still not playing perfect League of Legends here, the Chief. But, you know, this is much tidier than what yesterday was for the lineup. They have great vision control over this side of the map. Swipe has disappeared into Fog of War one more time. And they're looking for the play.
Oh, once again, Bear's being caught out here. The stun comes through for Spooks. Can they get it off to the side? That Magical Journey not going to do too much. Spooks does get the knock up, but Julio knocks him back the wrong way. Bear, he's still alive. Element in the backline with the teleport. Egypt, he can't get through to get the stuns down. Raze, he's still got that a Blade of Dark Thug going. Trying to get the damage out. Julio does eventually get taken down. Great flash taunt coming out. Elements, he's able to keep himself alive. Fox now in the firing line is going to have to be body blocked here. Plugo already used the ultimate and to not much effect. Chiefs find one.
Yeah, he actually opened up on Ejim there, Plugo. And, you know, the rest of the team just was unaffected by it. All of a sudden, looking for this turret here. Element in a little bit of trouble.
They're trying their best to get it. Ejim's quite low. Swiffer does get bunched back in, but the Chaos Storm forces a flash out of Plugo, and that's a Chiefs tower.
Yeah, 100% is Chiefs all of a sudden playing with much more priority around the map. Pretty sloppy target selection out of KMV. I think they had that one. Yeah. Plugo was in the Raptor pit, completely uncontested, but he opened up on the Bard. I think if he opens up on the main team, everyone just burns down, but he had to swing it the whole pretty much 180 to get it done. The Fox also was nowhere to be seen at the start of that fight, was pretty much zoned away from everyone. So, you know, the Chiefs, they get one team fight in their favor. It's now a 5,000 gold lead. All the outers knocked down. How do they play around this Baron buff? How do they get the rest of the game going? Because KMV, they're still scaling up.
That's exactly right. They're getting advantages here and there. And you mentioned that the Trundle is such a big force to be reckoned with, but it didn't really feel like that, and he went for that Dead Man's Plate rather than the Randuins or the Guardian Angel. So, like you said, not having that late-game threat that he may have with better item selection, especially when Jhin, the crits are going to be huge. You need some way to negate that.
Yeah, and Atlas and I have this conversation all the time, you know. Running quicker does not equal making someone run slower. Having a Randuin so everyone else can catch Jhin is so much more important than Element being able to stick to him, because Jhin at this stage of the game, especially as soon as he gets his Zeal item, actually trucks it out of fights. Like, if he gets that crit, he takes off. Yeah, he's a pretty quick limper for some reason. So really do think that might have been an oversight, as now the Chiefs are actually starting up the Baron. Ejim going to play goalie for a little bit.
Great CC onto Julio.
6,000 health.
It's not too low. They do have the Shen teleport and the ultimate available. They might not have to back on out of this one.
Yeah, that's a good call. I mean, Element's already committed down here. He doesn't have the teleport available. They know that. Swiper's not the quickest pusher in the game, but he's going to get it done eventually, and they have wave clear over here. So now there's two calls out of Element. We either send back Element, as I was saying, which they do, and all of a sudden Chiefs have the ad information now, or we just, you know, continue to wave clear and push up the lanes. They can just go back to Baron right now.
Yeah, teleport is still a ways away from being completed by Element. This could be the opportunity that Chiefs are looking for to take this Baron. 8,000 health left.
Yeah, so now he has to chase Swiper, because if he doesn't chase Swiper, he can just get a free TP onto someone like Ejim. Ejim can go over the wall. Steady's just going to Spooks. They're going to commit to the Baron buff.
Spooks makes his way on in. That means Element isn't going to be a part of this fight. Here comes Julio over the wall.
Oh my God!
The Disintegration Ray gets the steal onto the Baron, but it might not matter. The Magical Journey gets Ejim into the fight as well as the tunnel. That's a double kill for Spooks. So Plugo, great heads up play, but they end up losing 2 for it. Not just yet. Race flashes on in, does get the recall. Denial. Now Ejim opens up a Magical Journey that should give Spooks the chance to get in on the fight. Ghost being popped here, and I don't know if he's long for this world, Spawn.
Yeah, he looks like he's just going to be chased down. So it will be 3 Baron buffs denied, and they give it on over to Raze. They've killed a 4th member. In the end, what could have been an absolute disaster off a heads-up play out of Plugo now looks like it's going to be in Chiefs' favor. But the important thing, if you were going to give a Baron buff to one member, it would be Element, because he is the split-pushing threat, and he's the one that still has it.
It's falling apart at the seams, it seems, for Chaos Latin Gaming. They're not able to find much off that Baron, but you mentioned it's still an Element, so they still have a little bit of pressure. You've got to look at the saving graces here. It is going to allow Chiefs to take away pretty much the rest of the map. They get themselves a second Ocean Drake, so a lot of mana, a lot of health regen coming through. Swiffer tops up on his blue buffs, and as the dust settles, still about a 5,000 to 6,000 gold lead for the Chiefs.
Yeah, but still, you know, now Element, he's going for a Blade of the Ruined King. This is a really aggressive build. Let's take another look at that. So, barrel goes off. It landed on 30 health. Spook still has his smite available. I mean, there was definitely a window for the jungler to pick it up there. I mean, it's of course always really rough to say, landed on 30 health, you should have been able to pick that one up. But at the end of the day, that's kind of his job. So, still a missed smite. 5-0 on 5. The jungler from Oceania is having a very good performance, but that was a dropped catch, if you will.
Speaking of a dropped catch, Swiffer, he might be in trouble. Does avoid it with the extra movement speed from Ghost. There's a Tempered Fate not going to land. Stand United as well. Great double stun. Interrupts the cull. And that's a massive double kill coming out from the Chiefs. They're looking unstoppable in this fight. Swiffer does fall in the end, but here comes Raze. Jin opens up with the curtain call. Huge amount of damage. Just completely destroys the Brom. Now, once again, Element surrounded by the graves of his teammates. Forced to watch as the Chiefs run it down mid.
But he still has the Baron buff, and it's a huge creep wave bottom. He's going to get the turret. Actually, looks like he's going to recall because he wants to try and be able to deny it. I think that's the wrong call. I think you just tank up the Shen at that stage.
There's no way he's stopping this.
There's no way he stops the inhibitor falling down. Maybe they would have pushed through for the game, and that's what he's worried about. But I think he can at least get the trade there, Element. Instead, goes back to base, makes a safe call. Definitely respect it. He's a big trundle still. I mean, he's about 800 gold off a Bork. Yeah. He's going to be able to kill some people if his team ever lines up, but Swiffer was huge in that fight. I mean, he just deleted 2 members.
Look, it all went perfectly, as we're just going to see here.
Yeah, so they overcommit onto him. He puts on the blue suede shoes, dances around a little bit, avoids everything. And then it's really this stun right here. Lines them up, connects 2 members, flash comes through, and look at the damage in the end.
Picturesque.
Swiffer, I mean, that's the easy part, right? If all the CC comes out, you're the mage, you just one-shot them. I guess that's a little bit unfair to say Swiffer comes through, but good heads-up start of the play from Egypt. Swiffer being able to dance out of a lot of the damage, and the Chiefs looking very good at this stage.
Look, you got to give props, I guess, to Egypt's Bard. He's been so brave, constantly in the face of death there. A Culling and a Vel'Koz. No laughing matter, but gets the clutch stun off, and that's not the first time he's done it as well. Got it in that other fight when the Disintegration Ray came down, but as we are 36 minutes in the game, the next dragon will be the Elder.
Element needs to be careful. They stop it.
He's going to be in trouble.
Probably dead.
Duskblade going to be proccing soon. Avoids the stun, but there's the curtain call. Has to flash himself to safety.
Still a big cooldown use there for Element. Gets chunked out. Doesn't burn the subjugate at least, which is good. Gives them still some team fighting prowess. He's going to have to go toe-to-toe with Swiper, who once again has actually done a really good job of staying relevant in this game. It would have been easy to be pushed out, especially with the build that Element's gone. It's a very 1v1 centric build. Yeah. But Swiper gone pure tank and has been able to match.
Look, he may have fell behind in the lane, but his ultimates have been on point, constantly kind of covering any of the mistakes that Chiefs were making in that early game, which allowed them to get this far in Raze. He's so damn strong. Look at all that armor pen that he's got to his name, as well as the rapid fire cannon. So he's able to get that massive shot off straight away, follow it up with the deadly flourish. His accuracy has been on point all game.
Yeah, it certainly has. On the other side of the map, I mean, you're really looking at Plugo. Level 16, has picked up a Void Staff. If anyone's going to really turn around a team fight right now, it's probably going to be Plugo. Tanks are battling on the bottom lane, trying to stop that engage coming out of Swiper, who does successfully disengage, as you can see in the bottom left. Chiefs still trying to siege. Looks like they're just trying to stay up for 2 minutes. The reason that you do this is it denies vision. You know that they haven't been there for 2 minutes. You know that there's no wards there. It allows you to collapse safely back to Baron whilst keeping pockets of vision, and then really collapse on a team. Because the Chiefs know that they can't do Baron. The steal potential is just way too high unless they catch out Plugo, unless they catch out Julio Stito. So I like the call here, disappear into Fog of War as Baron's spawning, and see if you can get a pick. Looks to be the answer.
Both are massive objectives, spawning within 10 seconds of one another. It's going to be the Elder Dragon and Baron Nashor here. So, Chiefs, we know which one they want to go for, but like you mentioned, the Plugo steal potential is such a real threat that now they've given the Julio time to clear out some of these wards.
But he still hasn't come far enough, right?
Yeah.
So still a minute, but you can see that Egypt dancing around. They're looking for a pick. Bear can't get within range of the Baron pit. So there's still these Fog of War pockets that the Chiefs can really start setting up their vision in. And it takes you multiple times as a support. You have to burn the Sightstone, go back to base, use it again to really start advancing these wards. And you can see Bear wants in, but there's just absolutely nothing he can do, because if there is a Jhin, if there is a Victor in any of these Fog of War pockets, he's just dead.
That's exactly right. Now we have Swiper back in the bot lane. Going to be doing a great job of just keeping elements in check because this Trundle is huge and he's only on 1-0-1, so he hasn't had any time to utilize his advantage in any way that he wants to, and that's all props to Swiper, just constantly corralling him around the map, forcing him to answer the call, then making a few of his own when he teleports in.
Yeah, and you know, at the end of the day right now, if Swiper gets a shield and stopped and denies elements coming into the team fight, I actually think that they win more than if Swiper joins, because unless Plugo gets the biggest ultimate, there's just not enough damage to really take out the rest of the Chiefs lineup. Whereas if the Trundle makes it in, gets a good subjugate down and just runs at Raze, I think a lot of the damage disappears.
We'll have to see what Chiefs go for here. The Baron has
Going
spawned.
for the two-man Baron.
Dragon live as well. Ejim just running point here, making sure that Julio can't get in. Swiffer hits him with the Death Ray. Baron down to 6,000 health. Remember, that's only 2 members taking it.
They took the teleport, however, all of a sudden the Chiefs just back away. They don't have to do anything here.
And Swiper's, Swiper's still just pushing up that bot lane. Spooks,
They
he
going
may have
for
been
the
a little bit
fight.
of trouble. Raze flashes perfectly. Now Spooks does have the Guardian Angel available. Swiper's gonna come on in, get the taunt bear. He's still alive, still body blocking from his team. Spooks back up, and now Fox is in the wrong side of the map, but that's a shutdown coming through from the Trundle. He's doing such great work. A nice double stun.
Ray's
from
got the
Swiper.
Fox.
He got him in the back. He's gonna get another one. Does proc the GA now. Elements. He's running away. Disintegration Ray doing absolutely nothing. Raze is huge. He's running. He's so fast with those crits. Does he have the flash? Tries to go for the far side, but he's just waiting for the side, but he gets it across the wall. But it's not over yet as Chiefs are barreling down, looking for someone. Swiper flashes in, but the Chaos Storm proc's gonna be enough. And Chiefs with a resounding team fight, looking maybe to take the game here, Spawn.
Yeah, looking to take the game. There's still 20 seconds on the Fox, who got sniped on the back end. You can see Element. That's the one death in the game, but it's going to be enough. The Chiefs actually just maybe looking to push up the top lane turret as well. The respawn's going to be here in time.
Yep.
Maybe they're going to have to go one more time.
One more time around the Baron dance for the Chiefs, maybe, but they're going to have this time 2 inhibitors rather than 1 to help them put on that pressure. And gold at 11,000 advantage for the Chiefs right now. Only 3 towers down, so they still have so many structural advantages they can fall back to should anything go poorly. But no teleport on the Trundle. And Spooks, he can just straight ult back to the tunnel.
Yeah, exactly right. So they started it up again. This time it looks like they're just going to be able to burn it down.
No issues.
Yeah, they're just too far away. You really do have to one more time compliment KMV, taking INTZ to 35 minutes, Chiefs 41 minutes, and they're still fighting, Rogi. I mean, all it takes is one team fight, and you're going to be able to push this one to 6 items. I mean, Element's already there. He's picked up a GA. Julio Cito right behind him. And the Fox is about to join the party as well.
They're going to try and get this Elder. They only have 1 dragon to their name, so the amplification of the statistics won't be too much. Tempered Fate available, and Egypt can stall this for as long as he wants.
This is more of a denial pick away from the Chiefs. 4,000, they do stop it, and they got the bear as well.
He's going to block out that Sun. 4,000 health left on the Elder Dragon out. Set it side onto the Chiefs. They should just be able to burst this one down if they choose. Element finally has that Guardian Angel up in the front. Spooks doesn't have his this time around. Should be a free Elder. Gets taken. There's the Disintegration Ray. Not finding anyone. Curtain Call comes through looking for the pick potential. But Bear blocking it all up. Element going to be trying to frontline. He does get stunned up. Knocked up by Spooks. Stunned up by Egypt. Now Raze. Look at the damage. It doesn't matter how strong you are on Trundle. When your AD carry has that much armor pen, he's just going to get bopped back up to the sky.
Oh,
Comes back to
flash
health on full health. He's going to get taken down, though, and Chiefs, with no frontline available to KMV, they might be, their backs against the wall. Their time might be running out here, Spawn.
Yeah, it certainly looks to be the case. Raze is on the Nexus turrets. Swiper picks up another kill, and it looks like the Chiefs are going to win their first game.
An excellent performance by them. It was looking kind of shaky, but once they had a sizable advantage, they were able to run away with it and just play phenomenally. You got to give props, especially to Raze. The damage coming out of that Jhin was incredible. And there we have it, ladies and gentlemen. Chiefs 1-1 win their first game of the IWCQ.
Yeah, they made it look a little bit more difficult than we maybe expected. KMV certainly have come to this IWCQ to play. You can see Spooks giving his back a little bit of a scratch. Swiffer, he didn't get the Cassiopeia. Still was able to turn it on the Victor against what was a surprise Vel'Koz, I think it's fair to say.
Yeah, definitely.
But Plugo had a couple of nice ultis opening up. Really was just the fact that they didn't fall behind early. They still played with priority around the map, got the CS leads that we're used to seeing them get, and able to pick up the first win. But really do want to give a shout out to KMV there. The Chaos Lightning game is certainly looking improved from the last time we saw them at IWCT. really have stepped up as an organization. Excited to see what the rest of their IWCQ looks like. Of course, we're only game 2 done in day 2. There is still so much League of Legends to come.
Such an action-packed tournament, and you can see why the surprise Velcos coming out of Plugo and didn't do too much for them towards a later stage of the game, but kept them competitive throughout it.
Yeah, it certainly did, and I think this is where it went wrong, because you can see that he gets the Bard ult out. All of a sudden, he's tagging everyone up, and he's in the middle of the Raptor pit. I think that right here, if he just, after that, if he just opens up on the rest of the Chiefs lineup, I think that it actually goes a little bit better for them. Instead, he opened up on Egypt and wasn't able to grab it. This is where the Chiefs actually turned the game on its head and really started to excel. But, you know, it's just the instant decision. Does he have flash? Does he not have flash? Didn't really get the cooldown. I think I can kill him, but in the end, Egypt flashes away. And Raze here, you know, they went hard at him. They flash body slam in the end. Tried to ult him back in, but he was able to flash away nice and early. Spooks with the GA was able to stay alive. Swiper gets into the fight, but it's really about the Jhin ulti, because the Fox flashes up. Raze sees it, knows that he's undefended, and just gets the snipe there. So if Bear had have taken it, he would have died as well. But the Fox gets taken out, and the Chiefs win the team fight.
Look, Ray's accuracy this entire series long was impressive. He gets this one onto the Gragas as well, if I recall correctly.
Yeah, he
he's just
does.
waiting there, and boom, takes him out.
Yeah, W comes up, able to pick it up. Swiffer just continues to chase people out. We talked about the repetitive damage that comes out of the Victor once he gets his items. Of course, they're a little bit more expensive. This is the last team fight. And, you know, they once again open up on Ejim. Ray's able to put down so much damage that unfortunately Element fails the flash that probably would have taken him to safety.
Yeah.
And it means that the rest of the team just have to fight a losing battle in the base.
And he comes back to health, comes back to life with so much health. The Guardian Angel as well as the Subjugate ticking through that death stasis allows him to, yeah, like you said, if he'd hit that flash, would have had enough HP to get away.
So much to just run away. He just would have booked it out of there. Once again, with a really greedy solo split pushing build. But I respect it because they had a win condition of I'm the only person ahead. I need to be able to isolate the 1v1. Credit to the Chiefs for not allowing him to play towards that. But you definitely understood what Element was going for in his build. Wanted to be able to take out Swiper and just continue to push out turrets. The Chiefs just too good at manipulating the minion waves.
Well, they did a great job of it all game long, and I still think the Velcos pick was very interesting. Unfortunately, it didn't come through for them in the end. I feel like you said, he didn't go for any of that magic penetration, and he wasn't able to get off those procs of the passive. And I like like you said, he should have altered the entire team because it also slows as well as does damage.
Yeah, it certainly does. And, you know, I like the Velcos pick. I think that he justified it. He got down 30 CS, but he stayed there the whole time. So I think that was niche. Moreover, however, I like the fact that Chiefs went back to comfort. Victor, Bard, these are a lot of champions that they've played for a very long time. And you could see that they were just much more confident in that.
Look, that's exactly right. And we got Hingers standing by with our very own Chiefs, taking their first win. Over to you, Hingers.
Now by Spooks, jungler for the Chiefs. Congratulations on the win. But it's a messy win, right? It was not as clean as you might have wanted.
Yeah, it felt like we got a pretty solid draft. We got, you know, the picks we wanted. We wanted to have a proactive bot side this game. It was a little bit messy in the mid and late game, and we didn't close like as cleanly as we wanted, but a win's a win. So
yeah, so it's got to feel good to get a win on the board. At the same time, though, a lot of times during that game, your opposition was getting away with really low health bars. Is that kind of an execution thing or a shot calling thing? Like, what's going on there?
I guess, yeah, our setups were a bit sloppy, so we didn't have, you know, everyone there when we were making a proactive play, which meant obviously we didn't have the extra damage to clean people up. So yeah, it was a bit of a macro thing, I guess.
Yeah, sure. All right, well, moving on though, you've got a second game to play today. You're going to be facing off against Sajon Jokers later on. How do you feel about that matchup going into it?
Sajon Jokers are an interesting team. They're so aggressive. They have like 5 just insanely aggressive players, like 5 E-gyms basically. So, you know, I'm looking forward to it, and if we don't crumble under their pressure early, I think we'll be able to win it.
Awesome. Well, thanks so much for chatting to us. Congrats again on the win, and it's back to you guys in the studio.
Thank you so much, Hingers. And it must be nice for Spooks to see a friendly face around Sao Paulo.
Yeah, I think that's nice as well. I can't believe he just called Sajon Jokers 5 E-gyms. For those that don't know, they call E-gym a head rammer because he just runs at you over and over again until you die. So I actually think that he's kind of on the money there. Rampage beat Sajon Jokers because they were able to absorb a lot of that pressure early, trade evenly with them. We kept saying it, you know, it was this back and forward tug of war. And then they kind of just wore them out. I mean, if you keep engaging on someone and it's not working, you can start getting desperate. And that's where Rampage kind of picked up the victory yesterday. In saying that, it takes an incredible team to withstand that many attacks. Because as we said, you know, when good teams keep coming at you, that you start making mistakes, and all it takes is one ace into a Baron and the game's unrecoverable. So certainly hope that the Chiefs have done their research in that regard, because I think that Sajon Jokers, you know, we had these flowcharts for them, like just keep running at them, kill them, tier 1 turrets down, kill them, tier 1 turrets down, go Baron. Like that's all that they really play towards. It really is a fight style League of Legends, and I think that it's going to be quite successful. Like that's the honest truth about it, is that they do it better than most teams.
Well, that's the thing about the Chiefs. They had that aggressive early start that was kind of teetering on the edge of being abysmal, but they were able to salvage it and turn it into that late game team fighting composition that we saw. But like Spook said, they wanted to have a proactive bot lane, and they really made it shine through this time around.
Yeah. In the later game, they did. They had a much better setup with their bottom lane, like much more CC and, you know, ability to start fights. But they still got 2v2 killed. I mean, Julio Cito came down there. You know, the Shen ulti wasn't there. You know, Spooks wasn't there in time, and they did both die. So even though they got a proactive bottom lane, there's still holes in their play.
Look, guys, after an excellent game number 2, we are going to go to a quick break, but when we come back for game number 3.
The crazy whirlwinds blows us from the corners of my mind. Been long since last touched for the first time. Thought I was crazy until I reached out and saw your hand there waiting for mine. Like the stars had all aligned. And I breathe your aura, cannot leave your aura. You have me. You don't have to try it, it's just like a magnet. You have me like gravity. Feel your energy when our eyes touch, so familiar deep inside, like you were already mine. Surreal to me, how you make me feel wild and calm at the same time. Never felt so alive. Thought I was crazy until I reached out and saw your hand there waiting for mine. Like the stars had all aligned. I lay beside today, tonight. Your vibe, desire, our eyes on fire. And I breathe your aura, cannot leave your aura. You have me like gravity. You don't have to try it, it's just like a magnet. You have me like gravity. You have me like gravity. You have me like gravity. You just like it's like it's just like a magnet.
welcome back to day 2 of the International Wildcard Qualifier. My name is Sifa. I'm being joined by Raz. So we're going to be breaking down the next 2 games for you. Of course, an interesting game right before that. Chaos Latin Gamers still struggling to find a win, but good to see the Chiefs pick up a win and a relatively confident performance coming in.
Yeah, exactly. And so far, Chaos Latin Gamers, they've faced 3 teams coming in on their second day, and it seems like Dark Passage have been the one doing the best against the team. Chiefs kind of a struggling point, but of course it was going to be a longer game based on the compositions.
Absolutely. But looking, of course, at their upcoming opponent, Dark Passage versus Lion Gaming. Now, for many people, Lion looked a bit like an underdog yesterday coming in against their match versus INTZ, but absolutely putting on a clinic, a masterful performance. So what a lot of people may have thought was going to be a one-sided matchup is starting to look a lot more even.
Yeah, and it really just comes down to that confidence coming out of the Lion Gaming's roster. They picked the good lanes for them, and on top of that, the Echo was really a big point for them. Echo mid coming out of Sia, really showing that Talia has some problems against quite a few matchups.
Yeah, exposing some of those vulnerabilities, which I think is going to be so key as we move forward, as Talia has remained one of those top-tier picks, although some teams have been struggling to use her overall. Now, looking, of course, at Dark Passage, focusing in on this team first, they've got a relatively strong lineup, but we have a lot of questions about the team. We haven't seen them challenged quite yet, and additionally, still a young roster relatively when we look at the changes, the consistent changes to their lineup coming into both into playoffs and now into an international wildcard qualifier.
Exactly. Rogu is a fairly recent addition to this roster. He came into the playoffs for this team, and initially they had unit back, so it feels like now that a big question is whether they can play together, especially now going up against Lion Gaming, a team that sure they have their new players, but they have a core 3-man lineup. And of course, if we're talking about like hard random, some of these teams, like the Chiefs especially, they've been together for a very long time. So with Dark Passage, a team that they have quite a few roster changes, and on top of that couldn't really even keep in jerseys and caps based on age restrictions, so CosQ and Kire will be their replacements. Really, how well they work together, synergy will be a question.
Well, of course, yesterday they put on an excellent performance, dominating performances coming in from Kira and CosQ. CosQ specifically crushing out his mid lane opposition, 30 CS lead just in the laning phase before anyone else really had any impact on that lane. So it looks good right now, but these are the kind of questions we have to ask because the truth is that these teams on an international stage isn't something that we see very frequently, and after Lion playing yesterday, we have to kind of redefine our expectations, and I think that's going to be the story as we come into this game, is really setting the standard for Lion as they play against a historically top team in IWCI, and seeing exactly how Dark Passage is going to be affected if they are challenged.
See, that's a good point, because I think, especially in the first game that Lion had going up against INTZ, there was a few points where they just outright disrespected this roster. And so, really, if they're coming up against this Lion Gaming roster, you have to take them as they are. They are a major threat in their own region, and they are a team to be, really, you have to take them seriously.
Yeah, and of course some great highlight reel moments from that game. The Tom Kench double kill in the bottom lane, one that I will happily relive. But even outside of that, that's not really where the game was lost. That was a moment of disrespect, but we saw, Audi on that Elise putting down so much more jungle pressure than we initially expected, snowballing that top lane Gnar, and a clear case as to why we're seeing so many teams ban the Gnar out in Champion Select.
Yeah, exactly. And if anyone remembers Lion from previous IWCs, we saw Yak coming out of their jungle. But Roland, he ends up retiring, so there are questions on how Audi plays, and he showed up an amazing first game for them.
And additionally, Seiya in the mid lane, of course, busting out the Echoes in answer to Talia. We touched on it briefly earlier, but do you think we're going to see more Assassins in the mid lane to answer Talia, or are we maybe going to see a kind of a shift away from Talia in terms of priority picks?
Good question. I think people are going to be looking towards picking Talia. She does, regardless of the first day, was a bit unlucky in a few games that we saw her pick, didn't really get the wins that we would have expected, especially on this patch. But with that being said, I think we'll see a lot more of her, and it depends on the teams and their styles. That's the beauty of this tournament, that we do see a lot of teams deciding on their style being a lot more important than the meta picks itself.
Yeah, and it's curious to see because we saw pretty standard drafts coming out from Dark Passage and Lion yesterday. You can see those guys on your screen now getting ready for this game. Do we think we're going to see them stick to the meta? Because while we have definitely seen, some comfort picks coming from Albus Nox Luna, while we've seen it coming in from Chaos Latin Gamers, it hasn't been the story so far for either Dark Passage or Lion Gaming. And I'm really curious personally to see what they're going to be busting out. Echo mid, really the only oddity coming in between those two drafts, and even Echo felt a little bit more justified outside of just a comfort pick in terms of having that winning lane matchup against Talia.
Yeah, I mean, there are a lot of comfort picks going for that Lion Gaming roster. You mentioned the Gnar, but with that being said, Seiya, he's been back and forth between the AD carry and the mid lane position, and when he becomes that mid laner, he does favor, like, if you give him counter pick, you see a lot of new picks. He really doesn't show much consistency in one pick alone.
Yeah, and you can see, of course, the previous record on your screen. They've only played that one game, but interesting for Dark Passage. You can see Echo also a decent pick for them coming into the top lane. Elwyn known for his historically incredibly aggressive play, so Echo kind of fitting well into that. Of course, a tanky champion, but when you get that Triforce or you get ahead, it looks really good for him overall. But KazQ in the mid lane, I mean, across the board, I think this team just absolutely crushed yesterday. So it's my question is going to be, what are the weak points? Every team has weak points. There's always something that they're going to fumble on. The question is for this team, what are they going to be? Because laning phase didn't appear to be it, and their laning phase was so good that there really wasn't any other part of the game that we got to witness outside of the inevitable snowball when you get massive leads in the early game.
Exactly, and I think one big point to really focus on was, KazQ did incredibly well in that Cassiopeia pick, but that's something that historically he's been incredibly at. And there have been some questions to his champion pool, so let's say you end up banning out that Cassio, what will he go towards next? We've seen an Azir in his back pocket. That's quite some time ago. So now the question is, what is he going to look for?
Man, it's been really a long time since we've seen success on an Azir or Azir really receiving any attention in pick bans with the rise of Vladimir, Malzahar. It's just a little bit difficult to really respond to that pick, to get the same value or really wait for him to be relevant as you used to be able to. But of course, guys, you see it on your screen. Opportunity to hop onto Twitter, #GoDP or #GoLion.
Both teams is like going into this game in general. Lion Gaming, you would think of them to be the team. A lot of question marks on them.
Yeah, I think I'm willing to hold out hope here. I'm willing to believe in Lion Gaming because of what we saw yesterday, and I expected INTZ to be this unstoppable force, as I think many people usually do when we come into these international tournaments, because INTZ historically have always come in with high expectations. Unfortunately, high expectations is all that they come in with because it's consistently been a struggle for them, but never against the Latin American teams. Of course, Spawn mentioned it earlier on the broadcast. It's been a very long time since a Brazilian team lost to a Latin American team, and Brazilian fans known for their passion, I'm sure, aren't too happy with that one. But Lion Gaming, this wasn't just INTZ over-respecting or making missteps. It was Lion playing incredibly well, and so my biggest question is the laning phase going to be even? And if we get past and we have an even laning phase, we get to see so much more from both these teams, who both snowballed such a massive lead, in their first games. So it seems like there's a lot of questions left for these guys. I mean, despite seeing their playoff performances, we have to remember INTZ spent so much time, scrimming in Europe, but that's nothing we get to see. 6-12 was the last time we really got to see them play professionally outside of those games from yesterday. So
Which is a big point too, because sure, they got that an amazing amount of time to work on in EU and just kind of build in with the boot camp. But with that being said, LAN experience is incredible at the end of the day, and if you don't get that time, 1 month break of not really being on stage in front of a camera, working in that very meta, that's a problem.
Yeah, I'm personally, as we kind of wait to get into pick band here, wondering what the priority is going to be on, because both teams, of course, having relatively strong junglers. Kire versus Adi should be a very interesting matchup, given that we praised Adi for almost single-handedly generating a lead. Of course, shout-outs to the bottom lane with the Tahm Kench double kill, but aside from that, the Elise performance was just aggressive. It was putting out so much pressure, and I'm curious if Kire is going to be able to match that in the early game, because Nidalee has been a pick that we've seen rise in popularity here, not something that I personally see in Europe very much recently. It's been Rek'Sai, Gragas almost exclusively, and I'm wondering, where is the jungle priority going to go? Is one of these guys going to bust out the Graves like we saw earlier today? Where do you personally think the jungle tier list lies? What do you expect to see overall?
Well, Curé is a jungler, and this is fantastic, the fact that I'm going to be able to really cast this game, because getting to know him as a player, and when I coached or just worked with him in general, is that he really, really focuses on the specific jungle matchups. He always wants to be able to get that freedom, so he never wants to be locked down in a poor matchup. So of course, he has to be watching that last game where he was, where Audi was on that Elise, which he is well known for. And so if he goes up against an Elise pick, he's not gonna let that happen. But B, you gotta know that he's gonna be looking towards that Nidalee pick, and he's gonna be looking towards pressuring, looking for plays. If he gets Gragas, then he doesn't want to deal with that Nidalee pick. So that's gonna be interesting to see how Curé Audi that matchup works out, because it's gonna be firing from the just champ select alone.
Now, looking, of course, aside from where these two junglers stack up against each other, looking at the jungle matchup, where do you think is the best place for these teams to apply pressure? We're, of course, getting ready, getting geared up here for Champ Select, and we're going to get some of those answers soon. But as we wait for these first bans to come out, what do you think is going to be the winning lane coming in here on either side in terms of talent?
Well, with Kozq, he's going to be going for just general control mage work. So, like Elwyn, though, when he gets his Trundle, when he gets his Echo in general, he's going to be looking to either create those plays by either split pushing or just using his advantage in general to try and look for a bot side play. I think they're fairly proactive with it too. So top lane will be the lane to look forward to.
Gnar, of course, already taken away from the top lane pool, but bans, both teams really taking their time this time around. Vladimir taken off the board. The Gnar as well. Just general power picks, Gangplank to follow. So consistently seeing a lot of top lane ban priority in this tournament, kind of the evolution of 6-15. No one wanting the GP or the Gnar, although Shen, surprisingly a pick that has been let through, but kind of as you predicted. Kozq's Cassio going to be banned out, taking that comfort away from him.
Yeah, and it's really surprising to see the Gnar pick taken out. I know that it is an incredible pick in and of itself, but Giral, known for the pick overall, so they just don't want to give a chance of it being put into Elwyn's court.
Ooh, Ashe banned out, so utility carries left open. We still have the Sivir as well as the Jhin, two very popular picks, but a lot of teams favoring Lucian this tournament. Sivir actually not receiving much attention at all. Maybe just a difference in international meta here, but Tahm Kench also off the table. So
there's always that option of individual outplay, so Lucian always does get that favor, but against Jhin, if you have Lucian, you can always get the hop on him. That's always a loved pick on that one. But the Echo does get taken away.
Yeah, first pick priority, most likely going over to Elwind on the top side of the map. That's what we saw from him yesterday, and it was a pick that worked out quite well. However, still some opportunity left for the flex. Seiya himself played it in the mid lane. Maybe Dark Passage aren't strangers to busting that one out, but Taliyah is left on the board. Shen as well, Rek'Sai, Gragas. The entire jungle pool has been left wide open. Lion Gaming, what are they going to prioritize here? Will it be the 80 carry for White Lotus? Will they try to get Seiya something strong earlier? Or does it make more sense maybe for them to save that counter pick in the mid lane? You mentioned earlier how comfortable Seiya is when he gets that.
Yeah, Lion must be happy that they are on purple side here. So like a Jhin, an Ashe, Jhin priority, especially since Ashe is banned out here, and just one jungle pick. They'll leave that mid lane pick to last. DP, not going to be too sad about that, of course. Kozq is going to be happy to blind pick a control mage, perhaps even a Victor here.
Interesting lock-ins. Lion settling on their first rotation. We'll have to see if Kozq does offer the control mage here, if he opts for that safe blind pick. But Audi picking up the Gragas, a relatively strong pick overall. Good engage opportunities. Not known for its incredible early pressure, however. And the Braum additionally. Taric, of course, still available as well, as is the Trundle for support options. But Lion quick on the Braum. A very powerful pick in so many situations, but not always considered top tier on this patch.
Yeah, and it does open up the Lucian pick. So that being said, Braum, great lane sustain. Just overall, Braum and Gragas, great front line, great protection. Overall setup in team fights. It doesn't show anything. That's exactly what Lion's looking for. But that being said, Curé's Elise is open. But he's just going to go for the Rek'Sai.
I get my hopes up. I saw the Amumu. I've seen a Sejuani hover over. Both of these junglers playing with my heart. But Rek'Sai locked in for Kira. I think we can safely say top-tier jungle matchup here between these two. Although, most of Reddit probably won't be too happy. They're getting tired of watching this matchup play out. Sivir additionally locked in. Not a very high-priority pick for most of these teams, but I think still an absolute powerhouse through most stages of the game.
Yeah, and with that being said, Dark Passage have already locked themselves in a lot of shove with both lanes. Echo, even though he has some poor matchups working for him, one thing he does have is just passive shove with Q. So it's going to help out Cure in a lot of situations to really abuse this jungle matchup when they are in standard. So bot lane with Sivir as well. Of course, you don't know what lane he's going into. They're holding on to that support pick so they can really answer depending on what Lion dishes out. But they're already looking towards just having constant shove early.
Lion really taking their time here. It is going to be the Aurelia as well as the Lucian. So as predicted, excellent synergy with that Braum lane. Now, Aurelia Echo. Is this a matchup you have? This for me is a complete question mark because Aurelia and Echo kind of falling in and out of the meta at different times and not a matchup I have as much experience with. Who really has the edge here?
Well, Aurelia did end up receiving some nerfs based on her tenacity. So if she's in an uneven numbered game, of course she gets more tenacity. So there's that trade-off. But if she's an even number game, she does get that 0 tenacity. But with that being said, it is a good matchup into Echo. She does have an out skirmish. It is based on jungle matchups. So if Cure ends up tilting that lane, then Echo should be able to take it over. But with that being said, that's the mindset of the pick.
Now, once again, the story of this pick ban has been, taking time on these rotations, really opting to the last second possible. It's going to be the Lysandra as well as the Alistar. This is a lot of hard engage coming in on the side of Dark Passage. These guys are ready for a fight with this lineup. So much potential chain CC here. Yeah,
we've been talking about Lysandra's picks throughout this entire tournament. A lot of questions of why we don't see much of it. Well, this is a perfect time to put it out. With the Sivir, with the Echo, we have a lot of teamfight strength coming out of them. So they have a early game bridge. They have the ability to get that early shove so they can have that pressure early so they aren't really in too much of a poor situation. And it's a good bridge into those mid-game team fights.
Yeah, and for me, this is a composition that I always love to watch unfold because it's just the murder train. Sivir, she presses R, they're on the hunt. Lysandra comes in, the Alistar, the follow-up is so clean and easy. I mean, if they're able to get a lead at all, there's going to be more than enough damage. And if worse comes to worse and it comes to late game, Sivir is more than enough damage for any team, for any member. But as Lysandra has been the priority, Malzahar was sort of left on the wayside, and Seiya's going to get his hands on another very potent pick. But the goals of Lion's team comp don't seem quite as cut out as that of Dark Passage.
Yeah, it's they've been picking counter to each lane, so they're just trying to get strong lane matchups working for them, strong shoving lanes as well. So once Malzahar does get to level 4 or 5, he is holding on to TP, so he is going to be able to match that double TP pressure coming from Dark Passage. So right now they're just trying to keep lanes strong down. We've talked about the fact that Lion Gaming do like to focus towards their laning phase, not as hard random, or I mean Nox Luna.
Albus Nox Luna.
Exactly. I can't get that name right all the time, but
it'll be right. People will forgive you for saying hard random once or twice, I'm sure.
That's true. It's a toss back.
Of course, focusing in on this mid lane matchup, not so much, but we're looking at mid and 80 carry here. White Lotus, of course, all-star performance on the Lucian, but CosQ, or all-star performance yesterday, not on the Lucian, picking up the Lucian today, and CosQ on that Cassio single. I mean, I don't think we're going to see him get the same massive lead in the laning phase. Lysandra not quite the bully that Cassio is, but definitely a lot of questions coming into the mid lane. And really more than anything, I'm curious if the strong lanes that Lion have picked for themselves, that they have prioritized, are going to work out for them in the early game. Because if not, I think the composition feels greatly in favor of Dark Passage.
Yeah, 100%. And with the Lysandra as well, though it's not the style of CosQ where it's a control mage, he does have a lot of control in those team fights as well. So right now, that the team fight coming from the composition, coming from DP is much, much stronger. The question is, how much do they get punished on the individual matchups in each lane? Should not be by much.
Well, you can see we are in the game, ladies and gentlemen. Dark Passage on the blue side, Lion on the red. Both teams rushing out of the base. Of course, one of the beauties of 6 is I no longer have to ask my color caster, is there going to be a lane swap? I know now.
Yeah.
Even as the uneducated play-by-play that I am, I don't have to ask. I know, it's clear.
You say that.
Papa Rito has made it easy for me, Raz.
You say that. Then randomly one of these teams will still find a way. They'll just throw 5 people in one lane to get that. It'll just be the cheesiest lane swap.
But I'll see it coming. I think that's the perk of having this the
true.
absolute vision is I will see all 5 people
Good
grouping
point.
for that lane. Although you can see neither team looking to push too far in for vision. Both teams seemingly happy to set up a line of scrimmage. And I think for this game, as we have the bot lane seems like a potential place for action, as well as the top side. Mid lane just seems like a push battle, but as always, I feel like our focus has to be in this jungle, looking at this early pathing and trying to figure out where the pressure is going to go.
The most surprising thing on top of that, because we're talking about pressure, Malzahar pressure has changed greatly since his passive did get nerfed. And one of the major matchups that did get changed for him was the Lissandra matchup. So before, you toss out your Lissandra E, it breaks down the shield, but still you really can't follow up on your E because the shield remains long enough. Malzahar will be able to take out that skirmish. Now you will be able to follow up on that E. Lissandra does end up winning that skirmish a little bit near the level 5, perhaps even 6 point. So now we're getting to a point where the matchup, even though it was a counter pick, not the best for Malzahar, unless if he just does what Malzahar does and just constantly shove and wait for jungle to come in. So 2v2 could be an interesting point.
Of course, now looking at the bottom lane 2v2, things relatively even so far as both AD carries hit level 2 at about the same time. Sivir, of course, known for that early wave pressure. But you can see the vote unfolding on your screen. Dark Patches, the Turkish fans.
Where are they?
I don't know. They're not carrying their weight in this vote. Latin American North coming in big, 85%. I think you got some hometown favorites there. And additionally,
they're definitely wide awake.
They're definitely, this is a good time for them.
It really is. They're awake and watching.
Maybe not the same case for Turkey, but the Turkish fans, you know, have to be rooting hard wherever they are. Zeitnon and Rogo continuing to trade out, but Zeitnon falling behind in farm, although may catch up as that wave crashes back in.
And that was a great point for the Lion Gaming bot lane. They ended up getting a ward on that red buff, and that it's perfect because you can see the pathing of Kure, or at least where he started. So now they're gonna have a good idea that he's gonna be on the top side of the map.
KazQ potentially in trouble here. Audi making his way in. Ward goes down. Sandra buying her time. A little bit of damage going in. Flash in for the snare. Not going to make it out. That's going to be first blood. Queen click play coming in. Seiya grabbing that one. Lion. Good start.
And that was incredibly safe on top of that because he did end up warding that Raptor wall. And he knew the Raptors were gone too. So he knew that Rek'Sai had to be top side of the map. And as long as he was able to cancel out Lissandra's escape, then that was a free kill.
Yeah, the excellent flash body slam coming from Audi to cancel that one. And really just unfortunate timing coming in from KazQ because does not have enough time left on the claw to reactivate it. So everything coming together for Lion there on that first blood. And I was curious how Audi was going to do against Kure, and it's already a solid start for the team.
The thing is, KazQ even played that well. He was on the right side of the map towards his jungler while he was doing it, but of course he just didn't have the opportunity to react.
Audi continuing to lay down a decent amount of pressure here. Makes himself known on the top side, although Kure's here as well. Audi decides not to opt for the 2v2 and stick around. Seiya and KazQ both using their TPs back to mid lane. And things just about even, although Lost Chapter versus Double Dorans in the early game. So first blood, obviously very important, but not a massive goal differential quite yet.
It is going to tilt how quickly Malzahar is going to be able to take that shove advantage. So perhaps a level 4, level 5, KazQ is going to have some problems. But of course, the early blue buff is going to be able to solve that.
Yeah, any disadvantages you're going to get in the early game are going to kind of be balanced out by unlimited mana and the ability to push your waves. Seiya, though, going to take this opportunity to throw down a bit of early vision. Not even early vision. Going to throw down a Void Link. Going to give Kure a little bit of extra support in his jungle clear.
I just love how much focus this team has.
I missed it.
Just tracking down Kure. Not only did RC get that ward on the red buff, not only did we get that one ward on the Raptor camp, but of course now he just dropped that cheeky minion.
And I think it actually got the kill on the Raptor, by the way.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
We'd have to double check. I can't say that for sure. Maybe someone on the internet can help us out. Rogo, though, taking a decent amount of damage. And here's Audi looking to stop the Alistar taxi out, and that's just another kill pickup.
That was really patient, too. Really patiently played. They knew that they could get that kill. He still, of course, Rogo did have flash up. See, he had the opportunity of getting away, but that wasn't going to be it.
Audi, once again, making his presence known in this early game. 2 kills already in the favor of Lion. And it may not have been a big lead earlier on, but almost 1.5K, only 6 minutes into the game. Kire may be keeping up in farm, but the pressure across the map is not in his favor. However, KazQ trying to make his presence known. Giral has leapt in, but this may not have been the right choice. Leaping forward, parallel convergence, locking down Giral. The chain CC comes in. He's so low. Z-Drive resonance, dash forward. Will it be enough? Giral still alive. Leaps in for the turnaround. What? Giral making it a 1-for-1. Elwin's going to grab that kill, but Lion Gaming are on fire.
And on top of that, remember the patch that came through was the fact that if you're in a numbers disadvantage, you get that extra tenacity. That must have been the difference, able to get away, get that extra kill because he knew that tower shot was coming out. Really well played.
I mean, just confidence in the Aurelia play there to know exactly how much damage he needed to do to close that one out. And KazQ, you know, absolutely dominating his previous lane opponent, but this time around, it is a grim show for him. Losing in CS, down to deaths, has the 1 assist, but really a consolation prize at best.
The one strength that Dark Passage had in the early game was in the jungle matchup as well. They had early shoves and really just came down to Kure being the bridging force of being able to track down Audi and output pressure based off those shoving waves. And they were able to actually counteract that, have their stronger lanes basically every single time they find out where Kure is, and they just isolate the matchups.
Yeah, we're going to look at this one more time. You can see the beautiful outplay coming in from Giral.
Yeah, exactly. And so this is where it comes down to. Able to get that initial stun. Giral, you'd think he would die here, but they just don't have the damage. And once he gets his ulti on top of that, he had the extra sustain. Of course, yeah.
So much burst coming in from the Aurelia and the Transcendent Blades. There's a reason they nerfed that ultimate. There's a reason they've nerfed the healing countless times. The sustain that comes in is just nuts.
There's a reason they've nerfed just about everything about Aurelia. This champion has been nerfed a lot of times.
Yeah, even the passive now is seeing a nerf. But White Lotus potentially in trouble. Does just dash to safety. You can tell Dark Patch is looking to make plays, but it's Lion who managed to pick up a kill in the mid lane and just continue to extend that lead.
3 assists on this Gragas, and he has just been a constant force in every lane.
You can watch this. We missed out on this action. You can see exactly how this unfolds. White Lotus just throws down the Coling Rogu. No level 6 for him, and they just move in to grab another kill, and the action has been nonstop. It feels like every time Audi gets the ball rolling, and then every lane more than happy to follow up. Rogu, this isn't what you wanted. Rinse and repeat from the bottom lane. They'll grab another kill. White Lotus, will he make it out? Will he get the kill? A beautiful outplay. Tom Kench, Braum, it does not matter. The bottom lane support coming in for Lion is a monster.
That's just pure confidence, and we talked about it in Champ Select. It's the difference between, A, the better composition as a group, as 5, once they get to that point in the game, versus Lion, they just wanted stronger lanes. They just wanted stronger matchups. The Aurelia versus the Echo, stronger matchup. The bottom lane Lucian Braum versus Sivir Alistar, stronger matchup. Now, of course, in this meta, you can't afford to lane swap, and so, well, at this point, you can in 9 minutes of the game, so they better start looking at that as an option. But yeah, they had the stronger matchups, and they're really looking to abuse it. 3 kills on this Lucian already.
And 1-7, only 9 minutes into the game, a 3K goal lead. Lucian has already finished the Ghost Blade. I went looking for the cheeky stun here, but really just not enough. Really, the Aurelia versus Echo matchup, the only thing that is even remotely even at this stage, because things are just across the board in favor of Lion Gaming. And Dark Passage, so long we've thought that Turkey would be a top contender at this tournament, but Latin America North is, you know, showing us a completely new side that we really haven't seen.
Exactly. Every single time Latin America North show up, they show up internationally. It hasn't been a good result. There's always been a question, too, because they're geographically fairly close to North America, so at least practice should be in their favor.
Yeah, potential opportunities to scrim with some of the North American teams there, and maybe that's what they've been doing, or maybe they've just been finding a different way to level up, but this is an all-star performance coming out so far. However, the question so often is, can they transition it? Can they keep this snowball nice and clean? And Dark Passage, of course, a very experienced team, but we have to harken back to what we said, you know, in our pregame, is that this team hasn't had much experience together, and if there's some communication breakdown here, I don't really know how they're going to recover, because Lion, yes, they do have some roster swaps, but they've been together this whole season, and they had an undefeated season. This team has been, I mean, and looking to continue it, too. They won their first game yesterday. They're just not looking to find their first loss here.
Exactly, and White Lotus and Audi were the only real changes that we've seen for a very long time on this roster. This 3-man roster of RC, Giral, and Sia have been a constant. They know each other like the back of their hands. So that's just common teamwork that we're seeing from here. And Audi and White Lotus have just really just fit in naturally, it seems. And so teamwork does really matter. How well you know your own players is a big point of focus.
Yeah, Kieran maybe trying to throw down some pressure on the bottom side of the map. Knows his bot lane is not very strong right now, regardless of the players, unfortunately. KazQ hoping to move down as well. Maybe hoping to catch Lion, getting a little over-aggressive as they have been playing on the front lines, but KazQ now here. Oh, there goes the engage. Arsene knocked back. I don't think he's going to get an opportunity to get out because KazQ is here. TP in, though, and he's looking for the disengage.
Setup.
He's hitting it. Excellent. Another TP's in. Adi making to look his presence known. KazQ locked down, but he's going to get the ult on Nisea. Is it enough? Here comes the Aurelia. No man advantage to keep the CC going, but he's just going to clean up house. Absolute destruction in the favor of Lion. That is a 4-4-1.
This is absolute destruction right now. Dark Passage, they were setting up. That should have been a good setup. Of course, you have to recognize this is on both ends. Double TP. KazQ had to set it up. He didn't use his TP. He was there to start. And so they had to go in, get in and get out because the re-engage was going to happen. Lion Gaming, of course, great response.
And just a beautiful Braum ult to start it off. And once Giral gets there, this is the Aurelia's house, leaping from target to target, ripping through that lineup. And Seiya getting there as well, interrupting that Lissandra's ability to disrupt the fight. We'll watch it one more time, but starts so good and turns so bad.
Yeah, of course, the shield coming out, he's able to flash out, and this is the big problem. Braum ult on top of Gragas just being able to set up, and Zeitnot could not get into that fight. He had to back away. Giral was a major zoning force, and so it was just a numbers game, even though Dark Passage were the one who started that off.
Not good at all. Dark Passage looking to make a move to bring themselves back in the game, and they just fall further into the hole. Maybe hoping to get some aggression on the top side as Giral is now pushing his way out, but it's winning lanes across the board here for Lion. Onus on Lion to snowball this one out, but Dark Passage really need to find a way to get back because it does not get easier from here.
And to be quite honest, they've made good attempts to try and get the game back in their court. They've made great attempts, but with that being said, double TP makes it very difficult. You have to start focusing the TP lanes with greater numbers. The only time we've seen that was with KazQ's top lane fight.
Oh, good
Nice.
flash coming out. Bit of a mistiming there on the chain CC. KazQ happy to make it out with his life. Flash traded for Flash in the end.
But yeah, back to the point. KazQ's first roam on Aurelia topside was the only time we've really seen that TP get threatened. So if you have double TP up, you have to really start to try and isolate these lanes. Perhaps even Sia as well.
Looking for a little bit more. Seiya and Audi going to get spot out. Kure maybe hoping to set up an ambush. We'll use the Prey Seeker.
There's no way for him to contest this.
Yeah, moving in. Rogu here as well. Here comes the Lissandra. Now looking to start this fight off. Headbutt Pulverize going to miss, but they connect onto Arsene, but they use the ult already. White Lotus on the backside does so much, and the fight continuing to move forward. Braum is going to drop, but it's the 1-for-1. Zeitnot does not have enough damage. Seiya and White Lotus are fearless. Zeitnot running for his life, and the Lucian triple kill comes in. White Lotus 6-0-5.
I mean, they made the attempt. There was just no way for them to win that fight. Lion right now are far too ahead, and they had their adjacent laners there. They were available. And so, of course, KazQ had the initial engage advantage. He was there to start, but he just doesn't have damage to him at this point.
Just not enough, and this was one of the concerns. Lissandra, Echo, Sivir, not known for being these early game powerhouses. Neither is Rek'Sai. Maybe they have more damage in the future, but not a whole lot of future left for them at this stage of the game. 15 minutes in, there's a 6K gold lead, and Dark Passage losing across the board.
So just watch this as well, because this is a big point right now. KazQ, has to be doing the majority of the damage. He is their mid-game, early-game damage dealer at this point, the burst coming out of him. Of course, he actually put in quite a bit of his gold into that QSS. He has his one AP item.
Proto Belt and no boots.
Exactly. So he's not really dealing as much damage. Has quite a bit of defense to him as well. So right now, damage is not a thing that they have. So 6-0-5, Lucian getting a triple kill in that entire team fight.
This is
nothing good.
Yeah, this is terrifying. This is one item Lucian too. We're approaching the terrifying 2-item Lucian spike. Sivir approaching the 1-item spike.
Yeah.
Not the 4 or 5 items that she really needs to cut through an entire team. And right now, it just feels like a matter of stalling out for Dark Passage. I don't think there's any opportunities left short of a pick, but it looks like the pick will be going on to KazQ. Lockdown, Chain CC, QSS comes in, but is it too little too late? Tombed up, Kirei on the way in, TP on the backside. KazQ leaps forward, nice proto belt. Seiya in trouble. KazQ going to drop, but will they make it the 1-for-1? Yeah, Seiya now set to drop. A good shutdown coming in for Dark Passage, and honestly, it's the best they could have hoped for.
Yeah, Audi, incredibly smart on that one. The moment he realized that TP was coming through, get the kill, walk away. If it's a 1-for-1, sure, just be happy that it's a 1-for-1 with a TP as well. So now they have an option of making another play with that TP advantage. 2 TPs on their side.
Yeah, but meanwhile, Arce and White Lotus are on the bottom side. They're pressuring this out. Elwin, hoping that the parallel convergence will keep him safe, does stun up the Braum, but White Lotus is unconcerned. Not enough wave clear here, and he's going to be able to take this tier 2 tower. Both towers on the bottom side down. The gold lead 7K. And honestly, I'm just stunned. Lion obliterating the opposition at Dark Passage, as much as we are, have to be left wondering what happened.
And here's the big point. We're going to have to go for a flashback here of Lion's first game against INTZ. It was a bit of a disrespect, but as you said, Lion really did play incredibly well going up against INTZ. And they're consistently Brazilian teams, playoff team going into the IWC. Usually the favorites coming in, not really showing much. Dark Passage, on the other hand, have been to that larger stage. Turkey is our major region, and for them to fall victim to Lion at this point is showing a difference to Lion's level of play lately.
Yeah, Latin America North, a region that is so frequently counted out in international wildcard qualifiers. And if we just look back to IWCI, they found 1 win. It was not a good performance from them whatsoever. And they're, Latin America South from Esports Gaming showing much more. But this time around, it feels like it's shifted so great. Chaos Latin Gamers, the team that are struggling this time. Lion, the ones who are showing up and proving themselves not only against INTZ, but looking to prove themselves more against Dark Passage.
2 TVs coming in.
Blom blocking this out. Kirei moves forward, only going to get the stun onto Audi. Fight appears to be disengaged from now, but a lot of poke being laid down to Dark Passage. Lysandra on the way up. Elwin does not have TP available. KazQ is moving in. White Lotus potentially caught out. Dash forward. The Proto Belt doesn't get sight, though. White Lotus moves back in. The Chain CC. White Lotus godlike as the team moves in to back him out. Arce dashes forward. Kirei locked up. The double kill for White Lotus as he moves in. They're going to keep the ball rolling. Unbreakable Will looking pretty damn breakable as they cut through Rogu. And Lion Gaming just continue to extend this lead.
Here's the massive truck, and you cannot stop him. Sure, Jarrell's TP got stopped, but he's going to be happy all the same. He's going to be dealing with Elwin, and Elwin going Sunfire Cape first because he's in a poor situation right now, is not going to be able to stop it. He has 1 phase to his name, not going to be able to fight this Irelia at all. So he's going to be losing a lot out in this skirmish.
8-0-6, the score for the Lucian, and that may be the prettiest one, but they're all looking pretty good. 4-1 for the Aurelia, 1-0-13, and Aurelia going to pick up the Rift Herald as well. Echo already getting beaten out in the 1v1.
And exactly, 1-0-13 is the biggest one right now because it might not be the flashiest in terms of KDA, but Audi, from the very beginning of this game, was just styling. And sure, he had the help of his team to constantly look for those wards, to search for Rek'Sai as much as they had wanted, and he used that information incredibly well. Got the ganks that his team needed, was always he was available in bot lane, available top and mid.
And it's really terrifying now for Dark Passage as well. As we look into this fight, you can just see how little they're able to do.
Exactly, and so they canceled out on that TP. That was really well done because Lion did not want to look for that dive. It was just not going to be a thing for them. So they're just sticking around, and the major point, of course, was couldn't get that headbutt pulverized. They tried to re-engage.
No vision on the Lucian into the Chain CC means White Lotus not going to get locked up, and KazQ no opportunity to use the ult. So not just smart play, but just insane mechanical play coming in from this team. They look so comfortable playing around Lysandra, playing around cooldowns, and just that bit of vision in the brush making all the difference.
Yeah, exactly. Had they been in a much more even state in the game, it could have been a lot better for them, obviously.
Yeah, because the Lysandra flank is something that you so frequently have to be terrified of, but they're just able to honestly ignore it completely. KazQ walking in on a silver platter saying, please kill me. Unfortunately, It's just not a whole lot of room for counterplay at this point because
his next big buy, too, was that Merc Tread. So he just does not have damage to his name. It's just not going to be coming out. The only thing he has is that setup his ulti, and it's really the question is a setup for what? None of his team is really backing him up with any form of damage. So even one pick, not looking likely.
And what's especially terrifying is that White Lotus at that 2-item spike for Lucian. We talk about this being such a power point, but he's so far ahead that he has the freedom to pick up this QSS and all of this CC that Lissandra should bring to the table that should help the team clean up here. Not only is it not really backed up by damage, but it's not going to be reliable anymore with the power of that QSS.
Exactly. But the real one question is, Lion Gaming, they get these leads, so we have seen, and they have been rather aggressive, diving a little bit far too deep into the enemy core. So, sure, Dark Passage may not have a way into this composition, but maybe Lion have a way to throw it right back at them.
Yeah, Jarrell now making his way up. Hoping to lock down Elwin. That's nice. Going to get the tower shot up there. Parallel conversions comes in. Jarrell, though, knowing better than to get over-aggressive here, but Dark Passage moving up to the top side, hoping to get this tower, hoping to even up the gold at least a little bit here. A 10k gold lead in favor of Lion. We'll shift back as Dark Passage are going to be able to break this tower.
First turret, too.
And good for them to have the gold. Fortunately, just a small change.
Yeah, I think the biggest benefit is that vision. Here we go.
White Lotus going to get locked down, or is he going to throw down the ultimate from CosQ? No, holds onto it, leaps forward with the Protobell. Instant cleanse. White Lotus, no hesitation, gives him the Captain Jack, and he's legendary now. Adi moving forward, looking for a bit more. Parallel convergence. Snapback, no stun for Elwin. He's going to be the sacrificial lamb here, locked down and knocked out as another double kill comes forward. But Lion, they're not done yet. Aurelia's on the flank. Kirei next to fall. Zeitnot is next. We've seen what happens. No one wants to duel the Aurelia as an AD carry. Waiting on the dash. One more auto. 2 and the double kill as well. Absolutely disgusting performance from Lion as they pick up the ace.
And there's no hesitation as well. The only real misplay was, of course, when RC threw out his Q, didn't hit, immediately flashes to get an auto attack. They just want to get these kills, and they go hard for it. Now they're going to be able to get this Baron. There's no way for this Dark Passage to contest it, obviously. This is going to be a major plus in being able to shove out the remaining turrets and maybe even siege up for an inhib.
I mean, I honestly think that they can do whatever they want.
They really can.
This is a 13k gold lead at 23 minutes.
Yeah.
That's a 23-minute Baron, which is in itself pretty gross. That's a pretty early Baron timing. And Lion, we only have so many ways to say that they are absolutely trouncing Dark Passage, but they are absolutely trouncing Dark Passage. This is a monolithic performance. This is... I mean, you change your reputation in an instant with a performance like this.
You really do. And just look at this, how quick he's able to get out of this one with his QSS and just put himself back into the fight. They did not expect RC to be behind that wall, and that was really the only plus, the only positive we saw at Dark Passage. As Elwin's going to get chased
Now
down.
the solo duel from the Lucian. Definitely a good sign. That's why Lotus now legendary. Now moving forward, Jarrell has no fear either. There is nothing left for Dark Passage. They're looking for consolation prizes, and I don't even know if they're going to find it. Jarrell looking to make it out, potentially in trouble. Will they be able to get the kill? He's ticking down. Finally, a shutdown in favor of Lion Gaming, but here comes Adi, sees the Lissandra coming back, grabs the kill. A good prediction in the end, but really it's just descended into violence, Raz. There's no structure left here.
Yeah, there's no strategy whatsoever. They're just smacking each other upside the head. The only thing stopping them, perhaps the fountain. That's it. Maybe not even it. We'll have to find out in about 5 minutes.
Maybe these inhibitor turrets, but it's only going to be a few more seconds as White Lotus is clearing them out, and the rest of his team's in the mid lane, grabbing an inhibitor of their own.
You're right about it, though. Changes reputation. It really does, because we saw the last team Dark Passage face Latin South America. We saw them face the Chaos Latin Gamers, and they took them down decisively. Chaos Latin Gaming had three games already. And Dark Passage was the most convincing team to really take them on. And so there was a lot of, or at least on my end, understanding that Dark Passage would be the team to beat. And it looks like they've already gotten beat.
Yeah, it's starting to look pretty quickly like Lion are the team to beat here. And it just makes you wonder, how are they going to stand up against Albus Nox Luna? Two teams that love the laning phase. Two teams that love the early aggression.
That's a good question. One team that plays so far forward towards the laning phase that they have, yeah, sure, mage supports, but I guess not even so much of a mage support because we did end up seeing that Tarek today.
Yeah. Oh, Zeitnot. That's almost the Culling solo kill there. Takes out about 90% when combined with that barrel, and they're going to move in to break their third inhibitor. And Dark Passage, unfortunately for them, there's really nothing left.
I mean, Elwin's all the way on the top side. They can just keep pushing this until he actually comes back.
Yeah, 3 inhibitors down. Maybe Dark Passage can take a fight here. In goes the fight. They're looking for a little bit more. KazQ locked up and burned down before he can even push a button. They're going to push Backscape. They're going to hope that they can do that for the game as well, because Lion are just going to be able to close this one out so easily. 12-0 and 8 to score for Lucian. White Lotus is going to put this one in his next montage. And Dark Passage have to wonder what is left for them in this tournament, because after a game like this, they must be hurting. Nexus set to fall. Lion Gaming moving up with their second win in the tournament, undefeated since the start of their regular season.
Yeah, I mean, Dark Passage must be feeling a little bit disheveled after that game. That was a bit much. That Lion really showing to be a big force. As you said, undefeated in the league. And it seems like they're undefeated now. 2 games, not much to say undefeated for. not really a stat to look forward to. But in general, their games, they've just been so dominant. And it really just comes back to the fact that they pick for their standard lanes. And they play incredibly well in honestly just perfecting how they play together.
It just looks so clean coming in. And of course, Dark Passage, definitely not by any standard a weak team, but really have to reevaluate what they're doing in the draft phase, what their priorities are coming into that game, because this is not a look that they can afford to keep moving forward. Dropping games like this so early on, 1-1, you know, if they want to make it out of this group stage, if they want to earn that spot at Worlds, they're really going to need to tighten up some of that play, because as much as we've praised Lion for doing so much, Dark Passage also, you know, giving them a decent amount of opportunities. You can see KazQ over aggression in the mid lane, and Kire not quite in the right spot, already costing them in first blood. And I mean, there's just so many moments in this game where, honestly, it's just a mechanical outplay coming in from Lion.
Yeah, exactly. And perhaps the first play he should have looked to flash out, but in general, it seems as though you can't really question the pick ban. I felt like the pick ban for Dark Passage was fantastic. Just comes down to how they play together, right? We initially talked about how this team, not really much synergy working well with one another, other than perhaps the mid lane jungle synergy and how the rest of the Turkish team play with one another. It just comes down that they don't know each other all too well. Meanwhile, Lion Gaming, they played together throughout the entire season, and they are fantastically in unison.
And of course, the question that we now have to ask, the same question we asked for Dark Passage when we asked how they're going to play in a deficit, the answer is, unfortunately for Dark Passage, not very well. We may have to ask the same question moving forward for Lion. When they are inevitably challenged, when they do find someone who can take them down, how are they going to perform? How is their team mentality going to be? Because, as we said, undefeated in their regular season, undefeated now on the International Wildcard Qualifiers stage, and maybe they lose a little bit of something when they get dominated, because we've only seen 2 games where they've gotten massive leads early on, but both times it's felt clinical.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it really does. One big team that comes to mind is how well Albus Nox Luna has played this team, this tournament. And on top of that, the style in which they play is they do look to also play towards their laning phase as well. And so if you have 2 teams that really do look to focus on their laning matchups, but on top of that, how strong of laners they are, how strong of a players they are individually, then perhaps that could be a really good matchup to look forward to.
I'm still just stunned the Lion Gaming are putting on this level of performance, but, you know, adjusting expectations now as they do manage to find the win over Dark Passage, as they manage to get the win over INTZ. And I say fine, I mean, didn't find anything. They earned everything. They killed everything that stood in their path so far. And normally we talk about strength of schedule. We look at these teams where we expect a lesser performance, and we're like, well, they're starting with the hard teams. They're starting with INTZ. They're starting with Dark Passage. But they started with some of the harder teams in this tournament, and they're cutting through them. And then you're going to wonder how some of the teams that are struggling are going to handle these guys, because it's just, honestly, seems overwhelming for anyone that's going to play against them.
Exactly. And so I know a lot of these teams, they go into the tournament, they look at the lineup for all of these regions, and they say, oh, actually, perhaps this is going to be an easy matchup or an easy setting for us to really go through, test our strength, maybe not even show much of our compositions. Lion Gaming, not going to be that team. Really, you have to show as much as possible, play your hardest, honestly. And so which teams are the easier teams to face? That's the real question.
I mean, we see a couple teams that are struggling. Chaos Latin Gamers really trying to figure out what they want to do in this tournament, what they want to do on this patch in terms of both picks and bans and in terms of in-game execution. But it feels like Lion Gaming are one of the few teams that have a definitive strategy, as we talked about, drafting for the laning phase. And honestly, it's a look that is so good for them, because very rarely in other regions, do we see 2v2 mechanical outplays, especially when double teleports are in the game? It always explodes into a bigger fight. But even in the early game there, even with limited jungle impact, we saw the Lucian and Braum just take apart that lane, and when they finally do get a gank, it's just so easy for them to pick up those kills.
Yeah, and on top of that, it was really crisp, mostly because of how they utilized their double TPs, right? Whenever they were in a position to really question their position at all, like the ganks, the opportunities that Dark Passage looked for in their bottom lane ventures, or in their top lane, one point that Cosq looked to maybe even threaten Irelia. Their response to that is fantastic. Audi's always been on top of it, always been in the right positions, in the right times. So I think that it starts with the laning phase for this team, but on top of that, I think they go much further than that in how they really push their lead.
And the coordination there was excellent. They looked so comfortable playing against so many different strategies and picks. We saw every single Lissandra flank denied by either beautiful Braum ultimates, beautiful Malzahar ultimates, or vision denial coming in these team fights. And it just seems like they knew exactly what they needed to do in team fights, and they continuously executed on it because Cosq consistently finding pretty solid fangs, pretty solid engage opportunities, but immediately getting locked down. It was honestly just brutal to watch because Cosq feels like he had the right train of thought but was just outplayed in those instances.
Yeah, exactly. And so once you take down that Cassiopeia, question was what is he going to go towards? Lissandra. But of course they had the Braum to really deal with it. If she ever looked for those flanks, they were able to counteract that with that ulti, of course, as you said. But also on top of that, the Braum shield, I know we didn't find that opportunity within the game to really showcase it, but can also stop the E coming in from Lissandra. So it's a great pick to go up against it, and so it's really hard for Lissandra to find an opening up against that pick.
And so much disruption, but of course, really, you guys have heard enough from us. We're going to get the opportunity to toss it over to Brazil for a live interview.
Guys, I'm here now with White Lotus, who's had an absolutely stellar game. First of all, congratulations, and second of all, did you guys feel confident going into this game?
Primero de todo, felicitaciones por un juego espectacular. Y segundo, ¿ustedes entraron en el partido confiados?
Teniendo en cuenta nuestro resultado de ayer contra INTZ, sabíamos que también el Turquía era un rival difícil, como que lo vemos de los rivales más difíciles, pero como que estábamos confiados porque sentimos que veníamos jugando bastante bien y por suerte se dieron las cosas.
Based on the results of yesterday and also on the fact that they beat INTZ, right? They knew that this team would be very difficult to beat, but they knew that they had the capabilities to do so.
I mean, now that you've beaten INTZ and Dark Passage, you guys are probably going into the next kind of stage of the tournament feeling like favorites. Do you feel confident?
Ahora que les ganaron a INTZ y a Dark Passage, ustedes posiblemente pasan a la siguiente fase como favoritos. ¿Qué tan confiados se sienten en relación a esto?
La verdad que nosotros honestamente como que hasta el momento no nos sentimos favoritos, como que preferimos ser como los underdogs o lo que sea. Así que, pero estamos bastante confiados en que estamos haciendo las cosas bien, estamos entrenando mucho y por suerte están dando las cosas, pero definitivamente no nos sentimos favoritos.
Until now, they actually don't feel like they're favorites. They'd rather be the underdogs. Even still, things are working for them. They're getting hits, getting in, and also a bit lucky. So they're very confident that they're going to progress.
Excellent. Well, thank you so much for your time, and best of luck for the rest of the tournament. It's back to you guys in the studio.
Thank you very much. Always good to have that level of insight, and honestly refreshing to hear a team who's like, we're fine. We want to be underdogs.
Yeah.
We're okay. We like kind of having the pressure off of us, and it's funny. He's like, oh yeah, we got lucky. That did not look like luck to me. That was some insane coordination, and I think maybe even underestimating themselves, as it's clear that most of the other teams in the tournament have been underestimating Lion.
Exactly, and it really comes down to a fantastic mentality because, of course, INTZ comes in with their, like, we should be the best, right? And that's a great mentality as well, but it feels like if you're coming in saying that we have a lot to prove, we're going to go in as the underdogs, right? Sure, winning is fantastic, but that's not going to change our mindset on it.
Well, absolutely fantastic to see Lion pick up that second win in the tournament, but we'll be right back after this quick break with our next match between Rampage and INTZ.
You make me weak. You're the one I seek. And I hate that I love you. I hate that I love you. again. But it wouldn't mend mine. This love that you never started, you once destroyed a broken heart that was already shattered. Holding on to what we have and take us to the edge and back. Holding on to what we have and take us to the edge and back.
in their first match versus Sajon Jokers on day one.
Yeah, exactly. Up against Sajon Jokers, they had a tit-for-tat fight. It was incredible to watch. They ended up coming out with a win just off of some incredible team fights showing for them. But of course, today, this first game of the day didn't work out too well for them. They had a more of a non-committal poke composition working out for them, and they couldn't take it up against a strong Russian team.
Yeah, you know, Abastock's looking like one of the top teams in this tournament so far, paired alongside, surprisingly, Lion Gaming and INTZ, normally a team that we would automatically assume to make it out of the group stages. But after their performance yesterday, we have to ask some questions here. You know, where are these star players? Revolta looking a little bit lost in that matchup, and the team as a whole, you know, giving their opponents, I feel, far too many opportunities, and that's not really something that they can afford against Rampage, a team that normally plays so passive. But, I mean, if you give them a lead, we've seen exactly what they can do. Tussle in the jungle, a monster if he's ever given the opportunity to make plays.
Exactly. Even if you if you go even with this team, if you go even up against them, there's a lot of playmaking potential. Sure, we talk highly of Revolta. He's an incredibly smart jungler. Showed a lot in previous patches because INTZ had some incredible lane swaps. But they're going up against a team that have decent laners, and Tussle, if you give him the opportunity to farm up a storm to a point where he can get his items. If he's on that Lee Sin, of course, we saw him on. If he can get that a decent amount of damage from him, he can make a lot of plays, really threaten that backline in and up just by himself with Dara in the backline. So you can do a lot.
And of course, this is, you know, a team that I know very well. When I used to cast LJL, I was always look forward to watching Rampage. Tussle, formerly known as Dode, Dara and Dode synergy was something we always talked about.
Yeah.
These two, this is the Korean imports. These guys played so well together. They were never afraid to dive in a meta that has normally been very passive. LJL, not an incredibly aggressive region. Much more content to scale to the late game, to look for later opportunities, to make reactive style plays. And these two guys were kind of the exception to the rule. And you can see that in the Alistar play. And in the no hesitation engages coming in. But I'm wondering if they can show us a similar performance coming in the early game. If they can play more aggressive against INTZ. Because realistically, if they let INTZ play their game, I don't think Rampage is really going to get a shot to come back in the mid game. If they need to show us something.
Yeah, exactly. INTZ, if they find themselves decently well ahead early, then they're great. They've just been having problems in the early game, really, where they've either disrespected their opponents, or they just flat out make bad decisions.
And it's And it's unfortunate for both these teams because the early games have been shaky across the board. Two very experienced teams, two very experienced rosters. Miron, of course, an all-star AD carry. I'm excited to see this bot lane matchup because it's so often a winning point for this Japanese team. But INTZ, no slouch either. Talkers, or rather Jokster and Macau, really strong players. And I'm curious because I just don't know what to expect in terms of picks here, and I think picks will tell us so much about what these teams' game plans are going to be, because while Nidalee is very strong, I think Nidalee is an excellent pick. This is one of the few times where I'd say Lee Sin might be better just because of the player who's going to be picking it up. It's the difference between being able to be a playmaker, start engages, and yes, you've got a ton of damage, but if you can't find a way into that backline, if you can't find that early lead, it's just not going to be the same level of impact.
Yeah, exactly. And so this just comes back to the differences of playstyles. I'm sure like both players of Revolta and Tussle do play that Nidalee. And we did see the Nidalee earlier this morning, but at the same time, do you really want to play Nidalee, right? Sure, it's one of the better tussling junglers, junglers that can really skirmish, especially since you're locked into standard lanes. So, you know, you're locked into that matchup where you're going to be hammering down on that Gragas or the Rek'Sai. But the problem is, once your team really helps you out through that point, you do want to really focus on team fighting. And we have seen heard of an interview as well coming from INTZ's coach where they are focusing more so on team fighting. You can see it on their picks where they do favor Gragas a little bit more. And so that just seems like Nidalee kind of have to push it to the side.
And well, historically, Nidalee was known for some early ganking pressure and some insane farming. I just think what we're seeing is that you need a more reliable jungler when it comes to early engages, early gank opportunities. Because if your team isn't scared of the Nidalee, the pressure she puts down suddenly becomes kind of irrelevant. But the Gragas with that CC, the Gragas with the potential to come behind, as we saw in the previous game, you know, Adi putting on a show for us and showing what you can do with an early impact jungler if you're smart about how you path. And I think that's honestly, what I'd like to see from these teams is looking for early impact. Yes, Rek'Sai and Gragas may not be very exciting, but they are good early gankers.
No, it depends on what you see as early impact because, yeah, exactly. The hard impact coming out of Gragas and perhaps Rek'Sai as well, if you can get those early ganks, help out your team for that early lead in these lanes. That's been winning teams' games this entire tournament. But with that Nidalee pick, especially Graves as well. Sure, we saw Graves, but we didn't see him with that Thunderlords that we do see globally, that you can just walk into the enemy jungler, impact him as well, have your team play around you if they do have that shoving lane. So it's a difference in playstyle. I think right now we're seeing teams that aren't so comfortable around playing around their junglers. So it's much more beneficial that the junglers do play towards their lane and get a lot easier of an advantage coming out of the lanes.
And additionally, as we look towards this game, the pressure on both these teams is pretty massive. INTZ consistently expected to do well. And on the opposite side, Rampage, a team that has consistently played second fiddle to Detonation Focus Me, you know, never really making it to these international tournaments, always, even if they had amazing regular seasons, kind of getting ousted in the playoffs, finally getting their chance to show themselves on a stage and really need to make a big impact here if they want to win over the hearts of the Japanese fan base and if they really want to, you know, level up the perception of Japan worldwide.
That's true, but the difference is in terms of expectations, where one is hope of Japan, where people, honestly, if Rampage failed today, a lot of the teams say, you know, pat on the back, good job. You tried, you got yourselves out there. The players played well. You'll try next year at the very least. INTZ, they've won the hearts of Brazil. They're in Brazil right now playing. Right? If they don't do well, they're going to be hearing it. So yeah. Right now in the back of their heads, they have to be a little bit, I would say, nervous.
Definitely, and you can see previous pick bans coming out. Gragas consistent for Revolta in this tournament, but consistently struggling to make an impact. Macau, Jokster, Talkers, Revolta, and Yang. A lineup that's been together for a very long period of time. Yang, a masterful player in his own right, and despite their loss, you can still see showing up with an amazing KDA and a similar story for Macau on the bottom side, INTZ. I mean, I really don't know who to call a favorite anymore. And that's the thing that I love about International Wildcard is that we know because it's an international tournament, because we don't get to see these teams play against each other on a regular basis, you kind of just have to be ready for all your expectations to be turned on their head at an instant, because Japan looking stronger than they have previously, and INTZ really struggling here.
Yeah, exactly. And I think this is probably going to be the best matchup for INTZ. The bigger picks coming out of them was sure Gragas, sure Jin as well. They're going towards that team fighting, but they're known for setting up as well. They've had proper setup. Meanwhile, RPG have kind of failed in terms of that dragon setup. So, of course, now that they're gearing up for those team fight compositions, going up against a team fighting team in RPG could be interesting.
Really curious to see what they're going to go for. The Alistair, of course, a mainstay for Dara. Tussle, known for that Lee Sin, known for those more aggressive picks. In the past, he has opted towards Rek'Sai, but of course the champion, at least since I last cast Japan, much weaker than it used to be. Not quite the all-star early game powerhouse that it once was. Still a very powerful pick overall, still a top-tier jungler, but much more utility than just raw power.
Yeah, and honestly, one player that's been sticking out to me, sure, Dara and Tussle have been a duo that have been showing a lot of force, but someone who kind of hides behind them in terms of that is Paz. Paz is a player that he knows his role incredibly well, and in this team fight, it's not solely because of those two players. Paz is his zoning force, his ability to stick on players have been incredibly well done. He's fantastic in that regard. He knows his role in every team fight to a T. So it's a bit refreshing to watch, and I do want to see what he looks towards playing, because we've seen the Echo, we've seen that Maokai.
Well, and of course, he's going up against Yang as well, and Yang touted as one of the stronger players on this team, and after that Gnar performance they put on in INTZ's first game, I think there can be no doubt this guy, if he's given the opportunity, will carry games. So curious to see how they're going to stack up. Is this a lane that Rampage are going to put some priority on? Is INTZ going to put priority here? Or are both teams maybe just going to focus on their junglers, as they're so often the players that dictate the pace of these games?
Yeah, one big expectation for me is I think we're going to have a slow game starting out. INTZ, they're just trying to regain some pace going for themselves. They do want to look for that point in the game where they can start that team fight, maybe set up the wards and lane pressure early. Meanwhile, our Rampage, they just want to focus on team fighting. I feel like their lanes, they keep to themselves and allow Tussle to really farm up in whatever he plays. I know he has had a few Rengar games. That's a possibility. I'm just putting that out there. You know, if you see it, I've spoiled it. So,
please no. I mean, please yes, but please no. For the sake of Japan, for the sake of their reputation, please don't.
It's like, see, I don't want to see it, but at the same time, I do want to see it. So
it's kind of that thing.
Spectator versus
we saw one successful game of Rengar in NA, and everyone's like, "Is Rengar back?" And you go back and you watch that game and you realize that it's actually just a massive mistake on the opposite side. They walk into 5-stack Rengar at blue buff, see that Rengar acknowledges them, and then continue to take blue buff. The circumstances had to be perfect for Rengar to be viable, but the second that you see it, you want to see more, because it is one of those champions that's just so exciting.
Yeah, especially since you're just focusing on this jungle matchup a lot. Of course, there are a lot more junglers than just Rek'Sai, Gragas, and Elise. Maybe in Italy as well, but I don't even want to see that champion. Not today, at least.
No more farming. We want to see some early CC. We want to see some team fighting. No more poke. Alistair taken off the board. Dara, gotta wonder what he's going to go for next here. Sivir similarly taken away. Now, we haven't gotten the chance to talk about it much, but historically, Maron has been, a very strong player for this lineup, and Japan known for the strength of their AD carries. Yutapon, Maron, these guys who have always been able to put up good numbers. Curious to see what he's going to opt for this time around. Jhin, Ashe still available. Lucian as well if he looks for early lane dominance.
A lot being taken out here. Of course, a lot of respect being given on this Talia and Alistar as well. INTZ don't want to even see it.
Yep. You can see Rek'Sai Gangplank taken away as well, but Gnar is still up and available. What is going to be the final ban?
It almost feels like you have to. Oh, okay, Vladimir. Gnar is still available, as you said.
I
not
can't
a lot
imagine
of picks you can go against him.
I can't imagine anything other than Gnar being picked up here. In the past, I thought it was just a solid top lane pick, but watching it succeed in every single region makes me feel like there's just not a whole lot of opportunities to play against it. But Shen also left up and available.
Thing about Gnar too is that technically should have some good matchups up against him, like Aurelia, but Frozen Mallet really does change the situation where, sure, his mini-Gnar, that's his weakest point, but once he's in mini-Gnar, he has a lot of opportunities to really re-engage on you. Put some answer damage on you. So yeah, Karma comes through.
Karma, an interesting kind of shift in first pick. Not something we've seen priority on 615, of course, seeing pretty massive nerfs, I would say, in her kit. But if there are, of course, two very strong top laners left open, so maybe INTZ just knowing that they're going to get something out of the exchange, shift their priority elsewhere. Rampage completing their first rotation as they lock in both the Jhin and the Shen.
Really good pickups from Rampage. I do agree with them. Not too happy about the Karma. Karma can, of course, go towards the support or the mid lane position. We've seen Karma coming out of a few teams. If they are on specific compositions, I just don't agree with it in first pick.
Yeah, I think we can safely say a questionable pick, but what we've learned from this tournament is definitely that sometimes comfort is more valuable than raw power, and Karma by no means a bad pick after her nerfs. Just not, I would argue, not first pick worthy anymore. However, the flex pick, of course, still having value. Can go into the mid lane or the bot lane, and INTZ are going to pick up the Gnar, and this is, I mean, I know in theory that Shen has a solid matchup there, that Shen can do well against the Gnar, but just watching this champion rise and rise in popularity has me worrying for Rampage's early game.
Yeah, well, as you said, it's a decent matchup for Shen, and on top of that, Shen's going to be playing towards the rest of the composition. So I'm a fan of the Shen pick overall. That's the only real pick that I do want to see over Gnar. At least getting locked in is going to be interesting, especially since we do see that Karma pick. So you have to expect that the Karma could just be going support.
Still opportunity to pick the mid laner or RP. Where are they going to save this final pick for? Could give it over to support. We have seen a decent amount of flexibility. And on those melee supports, Taric, Tom Kench, Braum, all left up and available. But it looks like they're going to save that last pick for the jungle, for Tussle.
That's interesting because there's a lot of which ways he can go. He's shown quite a bit in his pool, and on top of that, he's going up against an Elise. So if he does have good enough lanes, and with the Shen protection, that does open up certain assassin picks. As I said, perhaps Rengar, perhaps Kha'Zix. We've seen a lot. I'm not too sure about what Tussle is willing to play, though, of course.
I like how your mind is Rengar Kha'Zix.
I'm just like
I like how there's like a
it.
Lee Sin, there's a Gragas. You're like, no.
I don't want to see it. I mean, of course, I do want to see Lee Sin. I love the fact that he picked it on early.
Rengar Kha'Zix.
Rengar Kha'Zix. Give it to me.
I mean, that's the dream.
It is.
But I think both teams really mulling over their options here. INTZ, they're going to have to pick something. Looks like it will be the Cassio, although they're still taking time on this one. Still got an opportunity. May have a decent matchup into the Malzahar, but Malzahar, Braum locked in for Rampage. They've got a solid front line here with the Braum Shen. It's going to be difficult to get onto those backline threats.
Yeah, the counter engage coming out of INTZ is going to be incredibly strong. They're going to be a good force if they have the positioning. If they have positioning on Dragon, if they have positioning on Baron, you can never really walk up to them. That's going to be a problem. So it's going to be up to Jhin to really push them off with ulti if that ever does come about. Gragas would be an amazing pick because you do want to force them away from it, just force some dispersion, some disengage really. Because right now INTZ's only real engage tool is going to be that Gnar.
Of course, some pick potential with Revolta on this Elise, but you know, honestly, flash body slam into that cask is just such a solid early game pick tool, and that ultimate remains relevant at every stage of the game. Rampage are going to lock it in, gift that one over to Tussle. Interesting lock-ins on both sides here, though. INTZ taking a bot lane that we haven't seen in a while. Yellowstar and Reckless, very big fans of the Sona Ezreal. Very safe, not Sona Ezreal, sorry, Karma Ezreal.
There we go.
No one's a fan of the Sona in competitive play right now, just a little too squish. Solo queue all-star, though. But, you know, a powerful lane on previous patches, but both these champions kind of muscled out by the utility AD carries or melee support picks.
Yeah, a lot of scaling coming out of INTZ on top of that. But they will have a strong team fight. Just comes down to the fact that Rampage have greater skirmish, greater early game power coming out of them, so they can get the decent amount of picks going their way. Sure, of course, INTZ have Elise, but the Braum, Jhin, Gragas, Malzahar, all of them really will force Cassio into a situation where perhaps she has to go QSS. So, she has to worry about her lane because she's going to be shoving up. It's a good matchup for her, but the fact it's a good matchup could be a bad thing because if you're shoving into Malzahar, you're going to be getting a few visits from Gragas.
Yeah, relatively easy, I think, for both sides to set up some chain CC here. Elise into the Cassio, Gragas into the Malzahar, or vice versa on either side. So a lot of potential to snowball out here.
Going to have to expect a lot of skirmishes, a lot of fights centered around this mid lane, perhaps at level 6, level 8 area. Jhin going to be looking to help out as well because right now, sure, Malzahar is in a losing lane and a losing position, but he's going to have a lot of help. A lot of help from the rest of his team, specifically Tussle. And if Talkers gets taken down, if Cassiopeia is in a poor position, then that really does put INTZ's composition as a whole, their team fighting, into a very awkward state where they just don't have damage.
Honestly, there's just so many questions on both sides here. Of course, we're going to focus in on the jungle no matter what, because these two junglers are both, top tier in their respective region. Excellent playmakers on both sides, but the mid lane as well. Talkers, playing the Cassio here versus the Malzahar. This is where the junglers could shift their attention. And now Dara's getting aggressive here. Jockster with one stack that concussive blows, but there goes the passive. Turning, that's a lot of early damage from the Karma. Roki taking a decent amount, but Rampage just looking to walk away. Macau, Ezreal level 1, very potent here. Karma looking for a bit more damage. Maron just going to get chunked out, but no summoners burned on either side.
You have to walk all the way back. Macau is going to be able to poke them out completely, and it's 120. So if they ever get stopped, that could just be... that'll be really bad in terms of just they won't be able to hit the wave first. So the bottom lane is going to be in an awkward position where Ezreal and Karma going to get to level 2 first.
And here's the thing, is that Ezreal not exactly known for a strong early game, not exactly known for, when he buys that tier for getting ahead. But before anyone has items, Ezreal is a gross laner to play against.
He really is, especially up against Jhin now. Jhin generally is a stronger laner up against Ezreal, especially once he starts to get his long swords going for him. Meanwhile, Macau will be looking to get the tier, but some players are rather comfortable with Ezreal versus Jhin simply because, A, he's going to look to scale up, but more importantly, a lot of poke coming out of Macau. Maron won't be able to really dodge out of it.
And, of course, you're playing against the Karma Ezreal as well, so the double range making it so difficult for Dar to have the impact. And the vote's surprisingly close here. They are in Brazil, and INTZ only 15% ahead. The fans of the LJL coming in strong.
A lot of pride there. Really surprising, of course. As you said, all of Brazil must be awake right now.
Yeah. I mean, this is their region. This is their time zone. Japan is staying up.
It would be a shame.
Or getting up early, I suppose. Time zones are confusing.
That's true. I have no idea. I don't even know what time it is right now.
I don't either.
So
we live a half-life, Raz. We wake up for the show, we go to bed for the next show.
Sometimes life needs to be that simple.
Yeah, but Revolta looking to make a bit of an impact here in the jungle. Tussle is going to get stunned up. Revolta, a good opportunity to go in. Karma coming up as well. INTZ, he wants to get the barrel. He is going to get the blue buff flash out. No! First blood going over to Jockster. The double buff transfer to the Karma.
And that really all bled over from the level 1. Bot lane could not help. They're getting shoved in. Jockster is going to be able to get there first. They know that 100%. Revolta is just going to be able to abuse the already poor matchup of Elise versus Gragas. And so this is already looking fairly poor for Rampage, just from that one small mistake in level 1. So that's great on INTZ to really snowball that really tiny advantage.
And, of course, red buff going to make it. The harass is coming in that much more lethal, that much more spammable. As you can see, Maron just losing so much health in that small exchange. But things across the board are looking very good for INTZ, not only coming out ahead in the jungle matchup, getting those double buffs away from the early Gragas clear, but also a decent lead on the top side of the map. 4 CS, not a slouch, and you can see that the mid lane really the only even point at this early stage of the game.
Exactly, and so what was already a fairly difficult matchup for Jhin, this is that much harder. I mean, he's just going to be getting poked down initially regardless, but the fact that he has to deal with a blue buff, like a double buff support, up against, he's just getting zoned out of the wave entirely.
Oh, things are looking grim for the Malzahar, though. Keep your eyes on that map. You can see that 2 lanes are winning for INTZ, and 1 lane is very clearly pushed in RPG, as it's Roki is drawing a map for Revolta, saying, please come here. Revolta instead going to spend some time in the jungle, moving his way up, support to back him up as well, but the Wolf Spirit going to spot him out.
A great decision from Revolta. Even though this mid lane position, yeah, sure, that's an easy target. But Tussle, if you target down Tussle, then of course the only winning lane of Roki, he's not going to be able to walk over and help him. Sure, he has the ability to, but he does not want to deal with the force of INTZ's bottom lane, just saying, hey, what are you doing? Like this is our jungle now.
I mean, it really seems that way. The Wolf Spirit maybe keeping him safe for now, but you can see the vision already littered up there. And Talker's now finally starting to be able to push this one back. Twin Fang killing the minions before they can really start pushing the wave.
And the thing is, even though that was initially a shoving lane, Cassio into Malzahar is really bad for Melz. Won't be able to take out, even before the nerf, honestly. Won't be able to skirmish Cassio. Most champions can't. And just gets out pushed as well.
And things are looking pretty grim here in the early game for RPG. It's been a struggle for most teams to come back from early deficits, and INTZ already with a 1K gold lead. Mid lane starting to swing in their favor, top lane as well, bottom lane clearly in their favor.
There's one win from Rampage, and it did come off of a deficit early. They're a team that, regardless of their deficit, they do have a strong mental, and they can come back. This one's fairly difficult.
Interesting, too, as the itemization starts to come in. Revolta, early purchase on the Boots of Lucidity, a lot more mobility for this Elise.
He will look to need it. He needs to start to track down Tussle. If he can find Tussle, then that will secure Cassio's push. Cassio does need that secure push because, of course, he's going to be the main attraction for Gragas.
Bringing him in. He's just excited about snakes.
Oh, why wouldn't you be?
Of course, Cassio building up a pretty large CS lead as well. Malzahar going to catch that wave and start to even it up, but I mean, leads building across the board. And as you kind of predicted, outside of this Elise and Gragas matchup, it's been a relatively passive early game. Both Gnar and Shen seemingly content to farm, and Maron and Dara far too much on the back foot to make too much of an impact.
Sharks are able to find Tussle on that, but yeah, exactly. Revolta right now is doing an incredible job at just targeting down where Tussle is. Both teams really are comfortable with just playing it safe early. Most teams, if they're that far back in Rampage's position, they would look to just actively make plays at any point to just draw skirmishes, get something working for them, maybe look for an outplay or two. Right now, Tussle's just not going to be in that position to do anything. He is as visible as any other laner.
Getting aggressive here on the bottom side. Macau goes back to buy a tier, and instantly the lane pressure starts to shift back in the favor, especially with Karma Dawn. But Tussle, he's going to have to flash out to safety. I think maybe a little bit too eager to recoup his early losses, and now caught between a rock and a hard place. How's he going to make his way out? Revolta is there, has to throw down a little bit of CC. Decent amount of damage. Malzahar coming in, Shen as well, but Tussle's still just going to walk this one off.
Down goes Shen ulti from Paz. That's going to be really impactful. Sure, he doesn't even have the TP either. He must have just TP'd to lane when doing so. So that's going to be a big blow to Rampage. Another problem. Yang's going to be able to have, sure, a TP advantage, but he can just look to consistently shove as well. There's not right now. INTZ is in such a good position that sure they can look for a dive bottom lane. Sure they can look for perhaps a dive mid as well. But if Revolta is going to have full control of Paz's, full control of Tussle's jungle, then might as well keep doing that.
Well, we're talking about full control here, and Revolta is making his mark on the map. INTZ is still just taking small advantages. And as we look at it, yes, the lanes are winning for INTZ, and yes, Revolta is making his name known, but he's falling behind in jungle CS by a decent margin, so Greg is slowly going to work towards out-itemizing him, however. I mean, really, that's not much, as Gnar is absolutely dominating the top lane in terms of farm, and the mid lane is continuing to grow in the favor of Cassio.
Yeah, that's just a bit of an expectation, at least, going up against Gragas. Tussle was fairly smart in finding camps to farm out. He knew that Revolta was going to be tracking him, and so he ended up going towards just counter jungling. Though, of course, as I said, he found Droxter, had to blow his flash. But overall, even though Tussle hasn't been getting his camps, or at least his buffs in general, he's been finding farm. But the fact that he is known, the fact that he is constantly seen, not good at all.
No, and a bad point. Yang, perfect charge on the Rage. Does miss the taunt. Yang just going to look to knock him into the wall. The flash out, not enough. Paz not going to be able to dash to safety. Tussle going to be the next to fall. A quick, clean dive coming in for INTZ, but not as clean as they wanted, as a kill is traded back.
Yeah, he tried to flash out of the tower range. Not out, not exactly out, but they're going to get this first tower gold on top of that. That's just massive, regardless of whether or not Yang came out of that one alive.
And a desperate push in the mid lane coming in from Roki, but it is simply too little too late. The gold lead explodes in the favor of INTZ. 3K at the 10-minute mark. First blood first tower and an additional 2 kills picked up here.
And it got split between Elise and Cassio, but Cassio looking to go for Abyssal on top of that tier. Gonna be so impactful for him, able to just bully out this matchup from here on out.
And honestly, Paz just misses the taunt here, and at this stage, the flash out is too little too late, because the second that miasma comes down, there is no option to escape. And I mean, just a fumble coming in from INTZ to give up that kill, and a bit of a reprieve for RPG, but that's a rough life.
This is exactly the game INTZ needed. Like after the last game up against Lion, they must have felt at least a little bit of comfort seeing Lion smash the last game, because they realized, hey, you know what? They aren't that bad. That wasn't that much of a loss. And now finally going up against Rampage and taking this early game at the very least so decisively, it's a great comfort point. They can't be too comfortable. You have a lead, you have to shove it forward.
Of course, Rampage, a team known to swing things back once they start to get into the team fighting, something they've been able to execute on so well, but INTZ looking on point in this matchup, looking to redeem themselves, you know?
Yeah, and Talker's able to end up finishing up that Abyssal Scepter. It's going to be very impactful. Malzahar cannot walk up into the lane, has to back in the end of the day because he just didn't have much mana. It's still going to be fine for Malzahar. He's going to be shoving the lane and walking away entirely, but that just means Talkers has that much more of an ability of taking the skirmishes if required, taking a dive if Elise finds it fit, and just roaming bot side.
But still so much freedom for Revolta to really roam wherever he wants, clearing out the vision across the board, and now the Mountain Drake going to be started up. However, looks like they will be spotted out by that ward. Ping's coming down. An opportunity maybe for Tussle to turn this.
Yeah, but they're not taking damage here for this dragon.
No, yeah, Elise and Cassio just so good at taking this one down. Looks like they are just going to give it up. No hopes on the steal there. Talker's speeding in, but Tussle just going to take the pink ward and walk on out.
Yeah, so that could have... Oh, they're not done, actually. Okay, they're coming in as a group. This tower has been chipped down quite a bit.
They are spotted out by the vision, but it's not stopping Jockster and Revolta from moving up. Maybe looking to start a siege here. Roki, very vulnerable. Nerfs to that Malzahar passive, something we have to talk about it, making it so much easier to coordinate those dives to shut down that that pushing pressure that Malzahar can put in, but
it's that much harder as Tussle or Roki when you constantly have a Karma walking at your face. And so one thing that it's happened a few times already this game, Macau getting left alone. Wait,
JCC going in, is still going to get it out. Buffers that Arcane Shift, is going to make it to safety. A lot of poke coming down. Right now, Jin, of course, just able to dish out so much more damage than the Ezreal.
Yeah, but Rampage, they need to start actually outputting the pressure, and that was a good example of them doing it. They, of course, they weren't going to be able to get a kill, but that's something. Jockster, as I said, has been roaming out quite a lot, been making it very hard for Tussle to counter jungle or to do much at all.
Tussle moving in, Tussle moving out. Doesn't want to stick around to get poked down by Revolta, but Revolta here to respond to the plights on the bottom side. Smaron starts to siege up. Braum not going to block out the ultimate there, though. Means that the siege is going to be stopped in its track, and meanwhile, the pressure on top is almost overwhelming for Paz, a player that we praised for his proficiency in team fighting, but currently getting beaten out by this insanely aggressive Gnar, almost a 40 CS lead in favor of Yang.
Yeah, exactly. And went for that Black Cleaver as well, so he's just trying to do as much damage just to look to completely split him out, take as much chip damage on this turret. So Shen really, the opportunity cost of him looking to go bottom lane, it's a bit too high if Yang's going to be just completely shoving him in and just taking as much damage on this turret.
Yeah, Paz has to be careful. The power of the double globals is strong, but knowing that if he ever leaves his lane, that tower will drop, really putting all of Rampage on the back foot.
And a big point of this, too, is that if right now he can't even look for an opportunity of going bottom lane. If Rampage try, it better be a good attempt, because Macau and Jockster on, quite honestly, the slippiest, most slippery bottom lane I've ever seen. Karma and Ezreal.
They're just safe. You're not killing anybody. We saw there.
You're not going to die.
Ezreal, of course, a ridiculously frustrating champion to try to kill because he can just buffer that E.
Mm-hmm.
You push that button, you start that animation, you're making it out.
Yeah, so the strength top side for INTZ is it's fairly safe because that's what Revolta is going to be playing towards. there's no point to be playing towards his bottom side unless if there's a point where their tower is just going to get threatened. So a really smart draft coming out of INTZ, and they're playing it very well ever since they've got that lead in level 1.
Oh, and this is not a good spot to be. So the Rift Herald buff does go down. That's 20 minutes that Yang is going to have an even bigger lead over the opposition. Gnar, one of the most frustrating champions to play against with Rift Herald. His range making it easy to proc that damage. But despite the advantages built up, Rampage aren't hesitating to push in here for a bit of deeper vision.
Exactly.
Maybe hoping to find a pick.
And at 15 minutes too, getting that Rift Herald is going to last just that much longer. Scales incredibly well levels, so it's just going to be that much harder to deal with. And if you're a Shen, you really want to be able to escape this lane. And you can tell that Tussel's trying to create that option, but it's going to be very hard and has to start with Marin start just channeling that ulti and perhaps looking for a dive. It looks like very impossible. Revolta's just reading their movements.
An interesting adaptation coming in here in the Ezreal build, going for the early Iceborne Gauntlet. Kind of identifying that he's the losing lane, offering utility potentially to the rest of the team, and just knowing that he's going to keep the Jhin busy while the rest of his team just wins across the board.
Yeah, exactly. It looks like they're going in on this.
Oh, here comes the TP. Dar just going to flash to safety. Interesting choice, giving up a lot of pressure on the top side. No dragon to take either.
Yeah, they had no ability to lock them down on that one.
Miasma stopping any potential flash ult to come in from Roki.
Worst thing about all of
still
that.
on the wrong side. Oh, flash forward, looks for the ult. Roki trying to make his way out of this one. Shen coming in as well. Silence drops down. INTZ now pushing in the mid lane, maybe looking for this tower.
Yeah, they're going to try for it. This tower is fairly low.
Okay, taking
Not
a bit
much
of
of
damage.
a wave.
Paz on the way in. Roki flashing forward onto Revolta. The chain CC coming in. Curtain call on the backside, and it will be curtains for Revolta as he gets cut down. Excellent execution coming in for Rampage. No opportunity for INTZ to respond, but Macau looking to change that as he pushes in on the bottom side.
Yeah, really well played. It was just an awkward situation for INTZ to be in, and they're just starting to slip up ever since that TP.
Shen on the way in goes the snare, not going to connect as Macau makes it out to safety, but Tussle does not care. Knocked into the wall, chain CC comes in, rinse and repeat on the gangs. Rampage finding a way back into the game, but Yang is here, and so is Talkers. Ezreal ult coming in, so much damage down onto the team. They're trying to make it to safety. Paz waiting for an opportunity out, so many low health bars. Maron dishing out the damage. INTZ looking to turn this, they pick up one, looking to make it two. Yang backing off, but it is a bloodbath here on the bottom side.
Yeah, nice return kill. Might even look to take this tower. Definitely need it to at least return some of that gold value that they lost. But that was a really great pick from our Rampage. That was really well done in the mid lane, and of course a good response just instantly going bottom lane. Just great TP response from Paz.
And excellent play overall. Maybe a little too aggressive on the second pick there. Looking to double down. Looking to, shrink the advantage that INTZ has even more. But INTZ get it back. Managed to pick up that kill onto Roki and take the bottom lane tower as well. Now getting an Infernal Drake. I mean, across the board, there's so many people building AP and AD. This is a perfect pickup for INTZ.
Yeah, exactly. And while this is going back and forth, INTZ still sticking up ahead in this game. 18 minutes in is still a positive for them. They are still scaling up with their tiers, and Ezreal just went back to get a Manamune. So he's going to be in a good position to just hopefully get to that point where he's going to be dealing a lot of damage.
Looking forward. I think there's a lot of people in this game who are going to be dishing out a lot of damage. Interesting adaptation, though, from Talkers. Does opt to pick up the QSS here. Gets that first item and immediately goes for it. Doesn't want to get any opportunities to Roki to pick him off. And things look really good for INTZ right now.
Yeah, I mean, Talkers is really blessed to have Revolta that far ahead and constantly tracking
Tussle. This is not what you wanted. Trying to make his way out. Team is there to back him up. No flash on the Gragas. But 4 members strong from Rampage. Going to make sure nothing else is going to happen.
Yeah, not going to be able to use this push because of how low Tussle is.
Tussle heals up a bit from the passive there on the Gragas, as well as the jungle item. However, Gnar constantly threatening on the bottom side. Revolta moving up. They're collapsing onto Paz, and Paz just now backing off, but is it too little too late?
Yeah, globally, we've been seeing a lot of QSS coming out of champions that shouldn't usually normally get that QSS. Of course, Casio will just gonna stop at the QSS, and on top of that, I do expect Ezreal and possibly Gnar too, so we can at least secure a Gnar engage on top of that, so he doesn't get zeroed in on and just taken down immediately.
Interesting too. Tussle going to take back some of his own jungle. Checking in on the difference, of course, still about a 4K gold lead in favor of INTZ, buffed up by the Infernal and the Mountain Drake. But looking into that mid lane matchup, looking into that QSS, it seems to me like if Malzahar ever tries to ult you, ever goes for that staring contest, you can just instant QSS ult him, because you know he's facing you. You know he's looking you dead in the eye.
Exactly. And on top of that, Casio has always been a really good matchup into Malzahar, simply because she can have that instant response. Can always output that ulti moment Malzahar even looks for that stare, for that one glare.
Yeah. You got to choose between Medusa and Scary Void Man in a staring contest. I'd pick Medusa, just as a general rule.
She has more of a thick history in staring contests.
It's true. Scary Void Man, a little bit more unknown.
Exactly. Yeah, right now, INTZ are just really comfortable in this position. And Ezreal is the fact that he's in this point, 20 minutes in, hasn't really been touched in lane, has had solo experience for a little bit. That's going to be working out well for him. He's going to be doing a lot of damage, and they're just going to be honestly, at this point, they're just going to be looking towards getting this mid lane tower. The moment they can get this mid tower, with how much pressure they've been putting in sides, they can really start to unlock this game and put our Rampage in a lot more of a tough position.
Yeah,
just boarding their jungle.
I mean, and currently the path seems easy for Rampage. Protect mid, stall out, try to farm up, clear the waves on each side. But once that mid lane's open, much harder to be safe in your own territory, much harder to push out, and potentially more options for INTZ to push for more.
Yeah, they're not going to be able to really threaten from either sides, even if they get a pink on one side or not. It depends on Gnar, but it feels like it's fairly easy. With Cassiopeia as well, you put down that Miasma, can get a lot of chip down damage on this tower.
Yeah, ult comes out from Dara to make sure that they can't get it on that wave, but another creep wave just seconds away, and they don't really have any wave clear options left. Pings go down, and Talkers moving into the jungle will get spotted out. Revolta going to see that ward. Now shifting their pressure to the top side. Rampage have to be careful where they move. They're going to have to give up something here.
But they do have to start challenging for this. They really do. If they allow their own jungle to get completely taken away from them, they lose the ability to really take picks, and that's all they really are hoping for at this point.
Talkers sidesteps there on the winner's bite, but Yang, well, everyone else is playing a battle over control on the top side. He owns the bottom side. Paz just has to wait for the wave to reach him.
Yeah, and that tower in the bot side is already half HP, so right now, a Rampage are in a time game. Sure, you lost mid lane. That's going to be really destructive because INTZ have full autonomy, full control of your jungle. They already had those pinks. Now they have the extra ability to protect them. You have no way to really extend that far away from the next set of towers. So, Rampage, they have to play it safely, and that means that this red buff is now INTZ's.
And it just gets scarier too. Ezreal finishing up their Muramana, making it that much. Just doing that much more damage. Duskblade, of course, not too far away from Meron. But it just gets harder.
He just keeps taking chips. That tower's down. There. Goodbye. There we go.
It just feels to me like Rampage are bleeding out, and INTZ are more than happy to just kind of sit back and watch it. So they just pressure across the map.
Well, INTZ is used to this type of game. If they ever find themselves in this position, I know, and they usually find themselves in this position much, much earlier in the game because of how they play out in these lane swaps in general. But once they get to the mid game, it's generally their type of game. This tournament, especially, the early games have been poor. So they're more than happy to be gifted that early game and to be able to take that early game and move forward with it.
And you look at the gold lead, you look at where that gold has been invested, and for honestly most of it, well, not most of it, but a lot of it, is in the triple QSS, present in the jungler, the mid laner, and the AD carry. But it looks like we're going to have to wait and see as this is going to unfold, but not as long as you maybe thought.
You never know. But
a brief intermission, ladies and gentlemen.
There we go.
As we gear up for more farming and more pressure across the map.
Bit of a bathroom break, but Triple QSS, I do expect Gnar to pick it up as well. As you're in this position, right? You have the positional advantage, and that's one of the major win conditions for this team.
Speeds out.
Not even get him.
2 shots on the curtain call, 2 misses. Yeah. Miran.
But exactly, Rampage needs to start threatening this position. But if they try to, they're going to find themselves in this position right here.
Backside Yang over the wall. Gnar's going to miss, though. Beautiful flash. Excellent disengage from Rampage to pull out of that one. But INTZ should be more than happy to transition this down to the Dragon.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, they tried for it. That's all it really needed. And Tussle.
Oh, flash out. He's going to make it to safety. In goes the ultimate for Talkers. That's so much damage. Roki caught out and knocked out. No cleanse to safety. No one's dropping down from Rampage quite yet. Yang moving in. He does have the frozen mallet. Dar, no hope to escape. Is going to flash over the wall. The hop, the skip. Looking to make it a little bit more. Yang does so much damage. The team waiting to back him up. Sped up by the Karma Shield. Not quite ready to 4v1. Waiting for an opportunity out, but simply too much damage on the side of INTZ.
Yeah, exactly. And sure, Yang's TP didn't work out because of that perfect flash coming out, but it doesn't really matter at the end of the day. INTZ, all they really need is the position, and once they have position on Dragon, once they have position perhaps in the future in Baron, they cannot get pushed out. So Rampage constantly having to jock for position, trying to push them off, shove them away from Dragon entirely. It's really difficult, hard to find for them. And so yeah, this is going to be an interesting game where INTZ, they had the lead to start, and question is whether whether RPG are ever going to find a time to take this away.
I think it's just going to be rough. We look at the scaling present on both sides, and a lot of potential opportunities here have just been thwarted by the fact that INTZ can just afford to buy triple QSS. So much pick potential gone. It feels like the one member who can reliably engage for them will be the Gragas. The body slam cask, a pretty solid way to go in. But, I mean, when you've only got one engage option against a team where every single member is stronger than your individual members, it just looks grim right now for RPG.
Exactly, and we've seen this is the second Malzahar game in a row. Last one, QSS was not a good option simply because you're too far behind. But if you can dish out the gold, where you are already much stronger than the Malzahar, you now can completely nullify his ulti and any other stunning ability, then, I mean, RPG, Rampage, they only have one win condition at this point, and that is getting the necessary picks off. And if they can't do that, then they themselves have to recognize that they've got to find a new way. Maybe it's rushing down Baron. Of course, they don't. The only real champion that can help allow that is Malzahar. And even that's not good enough.
Gage comes in and Gage goes wide. RPG still trying to make those aggressive moves. It's not Baron, but they're looking to force something in the mid lane. Yang, though, sees the trinket come down. Not going to look for that flank, but ready at a moment's notice to kind of punish RPG for getting aggressive.
Yeah, that's just good map awareness from him. He's always putting them... they've always had to pay attention to where Yang is, because at every point, sure, he's pressuring out in the Shen, but he's not always in that lane. He's very mindful of where he is, where the enemy team is, and if he can look for a flank. And so that's a great state of mind for Yang. Something to always watch out for, because if Rampage ever overstep, ever lose attention, what's happening in the top lane, or I guess now in the bottom side of the map, then they'll pay for it.
And I mean, this is... The next step for Rampage is, well, there's no next step. Let's be honest. It's to continue to wait to see what INTZ are going to do next. But for INTZ, they've set up vision around the Baron pit. They're looking to take control of that area. And Rampage, always a team eager to a fight, are going to have to take one sooner rather than later if INTZ do opt to force this, if they try to get the vision and bait it out.
Exactly. I mean, INTZ is far from being a perfect team. Now, if they were to play this perfectly, all Rampage can hope for is perhaps a Baron steal. That's really all they can do. But if they just wait, be very mindful, attentive of what INTZ is doing, and if they are in the proper positions, yeah, there's one thing you cannot QSS, and that's Gragas ulti. So you better have flash up and prepared for that. So if they can find that one pick, that'd be good for Rampage.
Dara and Tussle taking this opportunity to roam together, looking to maybe set up some vision, support jungle synergy, something that's been critical for so many successful teams in the past. You can see
There's so much tension.
There's so much tension. There's so many circles.
Oh, not even the, yeah. So there we go.
Game now continuing. Keep you guys updated as we move forward. The Baron contest. Not going to come out quite yet, but INTZ getting frisky.
Rampage are just getting, it feels like they have to remain patient. They really do. They're in a position where they're getting a little testy. They're trying to see if they can clear a few more wards, if they have the time and opportunity to do that. But one wrong move, and you will find yourself on the end of an Elise Cocoon. So that's something they have to watch out for.
Oh, position set. INTZ surround the Baron. Ward goes down. They're going to clear it out. A little bit of poke onto Jokster. Are they going to start it?
It's a bit of a problem. Casio can do it quickly, but they do not have a tank, so they can't really stick onto that Baron. So right now, Rampage are in a good enough position where they can really just stay a bit far away from it.
And you can see on your picture-in-picture as well that the Gnar just consistently being that threat. He could be the tank for the Baron, but instead he's just forcing the Shen to stay in that lane, really limiting his ability to impact the team. And
he can't really even come to tank Baron as well, simply because he does have double offensive items in that Black Cleaver and Frozen Mallet. So even if he were to come and start tanking Baron, they would have to commit to the Baron and hope that Rampage take the fight. Even then, they don't really have much of an engaging force, so they're in a bit of a bind in terms of threatening for Baron. They would just have to really start to look for that proper flank ward positioning, because Yang right now, sure, he has TP right now. That's a great position to be in. They need to shove into the red side jungle. They need to place down as many pinks or creative greens as possible. And then, then you start threatening towards Baron, and you can get that TP play, because right now you cannot force them to respect your Baron, to walk too far up.
Man, it's an interesting position that INTZ have put themselves in with this draft. Yes, they're doing so well across the board, but difficult to get that reliable CC, but no hesitation here when it comes to starting the Infernal. Curtain Call comes out, not going to get it. Secured up by Revolta, and suddenly Rampage maybe looking for a fight. Revolta at half health. Tussle taking so much damage here.
Yeah, I don't think our Rampage want to take this fight.
Oh, Roki backing off. Shenalt does come in. Yang disengaged, making sure that Mega Gnar can't make it. Good chain on the CC.
INTZ can remain here for as long as they want. Ezreal is doing a lot of damage, and he can just pretty much keep poking, keep his position, push forward. Rampage, they have to respect his poke.
No Mega Gnar now, though. Is going to make it easier to chase here, though. The Frozen Mount, very oppressive. Rampage making it out. Just some ults traded on both sides.
They're happy with their trade, though. Of course, they ended up getting that Infernal Dragon. They're going to end up backing. They need to buy more pinks and recharge whatever Karma has in terms of the wards right now. So they're back. That's going to be fine. They need to regain control of Baron, because it's going to be tricky for them, and it needs to come off of Yang's TP.
Of course, TP's matched, equal global pressure for both teams, but INTZ now using the Spooky Ghosts. Get a little bit of vision down, go in to set up more vision, now trying to play around the Baron, and it seems like INTZ are really hesitating to force out a Baron bait. Hesitating to get really aggressive here, and honestly, we can't blame them. After dropping a game to Lion, a lot of pressure on the team to show up and win here, and Rampage, a team that is so good when it comes to executing those fights that if you give them an inch, they're going to take a mile.
Yeah, exactly. So there is that fear, but at the same time, it's just difficult with their composition. They have a lot of good kite back, a really strong kite back. Their only engage option is that Gnar, as I said earlier in Champ Select. And so it looks like right now this is going to be their go button.
Up, trying to flash out, making his way to safety, but Tussle goes in. He misses the memo from the team. GA proc. He's now set to fall, but Curtain Call looking to lay down a bit of damage. Jokster in trouble. Last shot is going to hit. Maron now on a killing spree. Revolta in trouble. Here's the fight that they're waiting for. Paz moves in. Oh, they don't know what they're going to be able to get, because Yang looks to turn it up. Beautiful Gnar and Rampage are getting ripped through. Yang and Macau on the front lines. Yang, the solo carry to keep that team fight together, and Talker's going to play cleanup on the backside.
That was an incredible team fight from regardless of whether they lost that or not, they were far behind this entire game. Rampage went for it. It looked really good after Tussle got caught, But of course, Cassiopeia is going to be doing an incredible amount of damage, and Yang, when he hit that Meganar status, was able to just rip that team to shreds. So really well done. They finally get the team fight that they were looking for, but Rampage, they must feel disheartened because that was a good re-engage, and it didn't work out for them.
No, that was just... I mean, Yang won them the fight. Rampage were starting to win that fight. Shen was in the back line. Shen was disrupting everything, shutting down any potential aggression from Talkers. We'll look at it one more time, and just keep your eyes on Yang.
Yeah, so they were clearing up vision. This was a big point, but they found a way to start that fight. Came off of Roki just getting completely demolished, but Tussle trying to go in. And that was a little bit quiet. That ended the fight entirely.
I mean, we came down to it. We panned down to it mid-fight, and I just didn't even understand how big of an impact it had. But now you get to look back on it, and you can see there's a reason you banned Gnar from Yang.
Yeah.
There's a reason we witnessed this man single-handedly.
One of his games was based off of the Gnar play, and if you are known for your Gnar play.
Oh, Yang knocked back, but he's going to throw RPG in the delivery system, but Yang taking so much damage. In comes the Shenton, and no one has dropped from RPG. They're looking to make the shutdowns. Macau is pulling back. Paz is on the front line. Jocks are now set to follow the Karma, making sure that they don't have the safety and escape, but Talker's moving onto the front lines, looking to keep the fight going. Roki throwing down a decent amount of damage. The silence onto Macau. And RPG, it doesn't matter how far behind they are, they consistently find edge in these fights.
Yeah, so Yang getting the scoop towards his team wasn't going to be good enough because there's still enough mobility to get back towards your team. Rampage able to save that out, get 2 kills going for them, Yang and Jockster. So in the end of the day, they could not chase. They thought they could chase down the rest of the INTZ squad, but of course you're going up against Cassiopeia and Ezreal. That kite back is simply too strong even without Karma. So they really, if they do want to regain control of this game, they don't have Baron. They got outscaled. They need to continue to outplay, essentially.
Tussle says, no, that's my blue buff. Interesting choice. We'll watch the fight one more time. You can just see the execution here.
Yeah, he gets Yang towards his team, which is a double-edged sword, but they're able to take him down. Really well played. Shen W blocks a lot of autos coming through, so that really helps out the tanky lineup here.
Yeah, of course, not captive audience. Deadly Flourish. Thank you, Riot Naming Convention. Making sure to lock down the opposition there. And I mean, really, Talkers and Macau continuing to do what they need to do for the team, but you said double-edged sword to throw Yang into your team. Double-edged sword to throw in a Shen alted Gragas.
That's true.
All coming out one more time. Revolta tanking this one up. It does go into the air, but that means a little more damage onto Macau. A little more damage. Force shot not going to connect as they pull out on the range. Paz running to safety. Yang and Mega Gnar.
His Mega Gnar, his ability to deal with Mega Gnar has always been incredible, it seems. He's always getting to that point right when his team needs it to.
Oh, Cass goes in, Revolta into the back line. Lockett comes out, but INTZ are going to grab their first inhibitor.
There we go. They need to start cutting back
at
now.
The hip. Yang caught out. He is the mini Gnar. Chain CC coming in. Does connect onto Talkers. Dara backing off. Rampage, have they overextended? Paz dashing back over the wall there.
The best thing about Gnar, especially in this composition, even though his weakest point is his mini Gnar, then they don't have any engage options. That's also his strongest point as well. Of course, he still has that Frozen Mallet, and on top of that, he can constantly spam out his Q, so they can always look to kite back if they didn't have enough kite back options. So it must be infuriating for Rampage to even start a fight. They have that composition where they want to force something, but they can't get anything off of him.
And they're just at such a scary point. Of course, Elder Dragon, a relatively easy take for INTZ. And yes, Rampage are in such a huge pressure point to steal it. But unlike Baron, it doesn't really give them anything. One stack simply not enough. I mean, INTZ, you look at it, they are going to be able to kill anyone if they get that. They're going to be able to end the game in a moment's notice. So RPG have to contest it, have to look for that fight if INTZ decide to go there. But even if they win out, even if they manage to get it away, they don't get anything from it.
Exactly. And I mentioned it earlier about Gnar getting QSS.
Ooh, oh, they got nice wallop read.
At the flash away, which is actually incredibly impactful. Gragas not having flash, not even being able to get that one engage that they really do need. It's going to be, well, perhaps he can still get it. All he really needs is that one ulti, but it's going to be that much harder.
Now pushing in for INTZ, looking to get the vision control down. And as you said, limited options now for RPG. Almost no options to find and engage. Need to wait on that flash, a 5-minute cooldown.
It's going to be very hard for INTZ to start up on this Elder Dragon without getting a fight.
Forward, Tussle, they know he doesn't have flash. They're looking to close it out. He has the GA. So Shen, is he going to arrive? No. It's like not going to be delivered there as he has to pull back. Tussle makes it over the wall. The Mystic shot, more than enough to shut him down. Yang moving forward, and INTZ just going to pull off and move right to the Elder Dragon.
You have to respect their fight potential. You have to wait for them to start up on that Elder Dragon because they can't really tank it. Perhaps if Nara is there, but you have to wait for them to tank it before you really look to start to threaten. Right now, they just weren't in position. Of course, they have no vision of this dragon area.
Honestly, with Elder Dragon ticking down, we finally get to see that icon. That was sick.
Nice.
13K gold lead. 5 stacks of Elder Dragon. Greg is still dead. I don't see any way that RPG come back from this.
Yeah, their one option was just playing it out as safe as possible. Use your blue trinkets. They still had some blue trinkets available to them before they had to look to face check, but they're not even doing that. So this is really difficult. Now they've lost their second inhib, and they can easily lose their third if INTZ choose to do so.
Rookie's been hit by like 4 abilities, and all the burn damage is just cutting through.
Here we go.
Okay. Oh. Well, very close there. Is going to disable the home guard's proc for a little bit. But now they're just going to move to take their third inhibitor. This is a calm and confident closeout from INTZ. They're not looking to overstep one bit, just small advantages. And honestly, RPG, they're not going to be able to contest Baron. They're not going to be able to stop INTZ, and it's just a long, slow goodbye here as INTZ now look to close this game.
Yeah, 3 inhibs down, as you said. They're going to go for Baron. It seems like an impossibility for them to even contest that. Perhaps all they can really hope for is Tussle stealing that. But with that being said, INTZ, of course, they're expecting that, and they know his splash timer is still down. So if he even shows his face on any of the multiple wards that are going to be placed, he's going to get killed again.
Grim fate for Rampage. Really looking to find a win here, but INTZ, the redemption story. Tussle moving forward, maybe looking for a bit more. This could be the final fight. Yang has the Mega Gnar. Tussle trying to pull back.
Baron's
Out comes
down.
the disengage. Good ultimate coming through. Paz now on the front lines. A lot of the Mega Gnar timer burning down. Rampage can't get... Have to be careful. Don't want to get caught out here. Silence as well to make sure he can't hop the wall. But while they're pulling back, Baron drops in favor of INTZ. Yang, one man playing the bouncer, so his team could just clean that up.
And all 3 waves are starting to crash here. This is actually the worst moment you can possibly imagine if you're Rampage.
Dara, no hesitation to move to the front lines, though, blocking what damage he can. Tussle goes in. Tussle looking to get taken down. The snare guaranteed as it connects. Ezreal ult along the backside. He drops. No GA left. Yang, quick QSS, knocks 2 into the wall. That's going to be it. INTZ showboating as they run rampant through the base. Rampage, a team caught out and knocked down as their final turret falls. As the inhibitor drops, INTZ pick up the win.
That looked like a scenes of just a Zerg rush at the end. Entire baroned up waves of every super minion coming in, crashing at one moment. It was just a clean win from INTZ from start to finish. Though it was a long game, there was never a real moment where you really believed Rampage had an opening.
No, there were a few times where maybe Rampage as a team we felt could have an opening because we've seen them outplay.
Yeah.
Because we've seen them execute so well in team fights, but realistically there's really no shot for them to come back for the majority of that game. And clean play from INTZ, a step up from what we saw against Lion Gaming. It's clear that loss really shook some sense to them in terms of how they wanted to play the early game. And honestly, Revolta on this Elise was so much better for them than that Gragas had been. He just looks much more confident on these early game junglers.
Exactly, and one big point to really focus on is how much respect INTZ gave Rampage. They give him a lot of respect, and it just started from level 1 when they had that simple poke coming in. Look at that result coming in. Jockster and Revolta really just taking that one auto attack to get that last kill. It just snowballed from there on forward.
Yeah, and really beautiful execution here on this tower dive as we just kind of run through some of the highlights. Of course, Rampage gets something back there. So small fumbles from INTZ, but short of that, they really don't make very many mistakes. And
yeah, they didn't show it either. On top of that one, they also got the first turret gold coming out of them, and every team fight they were getting was on their own soil. They had a lot of vision just plastered around the map. Rampage, they were walking around a dark, dark night. That's how it felt like, because there was really nothing to guide them.
And even this one fight, as you see it play out on your screen, it looks so good for Rampage. We're like, how can they possibly be getting kills in this fight? How can they possibly be winning? But then a 4-man Gnarl kind of shatters the dreams there. And even in this instant, honestly, Rampage able to get a few kills back, able to stop the pressure coming in from INTZ, but really they were just buying time for themselves. It never felt like they took control of the game. Still an excellent team for punishing the enemy's over-aggression, but in the end, not enough to earn them anything back.
Exactly. And it just comes back to the composition as well that INTZ was running, because even though Rampage were able to get certain teamfights working out well for them, getting one pick or another, they couldn't then snowballed out to a complete victory. Every time they walked forward, Cassio and Ezreal just constantly looking to either poke or just get a lot of damage down, actually. Just meant that they had no options to continue fighting.
And while we were skeptical of the Karma pick, it felt like that gave them a lot of flexibility, because the counter-engage potential for the Cassio was very legitimate, but so was the Kite potential when you have that Karma. I mean, Karma, Ezreal, Cassio, those are 3 hard targets to get onto, to stick onto, but then, I mean, if you ever actually make it in there, if you ever actually get the opportunity, if you overstep, Cassio can turn it in an instant. You know you're chasing down. You know which direction you're facing when you're running for blood, and you're instantly going to get stunned up, and there's just too much damage present there.
Great point. And on top of that, like, every single time I see a composition like this, especially like a good example is like a Janna pick, right? Janna pick could mean so much, but at the same time mean so little. Where in the right hands, it could do so much in disengaging from the rest of, disengaging in a perfect team fight, a perfect start. But just being able to execute that is fairly difficult. So a lot of teams are running either hard engage or just for those, or going straight for team fights and getting just stack up wombo combo, especially something that we've seen in that first game from Rampage, right, where they had that Lee Sin kick into an Alistar headbutt pulverizes. That can just win you a team fight. But it looked like INTZ, par for the course, they play a smart game and they really were able to execute.
And I like the Alistar ban that came out. I mean, it's not a champion that most teams look to prioritize, but when we look at how Dara plays, when we look at those crucial engages that are like the end-all, be-all for these team fights, if he had been able to follow into some of those Gragas engages, this may have been a completely different game. And I feel like INTZ, as you said, took the time. They looked at what their opponents were playing. They looked at what their opponents were good at. They took it off the table, and they made sure that if we play smart, we can definitely close this out.
Yeah, exactly. And if they're going to go for that composition entirely, if they're going to go for a kite back, taking Alistar away, taking out that hard engage option that especially Dara was looking towards, was especially beneficial. That meant so much more because they gave them a lot more space and room to kite back when they found themselves in those poor situations, and close out a lot of options that this team had in Rampage.
And additionally, I mean, individual proficiency coming in from Yang was pretty impressive. Winning his lane, innately winning his lane just based on the pick that he pulled out and his proficiency in that matchup. We've seen that matchup go 50-50. We've seen that matchup go favor the Shen or the Gnar. Truly kind of that skill situation. Yang outclassing the opposition, and then when the jungle support finally came through, he was able to get those kills. He was able to set up that dive. Yes, he does drop a little blemish on his otherwise perfect record this game, but definitely an all-star performance coming in for him.
Yeah, exactly. And so there's one question. Of course, he did go for that Black Cleaver. We see that a lot, and people, they just want to deal with that matchup, right? We see the people going for Frozen Mallet instead if they want to, if it's in a difficult matchup, sure, but at the same time, if they want to play towards these team fights, we saw him go both, right? Which just means he just wants to split push, demolish that matchup, force at least a numbers game where multiple people are coming towards him, and the moment that happens, they can get a Baron. Now, on Rampage, a plus for them was that they actually played fairly calm, and according to that, they didn't really abuse their blue trinkets as well as they should have. That probably would have given them a lot more chances to really play out and stall the game out for them. But in the end of the day, INTZ played a much smarter game, especially around their top laner.
Yeah, but at the same time, I think Rampage, when we look at what we expected from this team, still have consistently proven to us that they can come back into a game, that they're never really out, and that they're really smart about playing around their strengths in a team fighter. When it comes to execution, yes, they fumbled a lot. That level 1, those early game jungle clears, not respecting the potential for INTZ, not utilizing those blue trinkets, a lot of small mistakes. But at their core, they do have some of these very clear strengths, both in teamfight execution and mostly in patient play as well. They did not give up nearly as much as I expected them to, but of course on the opposite side, INTZ just were happy to say, you don't want to give anything up, we'll just play a slow game. We'll take little advantages here and there, jungle vision. We'll start to bleed you out. We'll start to whittle down these towers, and it worked out more than well for them.
See, and that's the wonders of it is the best of one round robin that we do end up seeing, right? Is that yesterday we had a lot of questions for this team and whether they're going to look to adapt because they did perform poorly up against Lion. They come back today, look completely different than they did in both games. Sure, it started with that small snowball, but if the actual fact that they took advantage of that one snowballed it into something much larger, into a massive map advantage, is a great thing for them that they should be really happy about.
And I agree, because when we look at how that they lost and the pressure that was on them, the Brazilian community is incredibly passionate. So when they lost that game, you got to imagine there were plenty of people who lost faith, who were willing to count them out, who were willing to be like, you guys no longer are the team that we're rooting for. And for them to stay composed despite that pressure, to stay composed despite maybe some of the hate that was coming their way, shows an excellent mental game. And that's what we like to see from these more experienced teams. And playing on home soil, losing games that you're not supposed to, coming back and still showing a clean game, still showing a confident game is excellent for the future of your team.
Yeah, but at the same time, you got to 100% Brazil's got to be showing that same love as well, and love and hope, and you got to start disregarding that hate entirely, because you got to think of it as this: the people who hate, they're going to be loud, they're going to be a minority, fairly vocal as I say, but people who are hoping, it seems like their answers got shown in that one game.
It looks good.
It looked good.
I mean, definitely got to look out. And here is your MVP for that game. I don't think anyone's surprised. 4-2-7, maybe not the most all-star scoreline. Very strong farm, of course, but I want you to look back on this game and remember that 4-man Gnar ultimate. Not the dying to the tower. Let's forget that. The 4-man Gnar ultimate. The endless pressure. And really just the almost no impact that the Shen was able to have outside of one or two ultimates.
Yeah, that major play really, that was a highlight moment. For me, a major moment was the fact that not only was he doing incredibly well in his lane, but he was very mobile, always walking through the jungle. So whenever his team was getting pushed in, he would immediately just abandon his push and look to see if he can get a nice flank going for his team. So his flank awareness was always solid. So that was great for him, great for Yang. 100% he deserved that one.
Yeah, Yang, an insane performance. And I think for Rampage, they have to look at the top lane and reevaluate if they want their pick priority to be, what they want to look to. Because we've seen a lot of success for them on tanks. And Gnar, of course, fills a very unique role, I think. But I think we're just seeing that Gnar a little bit stronger of a pick. Maybe this is just the individual outplay from Yang. Maybe this is just his individual talent. But I'm not sure. I'm not sure if Shen should be the priority here.
Yeah, exactly. So we're just going to see what they're going to end up going for. Shen, Gnar. Gnar's just, as you said, far too strong. So is it going to get banned? Is it going to be a pick? I guess we'll find out.
Not entirely sure, but of course, we're going to go to a quick break as we gear up for our next game. Don't go anywhere, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be right back.
reason she's hate. I know the reason she's so fine.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the International Wildcard Qualifier in Brazil. I am Max Atlas Anderson, and I'm joined for the first time in my personal experience by Andrew VODS Day. How you doing, man?
I'm doing very well, thank you. How are you, sir?
Oh, absolutely fantastic as per usual, and we just saw a pretty dominant performance. INTZ finally coming out with the chops that we were expecting from the home ground team.
Oh, definitely. I mean, Yang is the guy that we do definitely need to talk about. His NAR performance was out of this world.
Oh, yeah.
We've talked about how NAR was going to be a popular pick in this tournament, and it looks like that he was definitely showed us the reason why.
Yeah, most certainly is. Of course, NAR, a phenomenal champion just in his own right, but when you can stun 4 people with your ultimate, stop a Malzahar from doing basically anything is just absolutely ridiculous. So huge congratulations, INTZ, looking extraordinarily potent. We are going to throw to Hingers for an interview.
Now joined by Tokka's mid laner for INTZ. Congratulations on the win. Let me ask you, yesterday you kind of had a win and then a kind of a surprise loss for you guys. So talk me through the transition. How do you come back from a loss to perform the way you guys just did in that game?
Like when we came back to bootcamp, we were playing really good, and like as the day were passing by, we started playing worse. Like I don't know why. And after our loss to yesterday, we talked like for 2 or 3 hours in the hotel, and there were a lot of things that we had to like get on the same page to be able to play to our level, and we did. So I think we're slowly getting better again.
Sure. Talk us through your plan going into the game against Rampage, and did the game play out the way you expected it to?
Early game, yes. We knew their mid laners picks one language, and their jungler another. So we knew he would probably be slower for rotations, and that's what we tried to abuse, like going to his jungle and me rotating faster.
You're like
speaking the same language,
exploiting like language barriers in the other team.
Yeah, because like there has been Brazilian teams that had like Koreans, and we always knew that it was a problem. So we knew we could exploit this.
Yeah, wow. So that's like a thing you've taken from the earlier split into IWCQ, which is very interesting. Going into day 3, what do you think for the rest of the tournament? Like, how do you feel your guys' confidence is coming back?
Yes, we feel pretty good. Like we have a lot of time to prepare for our next opponent, and we can play a few screens, so we can like slowly getting better, like I said, for tomorrow.
Excellent. Well, thank you so much for taking the time to talk to us.
Thank you.
That's all from us. Back to you guys in the studio.
Yep, great to see that INTZ are finding themselves one more time here. And look, I find this really interesting. The fact that he can use language barriers as a weapon. And VODS, I mean, there are a lot of Korean players over in Europe. You've casted a lot of teams that do have different speaking players. Have you experienced this before?
Well, being Welsh and being in the European office,
yeah, no,
sometimes
you don't
we have
even
our own
speak English.
personal communication issues. But yeah, it's definitely a new strategy, something that I haven't heard of before, but definitely very creative. The fact that they're exploiting what they believe to be a weakness and just demonstrating the difference between their synergy and their opponents, and just finding any opportunity to build an early advantage, and I think they did just that.
They most certainly did. We are going to move on to our final match of the evening. It is going to be Southeast Asia's Sajon Jokers taking on Oceania's the Chiefs, and there's not going to be any of these language barriers this time around, as everyone from the same region. And we'll see whether it is going to be the Sajon Jokers picking up a victory or whether it's going to be the Chiefs, because both of these teams currently sitting on 0-1. Oh, sorry, 0-1 and 1-1 now for the Chiefs. Sajon Jokers could even that score, or could head to that 0-2 mark, which could be very dangerous.
Yeah, it's definitely an important game for the Sajon Jokers in particular. They're looking to get a win on the board. Chiefs, thanks to their performance earlier on in the day, were able to secure a victory, and now they're sitting at around the middle of the table. So a lot to play for already on day 2, given that you only get one opportunity to play these teams. So picking up as many wins early on is going to benefit you significantly moving throughout the tournament.
It is going to be very important, as well as the fact that we have a substitution on the side of the Sajon Jokers. You saw the fact that they did have a 6-man roster, and it is going to be Levita now in the mid lane. Interestingly enough, in the best of 5 series that they played against the Bangkok Titans in order to get here, Levita played 2 matches, and they were the 2 losses.
Oh yeah, definitely a point of weakness, it seems, that during the best of 5, he didn't have the best performance, but it seems that the Sajon Jokers feel, okay, We felt that Warzone wasn't having the best performance yesterday, which surprised me a little bit because looking back at his Victor play, it was actually very promising.
Yeah.
But it feels like that the team is saying, okay, we want to try a different mid laner, we want to see how he does, and I guess that they feel that he would be a better fit going up against Oceania.
Yeah, and of course, look, we don't necessarily know. I'm going to trust the coaching staff that they know exactly what they need from this team. Levita probably offering that little special something that we don't quite understand. But there is a lot of history between the Southeast Asian region and Oceania as well. Of course, if we look back to the most recent IWCQ in 2015, it was, in fact, the Bangkok Titans that kicked away the Chiefs' dreams of worlds. And so there might be a little bit of something to prove here for our Oceanians.
Perhaps a bit of bad blood that they're looking to rectify. This is definitely going to be a great opportunity to showcase their stuff, because I feel as though that the Chiefs have had somewhat mixed performances in their first game throughout the tournament. They got crushed. It was in part due to the very early jungle invade that went horribly wrong. Earlier today, definitely looked better. They didn't give away a very early lead, but there was still a lot of messy play. So now that perhaps they found their sea legs, they can have they can demonstrate a stronger performance against the Saigon.
Yeah, and Albus Nox Luna, of course, an incredibly dominant team, have proved themselves at that level most certainly. The Chiefs, of course, falling to them in their first match, in fact, the first match of IWCQ. So now being able to bounce back. Messy game in their victory that they were able to pick up, but to quote Spooks, their jungler, a win is a win, and that is all you need.
That's all you need at the end of the day, because remember, this is a single round robin. The teams with the most wins will be the ones moving into the semifinals. So as long as you can clinch that top 4 spot, then that will significantly increase your chances of making it into Worlds. And that's really what these teams are playing for.
Yeah, and it's actually really interesting, as we did have a look at the champion picks from game number 1, because they play a very sort of similar style, especially towards that top side of the map. Of course, Swiper, notably a tank player, but I mean, that goes to Ro as well. I mean, he played the Maokai, of course, more than happy to sit on these big burly tanks. And the team composition that they came out with was very similar to that of the Chiefs, the team that you can see on your screen right now. And actually some big smiles on their faces as we can bring up their roster. Of course, 1 match up, as they have played 1 extra. But Rek'Sai all for Spooks. I mean, that's exactly what we saw. Victor there at the same time. That's what Warzone was playing. And the Jhin there for Raze. So similar. And we'll see whether it is going to be similar as we hop into Champion Select for this one.
Also, a lot of range supports coming out from Ejim. Yet to see him bring out anything like the Tahm Kench or the Braum, which has been very popular throughout this tournament. He's still sticking to things like the Bard, like the Karma, and it just means that he has a little bit more power during the laning phase, which seems to be a very big determining factor in Oceania, because something that I definitely noticed in their very first game was that if Swiffer doesn't have a good early start, it tends to affect him in a very significant manner.
Yeah, and there's also the fact that, you know, in their first match, it was the Karma for Ejim. He was always not this Karma player. He's a hard engaged player, notably known for things like Alistair and Thresh historically, but has otherwise been going towards things like the Braum, trying to get in the face of his opponents, played a phenomenal Trundle in the final as well, but hasn't necessarily been sort of the Karma support player. And I personally didn't like it. Didn't feel like Ejim to me. But, of course, we'll see whether they can turn that one around if they are able to pick up the champion and still believe that they can make that work. Because now he's not the only aggressive one on the bottom side of the map, because they do have Raze there in that AD carry position.
They certainly do, and I'm looking forward to seeing what the priority will be. I imagine Na, Shen have to be somewhere on the ban table, given the performances that they've had throughout this tournament. We also should consider whether or not Bard will be taken away from Ejim, as well as the Vlad. We have seen a popular pick coming out from the Sajon Jokers as well. So a lot of available things to be taken away, and we'll see what they decide to prioritize.
Yeah, and interestingly enough, of course, the Cassiopeia once again banned away from Swiffer. This guy is a pretty good Snake Lady. Makes a heck of a lot of sense. Rek'Sai going to follow there, so Spooks does have to mix up his champion picks. There's a pretty deep champion pool, but not going to be able to head back to that comfort as Karma banned away by the Chiefs, followed by the Vladimir. So already VODS predicting the draft quite nicely. Just need a Na to round things out here, Sajon Jokers. Nah, it's going to be the Shen.
Na and Shen likely to be the final rotating bans. It would be very risky of Chiefs to not ban the Na right now. Yeah, Gangplank, the thing about him, he does have a couple more counter picks available. When we look at the Gnar, there really aren't that many options. Echo would be your best bet, but even still, it's a very risky matchup that can be very volatile, especially something that we did see earlier on in the tournament.
Well, very interestingly, it's going to be the Elise, so they just leave that top lane pool open as far as Gangplank and Gnar are concerned.
Wow.
And Gragas is going to be snapped up, so that trinity of junglers, in, of course, Elise, Rek'Sai, and Gragas, they are all going to be taken away.
So that does make sense. Take the Gragas because he is the next best jungler available right now. Suggests that Chiefs likely to go towards something like the Nidalee or perhaps something a little bit out of the box like the Olaf. We did see the Lee
Graves.
Sin. All the Graves.
Oh,
yeah.
baby.
But for Chiefs, it would make a lot of sense right now to pick up that Gnar because of how powerful he is right now, because of how very few champions can be picked into it. It would just be a very safe combo pick that the Chiefs could get away with early rotating.
Yeah, and we know that Swiper plays a fantastic Gnar as well. Not necessarily all that comfortable on the gangplank towards the top side, and he's going to lock that one away after hovering over things like the Tryndamere and the Alawi for a little while. And Raze, thinking about the Sivir, was actually banned away from them in their first series, so going to pick that one up now.
So already Chiefs building a pretty well-rounded teamfight composition. You have good scaling and good teamfight damage coming out from the Sivir. You have the setup engage with the Gnar and Sivir combo too. And you've also got pretty dominant lanes because Sivir naturally pushes, as well as the Gnar up in the top lane typically has the advantages into most 1-versus-1 matchups. If you're Sajon Jokers right now, you need to think as to how we can mitigate this. So you want to look at something like the Echo, and you want to perhaps pick up your early support, perhaps something like a Braum to mitigate the pushing power of Sivir, who's also very good at disengaging fights as well. Yeah. Or you could go for a safe AD carry like Jhin, who offers a lot of team fight prowess and something that a lot of teams had a lot of success with throughout this tournament.
One thing I do love is this current hover that Levita does have towards the middle of the map, and that Lissandra would have been phenomenal in the Chiefs composition, was one that they brought out in the final in the OPL, and it is going to be locked away, so I like it. Two solid solo lanes here from the Jokers.
You do have a bit of flexibility between these two champions as well, because you could look to put the Echo in the mid lane, you could put Lissandra up in the top. Hell, you could even put Lissandra in support if you wanted to be a little bit more creative. It is likely to be in the mid because of how safe she is as a mid laner, but I think this is risky from Saigon because there are a number of free, quote-unquote, picks that you can now pick into the Lissandra. Things like Malzahar, Kassadin are actually very solid picks that could go into it. You could also look to pick something like the Talia. A little bit risky, but in terms of the roaming power, you can easily match Lissandra and you can make her life very difficult during the laning phase.
Yeah, Talia, of course, a champion that Swiffer is very comfortable on, but the one that they're hovering at the moment is another one of those. We'll see whether Swiffer is going to be able to pick that one up, and it is going to be the Talia. It's 4 seconds to go. Alistair to be picked up, and this is a Chiefs composition. This is what we wanted to see out of the Oceanians. Ejim Ali God, the man that made his name as he went overseas and pulverized people.
So right now, it's just Chiefs sticking to what they had already initially drafted. The Sivir and Gnar, the setup for the team fight, and now you have good disengage with the Talia, also really good kiting, but she's just very valuable in these team fights with the amount of crowd control she can bring once she has that Royalize, and zoning she can have with the wall and with her E. And then Alistair, he just provides so much in terms of utility, frontline, engage. And for Saigon Jokers, they now need to think, okay, how do we deal with this? We have the Lissandra, we have the Echo, we have good side laners, we have a good 1-3-1. We just need to pick something up that can sit in the mid lane and perhaps act as a more reliable form of engage.
Yeah, and the thing that's ridiculous at the moment is Saigon Jokers' amount of CC that they would have if they lock away these two picks. There is no champion on this map that doesn't have multiple forms of CC, all sorts of lockdown, AoE, like just ridiculous as they do take it away. It is going to be the mustache bottom lane as Ashe and Braum are locked away. And against Sivir Alistair, I'd put that well in favor of the Saigon Jokers, especially early.
It's definitely the slightly stronger lane because Sivir will struggle to trade back. But in terms of pushing power, you have to give it to the Sivir every time. It can be a very risky matchup. It very much depends on who gets the lane sooner. But for the overall comp of Saigon, they have good disengage, they have good hard engage. I would have preferred the Taric a little bit more because of how good he is at mitigating a powerful teamfight comp. But for the Chiefs now, they still have the jungle pick left open. There's still a lot of available options. And because the trifecta, the trinity of junglers have been taken away, the likely fallback is something like the Graves, like the Olaf. And I mean, you did call it earlier, the Graves pick is very likely to come out from the Chiefs.
Yeah, and of course, Spook's very comfortable on the champion, has been playing more of these utility-based junglers recently, just because of how much he loves tracking his opponents. But will certainly be able to hard farm the jungle on this Graves, get himself in amongst it, see what he can do as far as challenging the Jokers.
So a very solid draft overall from Chiefs. They have good scaling. They have powerful laners because you can get the shove in with the Sivir, the Taliyah, and the Gnar. The only thing that they're going to risk is the early gank pressure that they will lack a little bit with Graves, but you still have a fair amount of setup in the top lane and in the bottom lane for him to come in and provide the damage to get a successful gank off. So I do like the comp from the Oceania, but then from the side of Saigon, they also have a pretty well-rounded disengage, good 1-3-1, and I'm looking forward to seeing how well these two comps match up against each other.
Yeah, I'm excited as well, and I mean, you didn't quite mention the mid lane where they also have a heck of a lot of setup, especially pre-6 on that Lissandra.
Oh, yeah.
So the Chiefs, of course, maybe not with the Graves having what would be considered generally that, I guess, ganking power, but with the amount of follow-up to the soft CC on the top side of the map and the hard sort of knockback CC with that seismic shove in the mid lane could really be a massive thing. And I mean, we don't even need to mention Alistair. That guy's made out of CC.
Oh, yeah. And I'm looking forward to seeing how this one plays out. Something that we talked about earlier on in the day was Saigon. They seem to have the right idea, but in terms of execution does seem to be the issue. So we'll see how they can follow up against this heavy team fight comp of the Chiefs.
Yeah, and it seems like they've got a heck of a lot of buttons that do a whole lot of making you stop doing things. As we hop onto the Rift for our final match of the day. Of course, day 2 of IWCQ will be concluding after this one as the Sajon Jokers are up against the Chiefs. Blue side for the Sajon Jokers, and we'll see where they're going to start things off as far as that jungle is concerned and exactly what Hanyan wants to get done this game.
And remember, ladies and gentlemen, a win here would be very big for both teams because Chiefs, they want to be moving up in the table right now, sitting in the middle of the pack with the 1-1, whereas Saigon yet to get a win on the board. So both desperately fighting to get these early wins to make headway in this tournament.
Yeah, and Swiffer now, very cheeky positioning here towards the bottom side as Celebrity. We'll see whether he walks into range as, yeah, there it is. Just throw out a volley. Smack him in the face.
Just careful love tap.
Yeah.
Best way to express yourself.
I think that was about 4 or 5 love taps. That is not the amount that you want when they're coming in the form of damage.
Now, we briefly talked on Swiffer. Yesterday, he did bring out the Taliyah. Earlier on, he did change things up to the Victor, but he got shut down pretty heavily on that Taliyah. Obviously, the Vladimir got very far ahead, which made his laning phase very difficult.
That interesting 2-0 start for Vladimir.
Yep, and that made his life difficult. But the moment he died 1v1 in lane, he did seem to tilt off the face of the planet.
He most certainly did.
And that really did make things just so much worse for the Chiefs. So I want to keep my eyes on the mid lane and see how things play out. This should be favorable for Swiffer through the laning phase. He should be able to get that early push. That is what the Taliyah is so well known for. But as you mentioned, a lot of CC with the Lissandra. And if he oversteps a little bit too much, he could be at danger of a flanking Gragas coming in the early game.
Yeah, and that Glacial Path going to be so important for Levita as well to get himself out of trouble. Did see the fact that the Chiefs supporters are out in force. Australia has woken up to see whether they can take down the Sajon Jokers in their second game of today. 73% feeling like they'll be able to take this one down. We'll see whether that's going to be true. As already Ejim's taken a heck of a lot of damage here towards the bottom side.
So this was something that we were talking about during Champions Select. The Ashe Braum does have the advantage early on. Because in terms of the ability to trade, it is very important for Chiefs to get that early push. Their clear of the Gromp was a little bit slow, which means that they got to lane a little bit later. We made it very difficult for them to get this push against Saigon, which is why now they have so much pressure. Unfortunately for Saigon, they over-pushed a little bit, which means that they didn't deny as much farm as perhaps they would have liked to, but that isn't really that evident in the CS differential you can already see growing.
Yeah, exactly right. 16 to 7 right now as Swiffer is looking to try and deny himself a red buff. Doesn't quite find the Q.
I'm a little bit off there. I feel he could have stolen that red buff if he wanted to, but more of a zoning Q than anything else.
It was a little bit. But, you know, there was a lot of groundwork there in the mid lane. Wanted to get himself out of there, work some more towards the bottom side jungle. As Hanyan, this is cute.
Very aggressive early invade. The lane is pushing towards Saigon, but we'll have to see whether or not anything can be set up because Raze does have his spell shield. You also have the disengage coming out from Alistar. He's going to look for it, though.
Yeah, not a big creep wave as there's the headbutt pulverize. Good Unbreakable comes in, but doesn't actually quite find it as there's Ejim. Concussive Blow's going to stun him up. The heal comes out. They're trying to save the Alistar. Another Triumph from Raw's not going to be there, and First Blood goes to Celebrity. Hanyan with a successful first gank at 4 minutes in.
Great way to start the game for Sajon Jokers, taking advantage of how they set up the lane in the bottom, as we do see a bit of aggression up top.
Yeah, Parallel Convergence is there as Swiper will have Mega Gnar very, very soon. Shield comes down from Ro, but not too much more to happen.
So right now, things going in the way of Sajon Jokers. Picking up that First Blood is going to do fantastic for that bottom lane. Already built up a big CS lead, and it's going to be made even worse with Raze losing his support. Just look at all the summoner spells that we use for the side of Chiefs. The Flash gone for Ejim, the Exhaust gone, the Heal as well. Whereas for Celebrity, he still has all of his summoners up available, which is fantastic. In terms of how they're going to be able to set up this lane. The Ashe now, 30 CS to 23, and that was already set up because the Alistar decided to go aggressive. He was too overzealous. In terms of the Alistar versus Braum matchup, the moment you commit, you have to go for the all-in. Otherwise, Braum is going to quickly able to shut you down. He can chase you up with that Winter's Bite, and then with the extra support there from the Gragas, good flash body slam enabled the damaged, the crowd control to get the kill down onto Ejim, which then gives Sajon Jokers the First Blood.
Yeah, actually, Swiper just went back to base as well, grabbed himself an extra Doran's Blade and some boots, as well as that refillable potion. So Swiper going relatively aggressive, but that's matched on the side of Ro. He's going to teleport back with a Sheen.
Definitely an important pickup for the Echo. It enables you to trade back and forth very nicely with the Gnar. Notice that he is being a little bit aggressive with how he's actually setting up the lane, so he needs to be careful of Swiffer's potential roaming. This is one of the great things about Talia. All she has to do is move into the fog of war, and the laners just have to back away because of her ability to so effectively roam. But it looks like that Ro, he's saying, I don't care, I know you're not level 6 yet, I can still be as aggressive as I want in the top half of the map.
Yeah, Sajon Jokers as well, so much deep vision going down here on their blue side jungle of the Chiefs. Making sure that this lead that they have on the bottom side is continued as Ro has to ult himself away from Swiper. There's the flash into the wallop. The stun will be there, but there's the Gnar. Swiffer comes down. Seismic shove dashed out of the way up. There's the flash from Ro, who finds the Time Winder. He's going to have to hit the Q. Swiper not going to get it. The minion gets in the way. Fantastic escape from the Sajon Jokers top laner.
Good guy Minion helping out his top. What looked like an awful situation for Ro, he's able to get away from. And this is fantastic for him because Swiffer spent so much time rotating to the top half of the map. He will have lost a lot of experience, a lot of farm, which ends in no gain for the side of Chiefs. So Saigon's still going to hold on to that lead. Ro is going to burn his flash, but Swiper had to use his in exchange. So overall, positive exchange for the Sajon Jokers.
It is. The only thing that's not necessarily going in their favor now is that jungle. 34 to 18 is pretty ridiculous for the Graves. Of course, known for his ability to farm a little bit more than that of Gragas, but I mean, that's getting into the realm of pretty crazy 7 minutes in.
A lot of this is due to the fact that Hanyan decided to go for the early gank in the bottom lane. We have to remember that a lot of setup time was spent going for that, and it looks like Spooks has decided to go for very early Xerxes Greaves, which will dramatically improve his clear speed, and in all honesty, improve your early game a lot. So you can just tell that he's going towards the farm style. This is something that we talked about during Champion Select, and it's something that he is pretty well known for.
Yeah. Well, you can see Sajon Jokers now clearing out the pink cord that they saw Swiffer put down a little bit earlier on. Making sure that Levita is as safe as possible there as well. Hanyan just sitting in his back pocket. Spooks will be able to take away his red buff without any contest. So we have a look down towards the bottom side. That lead has not grown as Raze is able to keep up. Double longsword to BF sword, though, is a matchup that I wouldn't be all that happy in.
No. BF sword is definitely what any AD carry would want on their first back, and it is resulting in the Chiefs bottom lane constantly being zoned away. This is where you somewhat regret having so much pushing power because now the lane is always going to be pushing towards the duo that is so much stronger than you. They're going to hit level 6 first. They're going to have that all-in potential. And if Braum can hit 6 before Ejim can, they're going to have to be very careful of the risk of the arrow into the ultimate from Braum, which could result in another kill down bottom.
Yeah. One thing that the Chiefs do have is that if Ejim can get in the way of the arrow, make sure that he's positioning himself correctly between Celebrity and Raze, we'll be able to use that Unbreakable Will to get himself out of any CC. Seismic Shove going to net a blue buff here for Swiffer as he heads back into the mid lane. And there's a lot of people congregating here on the bottom side. There's a headbutt. Pulverizes Celebrity. Not going to be able to get too much back, but Levita just looking for his way in. There is a ward in that brush, and that is so important for the Chiefs. As Hanyan coming around for the dive. Ward goes over there from the Chiefs as Raze and Ejim say, yep, we're getting the heck out of dodge right now. Hawkshot flies through. There is a collapse from the Chiefs. Teleport is available from Swiper, but not from Rowe. This could be the big deal as Ejim dodges the Winter's Bite. That tower is going to be safe for now.
The setup from Saigon was promising. They realized that right now, the bottom half of the map is where their strongest players are. They wanted to try and force a play because Ejim was still level 5. He didn't have his Unbreakable Will, and they felt like this was a great opportunity to either get a pick or try and get themselves that first turret. Unfortunately, they couldn't do either because they just weren't as quick on the mark as they would have. They didn't properly set up the minion wave to be able to last underneath the turret, and that means that because Swiffer and Spooks were already moving to the bottom half of the map, Saigon were forced to disengage. And this is something that we have seen from Saigons yesterday, where they have the right idea, but in terms of setup and execution is where they often lacked, and is a large part as to why they fell to Rampage on day one.
Yep, definitely good to have the right idea, though, to begin with. As Swiper's going to clear out this pink ward. Of course, Rowe did the same thing back in that brush towards the river that Swiffer put down one more time. Able to throw down Seismic Shove, clears out the rest of that lane. Of course, Levita just feels like he's dealing with, I guess, cleanup duty most of this game. Talia pretty well known for her ability to shove, as Rowe throws down a Time Winder to do the same thing as well. Now Lissandra looking for a possible gank towards the top side. Hanyan here at the same time.
You can see the pings coming out. Saigon, they want to get the collapse down onto Swiper, and here they go.
Yeah, there's the flash. Just trying to get the dash in, but Time Winder doesn't connect. Swiper, will he actually go forward? Doesn't quite know, but there's more action on the bottom side. Celebrity's in trouble. Spooks gets exhausted, holding onto his buttons here as the Ash is going to fall down. No, he is, but there's a kill on the top side of the map as well. Rose able to pick that one up eventually. Of course, Lissandra was there, but I don't even think she was needed. This tower taking a lot of damage.
Action all over the map, and this is what we want to see from the International Wildcard Tournament, as both teams are able to pick up a kill, both teams are going to be able to pick up a tower, and creative use of the teleport to buy time in order for them to match the teleport on the other side. They aren't going to be able to get the first blood tower bonus, but this is better than nothing.
Most certainly is. It's going to mean that the gold is entirely even as we hit the 11-minute mark. Let's have a look at this top lane dive at the same time, as there's the Frozen Tomb.
Easy setup. You have the ultimate.
They did need the Lissandra,
yes,
by the way, Bedius.
The flash body slam coming out from Gragas as well, just to add insult to injury. And then you had the Echo coming in for the cleanup kill. So great teamwork up in the top half. We saw very similar down in the bottom, where finally Chiefs were able to claw some of the disadvantage that they had fallen into earlier on into the game. Note now that the Sivir has been able to pick up both the BF Sword and the Corefield's Warhammer. So even though there is a big CS differential, he's still well on track to match the 2-3 item power spike that both AD carries are working towards. So good for Chiefs right now.
Close to a 30 CS lead, however, for Celebrity, whose Ashe has been dominant in this laning phase so far. But like you mentioned, that item advantage no longer there.
Interesting. It looks like that Levita, has now picked up the thruster belt.
Yeah, dash cannon.
That's the Badger. Yeah, the dash cannon. Definitely a creative name. Not one that I've heard before, but it makes a lot of sense.
And you dash with it. That is how I came up with it. It's ingenious, I know.
Creative. I like it. Meanwhile, Swiffer decided to go for more of the conventional slappy wand, one that you have to be close in range so that you can hit them with, and then you get the reduced magic resistance on the other side.
That's fantastic. You'll always get me with slappy one. That's fantastic. Ejim's found himself a ward. Doesn't have a slappy one, but however is still going to slap the ward to death.
And look at the positioning of Egypt, maybe looking for a flank onto the Lissandra.
Well, actually just running in. Headbutt Pulverize does go down. Seismic shoves there. Lots of damage on the Lissandra, who keeps the ultimate. Teleport cancelled from Row on the top side. Actually was wandering back to lane. Sajon Jokers now down a teleport, and that is going to be a big deal. In fact, down both of them.
Smart use of the teleport to just dissuade the Chiefs from overcommitting, because if that teleport had come in and the rest of Saigon were there, then Chiefs would have been in a compromising position, so they were forced to disengage. And then Row, yes, he does lose his teleport, but he does keep his mid laner alive. So overall, the play was positive. But then we have to criticize Levita for falling to that prey in the first place. Using your E to clear the wave rather than as an escape tool made it very easy for Ejim to just walk up, get the CC down, and put you in a very compromising situation.
Also had a dash cannon, so could have
He
used
did have a
the
dash
dash
cannon.
part of the cannon in order to get himself out of the way, but didn't. Swiffer dodges the Q. Levita only gets hit by the last few. There's a seismic shove once again. Frozen Tomb down onto himself as Ejim doesn't get the headbutt pulverized based on that. Throws down his ultimate. Arrow hits Raze as now Sue's turned up. Hanyan's here at the same time. One more auto attack is spell shielded as Raze is safe. Swiffer in trouble. Rose looking for it. Seismic shove saves him and Spooks grabs the kill. That's one for the Chiefs in a situation I wasn't expecting them to get one in.
Chiefs are able to turn the fight in their favor. Initially, the setup onto Levita was promising, but this was the situation we were talking about earlier on where they overcommit. Saigon, they get themselves the flank. They're looking to get the collapse down onto the Chiefs, but then with some beautiful kiting coming out from Swiffer, they were able to get themselves a kill down onto the Echo, which is exactly what they needed to get the momentum that Chiefs so heavily rely on.
Yeah, and this is an Echo that just picked up his Trinity Force as well. I mean, that power spike was well and truly online, wanting to capitalize on it there in the mid lane. Unfortunately, just stars not quite aligning for the Sajon Jokers.
Look at this. Frozen Mallet now completed for Swiffer as well. Definitely going to be helping out in the 1 versus 1 matchup. Going to be able to kite back, and this is where you see the setup. Really good use of abilities to get so much damage down onto Levita. He is now out of this fight completely. The arrow lands on the Raze, and then the flank from Gragas into the initiation from the Sajon Jokers is so good. But now you're seeing the kiting power of Swiffer, and just so good seismic shove to buy enough time for him to create the gap in order for him to survive, and then Spooks is just there for the damage to clean up the kill. Just fantastic execution from the Chiefs to not only get out, but get themselves a kill as well.
Yeah, Spooks once again there with the damage onto the ward. He's able to clear that one out towards the bottom side of middle lane. Swiffer has got the Weaver's Wall, and we'll see whether he looks to use it. Frozen Tomb back up once again as the Q is there. Swiffer now in trouble. Seismic Shove does get Levita out, though, as he takes a lot of damage. Spooks is collapsed on, though, and Rowe grabs the kill with the roam from top lane. Levita playing with his life, to be honest.
Levita with the bait and switch right there goes aggressive onto Swiffer, who doesn't have any summoner spells. Graves comes in to try and provide support, and then immediately they fall onto him. But now Ejim, he wants some action himself.
Yeah, delivers Rowe, is able to use his ultimate to get out, but Swiper's there. Does have a boomerang for him, but doesn't get the hyper proc, and the Chiefs now turning the aggression to the mid lane as far as sieging down this turret. Teleports both up, though. Sajon Jokers is going to have none of it.
But this is pretty promising for the Chiefs right now, because they are going to force a few members from the Saigon back, buy enough time for their jungler to come back, and now they can look to set it for the Dragon, which is going to be spawning in 45 seconds. And ooh, on the hunt gets popped. Not what they want with the Dragon spawning in 45 seconds. So,
but Flash traded, I guess.
Very true, very true.
Theoretically still worth it.
Oh,
but
yeah.
I think you're right as far as looking for that Dragon fight. As there's another claw that comes in. Swiffer is altered back. Seismic Shove doesn't find anyone, and there's the last auto attack to grab the kill for the Lissandra. Her first of the game, now 1-0-2.
Gotta give props to Hanyan. 0-0-4 has been involved in every kill that Saigon has been able to pick themselves up. And really, he has been a big facilitator in getting so many of the advantages that they've been able to accrue this game. He set up the play down bottom. He gets a gank up in the top lane. And now he's able to get another kill down onto Swiffer, and he's keeping his laners alive, even after the relentless pressure that has been coming out of the Chiefs.
Yeah, and the Chiefs now looking to try and fend off this Dragon take from the Sajon Jokers, but it's going down so fast. It will be taken. They are pinging out the area. We'll see whether they go for any sort of engagement, as Mountain Drake is going to be Dragon number 3. Now, of course, 1 Ocean apiece for both of these guys. Rose stealing away a red buff. I'm not sure whether Swipe is going to make it here in time. Crushes himself over
We'll see whether he can just pick up the red. He's able to do so. So thank you very much, says Swiper. That was a good leash. Real good leash.
Cheers, mate. It's been a while since we've seen leashing in the game, but clearly Saigon, thinking back to Season 2,
If there's
Season
anyone
3,
you don't want to get a red buff as well, it's Nah.
Oh, yeah, especially with a Frozen Mallet already completed,
Oh
just
my
adding
goodness.
insult to injury. But it looks like he is ready to rumble as he throws down that red buff.
Yeah, the bounce comes in as well as he is able to dash himself back in. But look at this. Has to flash out of the way. Parallel convergence, of course, not going to do anything. And in go the Chiefs in the mid lane, understanding the added pressure that they do have, but not able to find anything.
I mean, this is great for the Chiefs. They know right now that their top laner is winning, and he is winning hard, especially with the red buff that he's just been able to pick up. They can now look to rotate some of the members to the top half of the map, get themselves a free turret, but it looks like they're not going to do that. I feel like this is a big opportunity that they've missed out on. You can leave Swiffer in the mid lane. You know that your top laner has pressure over the Echo, and so you can just use your AD carry and support to guarantee another turret for yourself and start to build up a bit of a gold advantage. But instead, they're not going to take advantage of it. They're not going to rely on this pressure. And honestly, a bit of an oversight, because you may very well now give the Rift Herald over to Saigon.
Yeah. They do have Rift Scuttle vision, of course. Pink Ward just above that Herald pit. Not going to reveal too much as EGM spotted by the Hawkshot. And Swiffer playing very defensively here in the mid lane.
So now you can see the rotation of Raze up to the top half of the map. This is the play that I feel would be the strongest for the Chiefs to make. Keeps her from the bottom side right now. Keep him where the Gnar is looking to try and put pressure. But the rotation is just a little bit too slow because the Sandra has enough wave clear to buy time. She's also got the ultimate very close to her Zhonya's as well. So it's going to be a struggle for Chiefs to actually set this one up as now Saigon looking for a play.
Yeah, Arrow actually flies through. Doesn't land onto anyone. In fact, wasn't anywhere near Spooks if that's where he was aiming.
Zoning arrow. Just gaining control over the area.
Perfect.
All part of the plan.
I feel like he was looking for Swiffer in the mid lane, but...
Risky, though. I mean, he has his cleanse back up, so even if he is able to land it, I suppose you're trading ult for summon a spell.
Oh my goodness. Swipe it. It's okay, Vedius. He doesn't have the red buff anymore.
That's the bright side of this situation. But Talia now coming down.
Yeah, there's the Weaver's Wall. He's going to get behind the turret as Rowe. Takes a Q to the face. Seismic Shove will be looked for, but not found by Swiffer.
But this is more than enough because they should be able to put pressure down onto this tier 2 in the bottom. But again, the setup for the Chiefs, not quite there. They didn't have the minion wave. Swiffer coming in a little bit too soon, which means that they're not going to be able to get any real damage down onto that turret. Whereas Saigon, they actually got a chunk off on that mid tier 1, and now here comes the teleport.
EGM does get the headbutt back as Celebrity just survives. EGM's going to hoof him to the head as the ultimate is down. Spook's in trouble. Frozen Tomb on top, as you can see. Rowe ults himself back, but a little bit early. Massive Gnar from Swiper in the backline as Hanyan's in trouble. Excellent disengage with the explosive cast, but in the end, it's a 1-for-2 in favor of the Chiefs.
Chiefs get a fantastic fight. Even though Saigon get the double teleport in so good positions, they get onto primary targets, they're just not able to get themselves any kills, and now Chiefs, they want a little bit more.
Yeah, he's going to find it. Levita utilizes that Claw of Doom, gets himself out. Seismic Shove, unable to be used. Hanyan just can't defend the turret, and it falls in favor of the Chiefs in the mid lane, extending their lead to just over 1,000. Just under 1,000, should I say.
And getting that mid-tier 1 is going to be so important for them in terms of gaining control over the map. This is going to make roaming for Swiffer so much easier. Finding picks with the Sivir is going to be so much easier. And just overall extending your vision control into the enemy jungle is just going to be so much easier. Now, if we actually see the setup for this, EGM is soaking up a lot of the damage. Really good initiation onto Celebrity to then get the follow-up from Swiffer. Really good setup to knock the AD carry down. But look at the positioning of Spoot. He should die, but instead they change focus. Rowe uses the ultimate a little bit too soon, and then straight into the warm embrace of Swiper, where he's then able to net himself another kill. Just so many things going right for Chiefs, but that combo of Swiffer and EGM, this was the Chiefs that I was expecting.
That was the double bounce that we were looking for. Skipping stones in the mid lane, which sort of makes sense.
I didn't know the
geological champion.
Didn't know that the Australians are so good at ping pong.
We play a different kind of pong. I'll tell you about it a little bit later. Sajon Jokers clear out some vision.
Dragon, 45 seconds. Mountain Drake on the board. Definitely a valuable objective to pick up. We saw how impactful multiple dragons can be earlier on in the day if you're able to get the Elder Dragon as well. And now Raze, he needs to be careful. A lot of members of Saigon posturing around this red.
Able to pick up a Cinderling, but not the red buff itself, as Hanyan is able to utilize his smite to grab that one away. Baron, of course, has been up for 3 minutes this stage, but looks like this Dragon should possibly be the focus. Not a lot of early Baron threat from either of these teams. No Malzahar. Sajon Jokers is there's the Claw of Doom once again, and Ejim, they won't leave him alone.
He's trying to get some vision around the Baron. He knows that that is the objective that Saigon are trying to set up for. He gets baited. He overextends and he gives away his life. Honestly, just a big misplay from Ejim, knowing that he doesn't have his ultimate. He should have backed away. He should have just warded up his own jungle, and instead he gives away his life. And now Saigon are a real threat to Chiefs of taking away that Baron.
Yeah, Swiper actually mega-narring his way towards the mid lane, and the Baron is certainly being considered. Sajon Jokers here at 25 minutes. There are no scrying orbs. And it's interesting that they're waiting here, as Weave as well is going to spot them out. There's the flash ultimate from Su as Spooks slowed down Swiffer in the right position to try and get some Q damage across the side. And Swiper's very tanky. Good slow onto Row as the Hyperproc being searched for, finds it with the Boomerang. And now without their Echo Tank frontline, it's going to be hard for the Sajon Jokers to get this done. And Spooks and Raze just say, yeah, you guys just fight all you want. We got a lot of damage. We'll take down this inner turret, and they're going to do so for free.
Celebrity still has his Ash Arrow, the most reliable way to engage for the side of Sajon Jokers. That was a 5 versus 4, but this is the kiting power of Chiefs composition. They disengage from the fight, they rotate mid, they get a tier 2 turret, and now they're going to look to do a similar play down in the bot.
And already managed to lock away. Oh my goodness. That quick draw was out of control from Spooks. Raise spell shield there as well. That would have been instant communication. Not used to seeing that, to be perfectly honest. That was fantastic. Saves their lives, but unable to get the turret as Sajon Jokers make their way around.
So we're seeing mid support synergy along with AD carry and jungle synergy, just in the right place at the right time.
Damn right.
Chiefs definitely looking to net themselves another win as they now currently hold on to a 2,000 gold lead. So working towards these third items. Unfortunately for the Civet, it looks like that she's decided to go for the Infinity Edge second rather than her attack speed item.
I like it, you know?
You're a fan?
Yeah, it gives you that big earlier power spike is what I'm thinking.
Well, I think that it actually delays the power spike because you're actually moving away from the attack speed item when you're also with the high AD item, but you're going to hit an even bigger spike when you get to that 3 items, which is what looks like Raze is going to go for. And given that they're not trying to force fights right now, they're just only going for the objectives that they know they can safely take, I feel like that it's a fairly safe play as Ejim now coming in for the flank top.
Yeah, parallel convergence is going to be there. Ward goes down, headbutt into the wall, gets the mini stun, make sure he layers the CC for as long as possible, as now Raze utilizing his passive very well. As the Chiefs stop this Baron attempt, Su taken down very, very low. As Rowe, the same thing, still has the ultimate. And Swiper's just going to say, well, you guys have fun. I'm just going to smash this turret to death with my head.
Now, because Rowe has been forced back from the top lane, it should be an easy turret coming out for Raze. Should there be very little contention. But Celebrity going to try and stave him off. Will be enough for now. This tier 1 turret, remember, could have been taken so much earlier by the Chiefs. And then I'm going to have to eat my words because they're going to take it anyway. As the Weaver's Wall comes out, zoning tool.
Yep. And look, you actually did mention the fact that that mid-outer turret falling down was so very important. From that point on, the Chiefs took down 3 in a row in quick succession.
Oh, yeah.
Based on being able to just move a little bit more freely across this map, as well as the fact that the Sajon Jokers were waiting for a Baron catch a little bit longer than they would have otherwise wanted to.
Chiefs could do with extending their vision line a little bit further. One of the problems that you do have when running this Graves with the more aggressive smite means that you do lack on the vision side, very reliant on your support to get that deep vision down. But they can compensate for that with the pinks. And you can see a lot of pinks in their inventory. They just need to put them down. That's all they need to do. Very important part of the strategy in order to get that deep vision, which right now Chiefs are a little bit hesitant to do, given that they've been forced back after taking all these turrets down.
Yeah, a ward on the field is worth 3 in the hand or something like that. I believe that's the old saying. Actually, don't. I don't even think whether that's anywhere near the old saying.
I'm not a good person to talk to about sayings.
Well, another red buff going to be stolen away by Hanyan. Definitely good. As Rose shoving out the bottom side. Seismic shove clears out the mid lane as Levita is going to easily answer. Both of our mid laners now with basically instant wave clear. As Swiffer looking to go back. We'll see whether he completes something like a Rylai's or whether he gets a death cap like the Blossy is.
If he does, I'm going to complain.
Yeah, it's a Rylai's. Why do we have to be right with the first one, Vedius?
Because Rylai's makes more sense.
Yeah,
but it's safe. It's
exactly
comfortable.
The safe, comfortable option.
What confuses me is how it builds out of a belt. You know, I mean, how does a wand turn into a belt? Arrow going to come out. Bit of a zoning tool as a fight kicking off now.
Yeah, Ejim also uses a bit of a zoning tool. Gets a nice double pulverize, but Levita looking for the ultimate. Raze is going to get caught out and destroyed as Celebrity grabs a kill. Swiffer finally turns up as Levita doesn't take damage from the Q. Uses the Zhonya's to get out of a lot of it. The last one just utilizes the claw. Another Q comes in and Swiffer is able to lock it up in the end. Can they actually find any more back here as the Chiefs possibly will get a stun off it? Oh no! Rowe gets himself out immediately. Sue in trouble, unbreakable. Not quite going to be enough, but flashes out of the way. Rowe! Oh my goodness, that's a struggle. As he does make his way through. Celebrity in trouble after taking down Spooks, and now Hanyan tanking up the turret, and the double comes out of the volley. The Ash picking up the kills in the end, making it a lead for Sajon Jokers in that fight.
And I have no idea where to start with that fight because it was all over the shop. So many small interaction happening everywhere. But the biggest thing to note is how Celebrity was in no danger whatsoever. You can see still sitting at full health. Still just free to get all that damage down from the back line. And this is why the 2-item power spike was so valuable for him. Going for that early Hurricane means that he could do so much AoE damage. Sajon, they're looking to pick up the Baron. There's only Ejim to contest.
Yeah, Ward in the pit, of course. It is a 4 versus 4 when Swiper comes back up as Parallel Convergence is here, just trying to get them out of this pit. Raze is going to be able to help take down Rowe, who ults himself out. The last crit is there. Hanyan looking to escape with his Baron buff. It is going to be the arrow landing on a Raze, though, and Sue still running towards the top side. Should just be the sacrificial lamb to make sure they will be able to get away with some of these Barons, and Swiffer is able to lock up the kill.
So 2 kills go down to the Chiefs, but they do lose the Baron. Overall net game for Sajon, but let's have a look at the setup. Ejim completely out of position, nowhere near his team. You can see that 2 members of the Chiefs are still around the Dragon. This is why things go so horribly wrong. It's so easy for the side of Sajon to actually shut down the AD carry. And then initially, this wall was just fantastic because you split up the Sajon so beautifully, but Swiffer has to invest so many resources to get the kill. We didn't see the end part of that fight, but it was basically just a very back-and-forth trade where very dangerous exchanges from both sides were taken, but then it was simply a matter of Celebrity using his range advantage to clean up the extra kills. They get themselves the tier 1 in the mid, they get themselves the Baron, and now they are still sitting at a gold disadvantage.
Yeah.
I don't know how that happened.
About 1,000 gold. Being 3 turrets in the lead does certainly help.
Of course.
And now double Mountain Drake and that Ocean there as well for the Chiefs. But this is just
against Swiper. He does have the Spirit's Visage completed, but the Lissandra is going to have a much easier time than the Echo will against Anar at this point in the game. And then the Echo, if he can go in a side lane up against the Taliyah, well, if you just go back to day 1, I think you'll remember what an Echo can do to a Taliyah.
Seiya does provide nightmares in that department. That is certainly true. Items complete.
Sajon just need to keep the pressure away from Swiffer because his wave clear is so strong right now that it is just stymieing the push from Sajon. So just keep shoving up mid, keep Swiffer's attention there, build up a big minion wave from the bottom, and then just hard commit for the turret. A situation where the Chiefs just are too slow to react. But right now, here comes the wall.
Yeah, there's the wave as well. Sue's actually knocked over the side. Swiffer's going to get knocked up as he flashes over his own wall. Swiper looking for the flank off the back end, but Celebrity still in a great position. Ejim knocked forward, can't find the pulverize, and will just get taken out. It's the only pick here for the Sajon Jokers, but that engage did not work for the Chiefs.
And Swiffer was not planning on coming out on that side of the wall because he just put himself in such an awful position where he had no way to get out. He closed the gap for Rowe. And now, with Sajon Jokers having the numbers advantage, they're looking to push onto this tier 2.
Yeah, Ricochet is going to land a little bit onto Sue, but it is going to be the inner turret falling down. Pretty short work made by the Sajon Jokers, who are able to even grab the crashing wave towards the top side, and Rowe going to catch back up to Swiper.
Now, the big thing here is that no severe goal deficit has been developed for the Chiefs. They can still very easily pull this game back. They just need to rely on the power of their team fight composition. Sivir, note, she has now completed 3 items. Same for Swiffer, and then we can never underestimate the power of this Gnar. You only need one good wallop, followed by the bouncing blades of the Sivir to just easily swing the team fight around. As well as that, you've got a Graves level 16. He's completed 3 big items himself. So there's a lot of damage on the Chiefs that the Sajon Jokers have to respect.
Yeah, and I feel we're just waiting for the Void stuff to be done, which it just was by Swiffer, and that QSS to be finished from Raze. And the Chiefs will feel certainly a whole lot better as far as getting these team fights, because Spooks and Raze will have so much consistent damage. Double AD carry will do that. And there it is. Double QSS for both of those players. Boots of Swiftness actually opted for Swiffer. Do like it based on his name.
And it also helps with the roaming early game.
Yeah, I mean, of course, movement speed is another thing.
But you have to remember that what Talia is all about is kiting, and you just kind of want as much base movement speed as possible. These boots of swiftness do help with that, so it just builds very nicely into a kit overall. As now we see Sajon trying to commit onto the Talia lane, and this is where you're starting to see the struggle for Sajon Jokers. The best bet for them is to set up the 1-3-1 and just rely on their side laners, who are very powerful right now, to try and draw the attention of Chiefs away from Swiffer. And as long as you can do that, as long as you don't play around the Swiffer lane, you have a much better opportunity to break into the base.
Well, Swipe, you can see going aggressive onto Row one more time. Gets another hyper proc, lands the boomerang. Row down at half health. Swiper doesn't seem to notice his health bar doing anything at this particular point. Almost has his Randuins. Very even on farm between these two top laners. Couple of extra kills here for the Echo, but just not quite equipped within the kit to battle the Mini-Gnar, the king of being frustrating in a 1v1 scenario. As Swiffer just takes down La Vida.
Right.
Say La Vida.
That's an oops.
Yeah,
sure.
I would say oops, probably, if it was me.
He has Zhonya's, he has Belt, he has Flash, and he died.
I think that's where you type in, I was heading back to base anyway.
Yeah.
I think.
That's where he said, I'll give you that one. I'll give you that one. You know, have a freebie. It's on me. Hey. But all about building friendships and international wildcard.
Hey, that is a good point. Although we did already identify the rivalry between these two teams. Oh, dear. That's called extending the olive branch.
Oh, man. So hopefully we get a replay of that, because I'd very much like to see how one does die at 37 minutes.
I think it's called this, like, circle comes out of a brush, and then you're dead.
So what is it? He gets spotted on a ward.
Circle comes out of a brush, and he's dead. We picked it.
So that's 4-item Talia, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah.
If you weren't convinced that she scales, I feel like that's enough proof for you. But Swiffer, something that I've heard many tales about Swiffer is he's either the best player or the worst player in Australia. And so far, he seems to be having a great performance.
He's certainly having a good day. Swiffer is actually going to look to cut off this Baron Pit. They're going to commit to it as Raze turns up as well, and they will be able to burst this one down. Hawkshot spots it, but just watches the big purple worm fall down as Swiper playing defense, not going to get stunned by the parallel convergence as Arrow's going to find the Gnar, but the rest of the Chiefs have turned up. There's on the hunt as Su just gnarred into the wall. Massive damage from Swiper as Levita gets into the backline, but will get melted down. Good Zhonya's, and the parallel convergence will be there. Row takes a lot of damage. Spooks grabs it with a collateral damage as a double kill comes in for the Graves. It is going to be Row and Su falling down in trade for Ejim, and the Chiefs will take that any day of the week.
The Sajon Jokers get themselves in a very unfortunate situation. That choke point could have been so good for the Lissandra, but Swiffer's positioning was outstanding, sitting just behind the wall, getting so much free damage down that in all honesty, the Sajon Jokers just had no answer for. That was such a great team fight from the Chiefs, using their kite comp and using all the damage that they had to just set themselves up for success. And now they're going to try and extend that lead.
Yeah, well, this is possibly risky. Row is going to be coming up, does have the teleport, but my God! See you later, Elder Dragon. That got melted. This is what happens when you have Raze, when you're fighting a big objective like this.
Oh, yeah.
And he's got a heck of a lot of items.
Yes, he certainly does. Now, Elder Drake Bear in mind, that is 3 dragons as well. So that's going to give a lot of additional burn damage, but it only has a 2-minute window of use. So Chiefs now have to push this. No more dilly-dallying. Go straight for the enemy base. You have to try and close this out now. 40 minutes. You should have had plenty of time to scale up your comp. This is the opportune time to use it.
You heard it. You heard it here first. Video says you've just got to do it, Chiefs. And you had a way of pushing on the top side of the map, but not anymore. Celebrity takes it down. Swiper gets to work on the bottom lane.
They are right now grouping up in the mid. They do have a wave pushing in their favor. Where is the vision, Chiefs, as the arrow comes out?
Sails majestically by. Looks beautiful. Love Heartseeker Ash. As the Weaver's Wall going to cut off the retreat. Bellybop does get Hanyan back in here, but it is going to spell the death of the tower. The inhibitor going to fall in a similar way, and they're just going to rotate towards the bottom lane. The Chiefs moving around the map beautifully. They listened to you, good sir.
Yes, they did. That was a fantastic setup. And now Saigon.
Yeah, Pulverize is in there. Massive seismic shove knocks them both back as Hanyan does get through. Raze is knocked into the team, but he's kiting. He's still alive. Look at the damage as Spooks is able to get in there. The Sivir eventually falls down, but have they wasted too much? As Spooks launches himself forward, Hanyan's going to fall. That's a triple kill for the Graves. He's looking for the Penta as Sue's going to fall low. Quadra comes out for Spooks, and this is the performance that we want from the Chiefs jungler.
Can they get the Penta? You still have time. It's only Celebrity left alive, Spooks. Go for it!
Oh, Swiper. That was Spooks' Penta that you just missed out on by just a moment. The Celebrity, that's a 6-item Ash. You got to be careful as, yeah, the shutdown does come in, but they're focusing on the Nexus. The Chiefs are going to pick up their second victory of the day. The shutdown comes in from Swiper as Celebrity falls for the ace. And to finish off the day, the Chiefs are victorious. Spooks has a smile on his face, so not too upset that he didn't get the Penta at the end.
I mean, a Quadra is still a Quadra. You can't be too upset about that. But wow, what a way to end the game. I mean, that ultimate from Talia was phenomenal.
Oh, yeah.
So many creative ways to use it, and I've never seen it been done like that. To capitalize on the fact that the enemy team is completely out of position, you cut off their ability to come back into the base, you get 2 quick inhibitors, you force a quick team fight, and then you immediately end the game. This is exactly what I wanted the Chiefs to do, and I am very glad that they were able to execute it properly.
Yeah, and they were able to have their minion waves in the right position as well. I mean, you were talking so much about when you take the Elder Drake, you have to have a plan for it, and they most certainly did. I couldn't quite see it immediately. It certainly seemed that the Chiefs knew. So we are going to have a look at some of the highlights from this game. Fantastic flash, body slam flash from Hanyan to start this one off as First Blood. Certainly looked good for Sajon Jokers.
And this is sort of the story of Saigon, because very much they have the right idea. They know what they should be doing on the map. They know when to punish, but it's just a matter of not quite executing the way in which they want to. You do have to give some props to the Chiefs, though, because they found opportunities. They played these team fights very well, but this could have gone very differently if Saigon had just slightly better executed on the advantages that they had been able to get for themselves.
Yeah. And I mean, this was, like you said, a fantastic fight from the Sajon Jokers. Ro even able to survive this one with the help of the heal out of Celebrity.
That was ballsy.
Yeah.
But definitely very well played from Ro. And just a lot of great individual play. But this team fight was very enjoyable to watch, because you just group up into
positioning.
It was just, you group up into this small choke point. The Sivir is doing free damage, and just look at Swiffer from the side. He's not taking anything, just always providing support for his team. Spooks is on the front line, being this off-tank Graves, getting himself the double kill. And then this is the final team fight. It looked a little bit risky because look at Raze. He is going to be in a bit of a compromising situation as Hanyan knocks him into the team. He almost goes down, but then this is where Ejim is able to provide adequate support, and then the cleanup comes in from the rest of Chiefs to enable them to close out the game.
Yeah, and of course, Spook's having so much damage on this Graves as well. I mean, if you use so much to try and lock down the Sivir, who I believe got off every Ricochet auto while it was kiting back anyway, then you end up with a quadra kill for the Graves. It's just able to tear you apart. Of course, when it's a 5-item Graves as well, that guy does a lot of damage in this situation. Why did we have to... That's not part of the highlight. That was the bad news part.
Oh, Swiper. Could have so very nearly given your your jungler, that pentakill.
And your mid laner had to die for your sins at the same time.
Ruining that KDA. Would have been 3-1-11. Instead, decided to give that one away. But still, Chiefs, Very important win for them. 2-1 on the table right now, sitting towards the top end of the bracket.
Yep.
Definitely something that's going to help them, not only in their confidence, but moving forward in the tournament.
Yeah, and of course, now tied in victories with Albus, Nox, Luna, who are sitting on 2-0 at the moment, currently undefeated, and we'll see whether or not they will continue winning. Because the thing that I absolutely love is the fact that Lion Gaming are also looking almost unstoppable. The team that was well and truly at the bottom of the pack. So you just never know what to expect in these wildcard tournaments. It honestly feels like the best part.
I mean, that's a lot of the fun about these tournaments because you're guaranteed action, you're guaranteed unique picks. I mean, we've already seen the brand come out from Liquid.
Yeah.
We've already seen Maokai, which I'm still confused about. We've also seen a Kalista come out. You see all sorts of crazy stuff. But in terms of the meta, it does seem that these teams are establishing it very quickly. And Swiffer, definitely one of the big reasons as to why this team was able to succeed in this game.
Yeah, the Tali are just so fantastic. And I think exactly what you mentioned about unique uses of the ultimate really making him stand apart, because 3-2 and 11 ain't exactly the best scoreline, but 7 KDA does look very, very good. And the man has been the heart and soul, especially internationally for the Chiefs. We've heard it being spoke of multiple times, the fact that when he goes to a different country, he just seems to be better at League of Legends.
And let's not forget his ability to just combo. I mean, the Alistair combo earlier on, the number of seismic shoves that he was landing in these late game team fights. Remember, he survived on something like 20 HP in the mid lane, and then he gets that final seismic shove to just knock the Echo away, and then they turn it around and get the kill.
Yeah, just ridiculously good. And actually, coordination across the board was fantastic. We are going to hear from them as we throw to Hingers for an interview.
We're here now with Swiffer, mid laner for the victorious Chiefs. Congratulations on the win. After yesterday's kind of performance, you got 2 wins on the card now. How are you feeling?
So much better than we did after yesterday. Yesterday was just a complete blunder. Complete blunder, and like I'm really happy that we were able to mentally recover after that game. I mean, everyone was kind of laughing after that game because of how badly we stuffed it up. So it didn't really affect us too much going into this. And then we got most of our nerves out of the way against arguably the weaker opponents earlier today, and then in KLG, and then against Sajon. I think they might have underestimated us because
of how you played yesterday.
Because I guess of how we played yesterday, and also how we played earlier today. So yeah. Yeah.
I mean, it seemed like you guys were playing to objectives because they were looking for team fights. Was that the plan going in?
Well, Southeast Asia as a region, and this was true of Bangkok Titans as well a year ago now, they're really, really good at team fighting and skirmishing and everything to do with that in that caliber of things. But what we noticed was that their macro gameplay was really lacking, and so we just try to shift to a more macro-oriented gameplay, obviously, and we just try and facilitate that through like global picks and everything like that. So yeah.
So you're kind of midway through the tournament now. You've played 3 opponents from the rest of the teams you're playing. Who are you sort of dreading having to face now?
So I guess at the moment we think that we can lock up the win against Lion, even though we think that they're over. I don't know if they're performing or like overperforming at the moment, but against Lion we think we can probably win, and then it's pretty much 50-50 or like between DP and INTZ, and I think they're kind of DP and INTZ, yeah, and we're thinking that those are probably the 2 matches that we have to prepare for the most, and that's it.
Yeah, excellent. Well, thank you so much for your time. Congratulations on the win, and I'll throw it back to you guys in the studio.
Thank you very much, Hingers. Of course, Swiffer, very, I guess, modest and measured when he's talking about this. Of course, fantastic to know that the Chiefs didn't get into their own heads after that first match.
I'm just surprised that he thinks that he can take the game off of Lion. Given their performance so far, I feel like perhaps maybe he's underestimating them a bit, or maybe we're overestimating them. I mean,
you have to remember that the Chiefs did go and face off against Lion last time around at IWCI, and they managed to win 1 game.
Yeah, so I'm looking forward to seeing that later on in the tournament, but we still have to praise the Chiefs for getting this win overall. I was a big fan of their draft. The fact that they went for the early Nart and the Severe very early on, identified what they wanted from their composition, and they just continued the draft, basically just saying we are going to pick not only to make sure we have strong laners, but also that it all synergizes together in a well-rounded comp, and they just executed it out for the most part very well.
Yeah, most certainly did, as of course Na was very strong throughout the day, and we are going to have a look at exactly what today did behold for us, as Rampage did fall, unfortunately, to Albus Nox Luna, but that team is looking wonderful as the Chiefs were able to pick up their first victory of the day in game number 2 against KMV.
Yeah, meanwhile, Lion Gaming getting a dominant performance over Dark Passage, with INTZ being able to shut down Rampage in somewhat of a one-sided affair. And then we did see the Chiefs round things out in later today, going 2-0 on the day.
Yeah, and that is going to be sort of the second in a row massive NAR victory, which is why I use that as a segue. And I feel like that has come out as a huge pick for IWC as far as the meta is concerned, developing as these teams from all different regions face off.
It certainly has, and I wonder how much the meta is actually going to shift around, because one of the big picks that we saw in the past was champions like the Fiora, like the Aurelia, that were picked into the Gangplank because they did such a great job of actually skirmishing him and dueling him come the mid to late game. So we'll have to see if the teams do have these secret pocket picks left up their sleeves.
Yeah, and who's going to be able to utilize them to get on top, as we do have a look at the standings where everyone is currently, as the Chiefs sitting on top at 2-1, but even with all 4 INTZ, Lion Gaming, and Alpha Nox Luna, as of course they haven't actually picked up a loss yet. Lion and Alpha Nox Luna definitely in the top position in my opinion, as we've got a 1-1 for DP, RPG sitting on 1 and 2, Sajon Jokers and KMV sitting at last without a victory just yet.
Yeah, things looking very dire for KMV right now. This is why these early victories are so important, because you want to make sure you get some wins on the board. You want to make sure that you have a good segue moving in through the rest of the tournament, especially when you look at things like the strength of schedule and who you have left to play.
Yeah, exactly right. And it's actually just so interesting in the fact that it feels like one Latin American team can't perform, because now it's just switched regions, as it's KMV that can't quite seem to find a victory this time around. Lion Gaming finally getting the edge and finding themselves well and truly at the top of the table. Very much looking forward to their face-off against the CIS region, because both of these teams yet to drop a game, and we'll see whether it is going to be an overperformance like Swiffer alluded to heading in.
I think we have a lot of exciting games coming out throughout the rest of the tournament. This is only day 2, and already a lot of speculations have been going into who would be the top 2 teams. And initially, my interpretations would be, we're going to see Brazil really step up. We're going to have really strong performance. I felt like that Rampage would actually be a secret hidden overperformer as well. I was not expecting Lion to come out of the gate swinging, and I'm looking forward to seeing whether or not it was an overestimation, or whether or not it was, or whether or not they have just had a good schedule as of yet.
Yeah, and speaking of the schedule, we are going to have a look at the games coming up for you tomorrow, as it is going to be Albus Nox Luna facing off against Dark Passage in game number 1, CIS versus Turkey, as then KMV take on Latin America North as Lion Gaming. Oof, this is going to be a tough one, as it's a South versus North matchup, with the Chiefs then facing off against Brazil in that game that Swiffer alluded to being a little bit worried about.
Yeah, meanwhile, we're going to round out the day with Dark Passage going up against Rampage, and then Lion Gaming will once again play against the Sajon Jokers. So we're going to get a good look at Lion tomorrow, and we are going to see whether or not they are just overhyped, or whether or not that hype is just deserved.
Yeah, and of course, Dark Passage, seeing them a couple of times as well, and they have had up and down performances. We mentioned already the fact that they switched out their mid and jungler. Did put a question mark on the team. Lion dispatched them extraordinarily easily, but the day before, their performance was looking a little bit better. And with a couple of looks now at the team tomorrow, we'll be able to get a bigger sample size and try and work out for ourselves.
I'm also looking forward to seeing Chiefs versus INTZ tomorrow, because they did say that that would be one of the teams that they needed to prepare for, but it will definitely be a big stepping stone for them making their way into the top 4 and trying to get that spot at Worlds.
Yeah, and has historically been a matchup that the Chiefs have been able to find success against. Of course, multiple IWCs the Chiefs have attended. INTZ has also been there, and they have been able to find their way through. Most often of the time, it is in these IWCIs in the middle of the year. But, of course, INTZ now with the home field advantage. We'll see whether they can come out on top. But, ladies and gentlemen, that is going to be it from us today. Thank you so much for watching, and we'll see you tomorrow for more IWCQ action.